and welcome to this tutorial on Microsoft Azure. With the world increasingly moving towards cloud computing, Azure has become an essential tool for businesses of all sizes. Whether you're an IT professional, a developer, or just looking to upskill, learning Azure can greatly benefit your career. Azure provides a range of cloud services and solutions that allow businesses to scale and innovate more efficiently while also reducing costs. You must be wondering how it would benefit you by learning Azure. Well, Azure professionals are in high demand. With more and more companies adopting cloud technology, there is a growing need for professionals who can manage and implement cloud solutions. Microsoft Azure is one of the most popular cloud platforms, and learning it can greatly enhance your career prospects. So not only is it a valuable skill to have, but it can also lead to exciting job opportunities. To make this tutorial more engaging, we'll be including multiple quiz questions throughout the video. These questions will be related to the content we cover, and we encourage you to answer them in the comment section. Not only will this make the video more interactive, but it will also help reinforce your learning. We'll be showing how to use Azure through practical demonstrations so you can follow along and learn by doing. We'll cover a range of topics from setting up an Azure account to deploying virtual machines and much more. By the end of this tutorial, you will have a good understanding of what Azure is, how it works, and how you can use it to benefit your business or career. So without any further ado, let's get started with the agenda. First, we'll talk about what are custom images. Then we'll look into the benefits of Microsoft Azure Storage. Then we're going to talk about blob services. Then we'll look into what is virtualization and benefits of virtualization. Then we're going to talk about virtualized infrastructure in cloud. Then we'll look into the introduction to virtualization practical. Then we'll look at the practical examples of virtualization. Then introduction of availability sets and availability zone. Then we're going to talk about maintenance activity and unexpected downtime. Then we're going to look into creating a virtual machine. Then we're going to learn about creating an app service and web app. Then identity management system. Then we're going to talk about configure user and group accounts and bulk operations. Then we're going to look into what is MFA, that is multi-factor authentication. Then configure resources with ARM templates. Then we'll look into Azure Express Route. Then we're going to talk about application security groups. And finally, we'll look into the interview questions. But before we begin, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us.
So what is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure is a cloud provider that provides various platform as a service and infrastructure as a service products. Azure has cloud solutions to all the infrastructural problems by providing services in various domains. Did you know that almost 95% of Fortune 500 companies are using Azure? Also, it is 5 times cheaper than AWS in terms of Windows and SQL Server because there are also Microsoft products. Forbes say that Microsoft Azure is set to boost the size of the IT market by $10 trillion in the next 10 years. As per predictions, 80% of the businesses will move their workload to cloud by 2025, thus making it a major career to consider transitioning to. For a better understanding of Azure, let us start at the very beginning. Microsoft Azure was announced in October 2008 and released on February 1, 2010 as Windows Azure first and later named as Microsoft Azure on 25th March 2015. In today's scenario, its reach is in 140 countries and is still expanding, which is pretty impeccable. In simpler terms, Microsoft Azure is a platform that enables users to engage in agile cloud computing and is designed for creating and managing apps through Microsoft's data center. Now there are 4 integral Microsoft Azure service domains. The first one is Azure Compute. Compute is the most integral domain in Azure as it brings everything together with Azure Virtual Machines. You can get on-demand scalable compute resources. Azure Virtual Machines, app services, and container instances are some popular compute services. Second, we have Azure Networking. Networks from the cloud networks. In Azure, VNet is the networking tool that connects all Azure resources together. These networking services allow enterprises to safely connect their on-premises services to the Azure cloud. It is also used to manage virtual private networks and further create multiple virtual networks on the cloud. The third one is Azure Storage. Azure Storage provides storage solutions that are more durable, and large-scale applications, data-driven applications, can be built without any hassle. Azure automatically scales the storage requirements according to the usage, and it automatically balances throughput according to the connections made. And the last one is Azure Database. Azure provides relational databases, NoSQL databases, data lakes, and data warehouses. It provides a scalable, high available, and fault tolerant database server and lets you scale according to the incoming data. There are various job roles in Azure. Let's take a look at one of the most popular job roles, Azure Developer. An Azure developer is a cloud professional who creates cloud-based applications, making use of the benefits of the cloud architecture. If you are proficient in testing, security, development, and deployment, then a career in Azure development is somewhere you will fit in well. The job includes responsibilities like testing of applications, maintaining, developing, and deploy them on Azure. It also includes participating in all phases of development and having the ability to work side by side with cloud administrators, clients, and cloud architects. In United States, on average basis, an Azure developer gets paid $132,148 per annum. However, for an entry-level developer, it's $97,000. Whereas in India, the salary offered ranges from 7 lakhs to 25 lakhs per annum.
So without wasting any time, let's get started with the first topic of this session, that is, what are Azure certifications? Cloud computing technology is growing almost faster than any other industry, and in fact, the growth has increased by 17% in 2022 compared to the year 2021. And that is because of many facts like the tremendous increase in software as a service companies, as well as the power you get compared to what you paid for. And this has made a lot of people to think of cloud to store their websites and run their businesses on. For this reason, many big name companies have created their cloud services, and some of the best are Amazon AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, DigitalOcean, Linode, and more. But today we'll focus on Microsoft Azure, which is one of the leading cloud computing service in today's cloud market. Cloud certifications with Azure have a lot of significance. Now you'll ask why. Actually, Azure ranks second when we talk about the overall cloud market. In the last few years, it has shown tremendous growth, whereas the growth of AWS has become constant. Besides that, the majority of Azure certifications are focused on work roles. That is, Azure certifications demonstrate to companies that you have a certain skill set for a typical profession. However, don't consider them as an alternative for real-time Azure experience or practice. These certifications for sure will get you into the cloud job roles, but they won't faint for you if you don't put your practical knowledge to display. Certifications are good for many things, but one thing they are not is a golden ticket that can be instantly redeemed for a 6-figure salary. Think of them more like a power-ups to make the cloud career game a little easier for you, and potentially unlock some shortcuts to help you reach the next level. To put it more simply, certifications assist you in moving forward by serving as an award or trophy, but nothing beats the experience gained through hard work. Ultimately, even to pass these certifications, you are going to need that hard work. Hence, we suggest you to get in the cloud and get your hands dirty or cloudy. Well, that's enough of a suggestion. Moving forward, we shall look into the reasons you should get Azure certified. Whether you are looking to move into a high-paying cloud career or just looking to declare your existing cloud skills, Microsoft Azure certifications are a great choice. whether you are starting there or migrating to Azure from another provider. But why should you pursue Azure certification rather than AWS or Google Cloud certifications? Well, let me tell you a few reasons. Microsoft has made sensible actions that capitalize on its own assets, such as exploiting legacy footholds in enterprises to ease reluctant organizations into the clouds. That implies there are several opportunities to apply Azure expertise. Well, there can be many reasons that one can give. Common reasons are: first, maybe your employer is currently using Azure. Or maybe you think the future is multi-cloud and you're taking a gotta catch them all approach to take on multiple certifications and ultimately flex your well-roundedness. Or rather, you are inspired by Bill Gates and thus you want to get into the cloud being all Azure. Well, whatever the reason you might be considering Azure certifications for, it's clear that this cloud runner-up is doing more than just keeping pace with AWS and warrants serious consideration when choosing your Azure cloud path. AWS may be the market leader in terms of workload and adoption, but the gap is closing quickly. According to the Flexara State of Cloud survey, enterprise Azure adoption is expanding while AWS growth is relatively flat. This probably won't be your deciding factor, but Azure offers one cool bonus. Last year, Microsoft rolled out some big certification renewal and expiration changes, and that makes Azure certifications free to renew indefinitely. This move makes Azure arguably the best certification renewal option out there. Besides the value they'll bring to your employer and your career, all the Azure certifications can be obtained remotely, meaning you can get certified while working from home. So thinking about Azure certification is definitely worthwhile. Next up, we shall look into the factors for deciding which Azure certification path is right for you. When you ask the question which certification is best for me, then actually there is no single best Microsoft Azure certification path for everyone, and getting started in the cloud can be very overwhelming. Once you have decided which cloud provider path is right for you, figuring out your next step is not exactly a walk in the park either. So let's take things slow. Take a deep breath and listen to what I have to say for a while clearly. Microsoft offers quite a number of certifications, and as of 2022, we had 12 role-based Azure certifications, 3 fundamental certifications, plus a quarter of specialty certifications around IoT, SAP, Azure VDI, and Cosmos DB. There are also a mix of Azure adjacent certifications. Now, considering such a overwhelming resources, it's quite difficult to figure out where should you begin. Well, don't worry. We have put forward possibilities in the form of 3 possible scenarios that may help you decide on how to begin your Azure journey. Well, first possibility or category I have is I'm new to technology. I know almost nothing about this cloud that people talk of. Now, if you are the type of person who lists Microsoft Word as an experience with technology on your resume, you too can learn a cloud. If you are looking to begin your cloud career, an entry-level certification will give you the vocab and understanding needed to better assess where you might want to go next. The first stop on the Azure path for you is the AZ 900 Azure Fundamental Certification. The cloud can be intimidating, but what you learn to earn this certification will break it down in a way that even a total newcomer can understand, especially with the dedicated training for beginners. Second category we have contains people who already do know about cloud technology. Maybe you have got some IT experience, or maybe you have poked around with AWS, GCP or Azure. Think you are ready to jump in deep end? Tap the brakes. You should too probably start with the Azure Fundamental Certification. Best case scenario, it's a breeze for you, but however high you ascend in Azure, this certification will set the foundation for future success. The Azure Administrator Associate is the next certification on the ladder, and it can be a serious challenge. You'll need all the knowledge of the fundamental certification and a whole lot of hands-on time with Azure before attempting this examination. final category we have contains people who are already familiar with cloud and they are already putting cloud to use every day, but now they want to level up. The majority of Microsoft Azure certifications are role based. Do you see a job title that you have or would like to have? Guys, that is exactly a certification for you. Of course, those certificates aren't necessarily completely aligned with what every business could expect of someone with that designation. In those cases, it is critical to check job post for the name of certification you are interested in and see whether the role and duties sound appealing. I hope the categorization we discuss is clear to all of you guys out there. Moving forward, we shall look into top 8 Azure certifications that we think are the best Azure Cloud has to offer. First one on our list we have is Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals, that is AZ900 certification exam. This certification is for people who are new to Microsoft Azure services and want to learn about cloud principles, Azure services and security, as well as how to determine the pricing. The AZ900 exam will consist of 40 to 60 questions that you must answer in 85 minutes. The passing mark for this exam will lie around 700 marks, and there will be no penalty for any wrong answer. If you are just starting out in cloud computing and Azure, this is the certification you should pursue. The Azure Fundamental certification is one of the top paying cloud certifications, with certification owners pulling in an average of $126,000 salary. But real talk, cloud embracing companies are not going to be beating down your door just because you have this certification. Still, the basics you'll learn here are a foundation for cloud understanding. If you are an aspiring Azure professional, this is a great place to get your feet wet before jumping into a full-on career change. Next up, we have is Exam DP 900, which is Microsoft Azure Data Fundamental certification. This certificate is for beginners and teaches you the data fundamentals and how you can implement them inside Microsoft Azure, such as managing databases and data analytics. As its name suggests, the certification is best suited for data programmers and DBAs who want to learn Azure. In order to pass this exam, you'll be tested on key concepts of relational and non-relational data and different types of data workloads such as transactional or analytical. One thing to note here is that this certification can act as a foundation for advanced certification such as Azure Database Administrator Associate or Azure Data Engineer Associate. But guys, remember, by any means it is not prerequisite for the associate level certification. Third certification we have on our list is Exam AI 900, Microsoft Azure AI Fundamentals certification. Microsoft Azure can be used to deploy your AI solutions, and to learn how this is possible, you need to take this certification that is intended to teach you to use these services and cover some of the AI concepts. This is another fundamental level certification and you'll be tested against fundamental concepts related to artificial intelligence and the services in the Azure cloud. This is the best Azure certification for AI experts who want to learn Azure and design AI-driven solutions on Microsoft Azure portal itself. If you want to learn artificial intelligence in the Azure cloud, then I would recommend you to go for this certification. This is not a required stepping stone in any Azure career path, but it can be helpful in getting you ready for certifications like Azure AI Engineer Associate and Azure Data Scientist Associate. Next certification we have here is Exam AZ104, Microsoft Azure Administrator Certification. The certificate is intended for intermediate people who are familiar with the PowerShell command line and operating systems. It will teach you how to manage cloud services including storage, security, networking, and more. This is the most effective Azure certification for system administrators. This is also an associate level exam that you should take once you have passed any foundational level Azure certification such as AZ900, AI900 or DP900. You must have a deep understanding of different Azure services across the full IT lifecycle and take requests for infrastructure services, applications and environments to pass this exam. As a certified Azure administration, you will make recommendations on services to use for optimal performance and scale, as well as provision, size, monitor and adjust resources as appropriate. Hence, strong knowledge of Azure services are expected for this particular certification. Besides that, you'll have to pay $165 as examination fee. Also guys, this is one of the top paying Azure certification. If you are wanting to get into Azure management game, it's a no-brainer. This certification builds on a basic cloud knowledge foundation and puts theoretical concepts into real-world practice, ensuring you can keep Azure apps and services up and running. Plus, this certification is required to continue your hike over the Azure skill tree and snag the Azure DevOps Engineer Expert certification. Fifth certification on our list is Exam Azure 204, Developing Solutions for Microsoft Azure. If you have at least 1 year of experience in developing Azure cloud solutions, then you should take this certification exam. It will teach you how to design and build as well as develop solutions for enterprises on Azure cloud services such as application as a service. Azure 204 exam has duration of 120 minutes with random 40 to 60 questions in different types of use case scenarios, programming codes, true false, and you need to score minimum of 70% to pass the Azure 204 exam. If you are a software developer, then getting certified for Azure Developer or Azure 204 is a great idea. It is the best Azure certification for developers, and if you need resources to prepare for this examination, then you should check out Intellipaat's website. You'll find multiple resources there. Next certification we have on our list is AZ 500 for becoming Microsoft Azure Security Engineer.
Let's have a quick quiz question guys, and the question is, which of the following is not a core services in Azure? And your options are Azure Virtual Machines, Azure App Service, Azure Blob Storage or Azure Blockchain Service. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Cloud security is a highly sought after skill. As more organizations do hypercritical things in the cloud, people who can ensure those things stay safe will continue to see their salaries soaring. What I said is totally right. Cloud security equals job security, and these jobs does pay well and pay off even more after a few years of experience. Whatever wild innovations come next, you can rest assured that security will continue to be a top priority in the cloud sector. Well, by listening to the above facts, if you want to learn security at the cloud level, then this certificate is right for you, and your job is to implement security solutions and threat protection for the applications as well as maintain the security vulnerabilities. This Azure certification is ideal for IT security professionals who want to acquire the knowledge and skills needed to implement security on their Azure cloud infrastructure. That being said, let's move towards the next certification on our list, that is Microsoft Certified Azure AI Engineer Associate or AI 102 examination. For this certification, you'll need knowledge about artificial intelligence and Microsoft Azure as well. AI has quickly gone from the stuff of science fiction to an increasingly sought after skill set. This certification shows you are a step ahead of the curve and ready for a long, fruitful career that deals with developing intelligent solutions over cloud platform. You'll architect and run AI tools using natural language processing, speech, computer vision, bots, and agents. In order to pass the Azure AI Engineer Associate certification, you should be able to build, manage, and deploy AI solutions that leverage Azure Cognitive Services and Azure Applied AI Services. Their responsibilities include participating in all phases of AI solution development, from requirement, definition, and design to development, deployment, maintenance, performance tuning, and monitoring. Finally, let's move ahead and look into the last and 8th certification on our list, that is Microsoft Certified Azure Solutions Architect Expert. This certification is a little bit advanced, and the holder of this certification must know how to design and implement solution for your application that runs on Microsoft Azure such as networking and security to name a few. You must have Microsoft Azure Administrator Associate certification in the bag before you attempt to take down this colossal certificate and its difficult exam. This is for experienced IT and DevOps pros with existing Azure administration and development skills. A successful solution architect is a day worker who works effortlessly with cutting edge technology and good old fashioned humans. They are capable of taking on technical tasks like creating apps, configuring cloud infrastructure, and planning continuity. But they are equally up for getting chatty about cloud with colleagues, helping pair team with solutions and serving as a persuasive cloud evangelist to convert cloud naysayers. Now, if I have to put up a visualization of how things will turn out to be in the aftermath of this certification, then I'll put it as most of the tech savvy companies will be delighted to hire you. The reason being, you bring an encyclopedic level of IT insights. It also has the potential to open up a whole new world of prospective job opportunities, and this type of cross-functional role, the experience you gain from it and the people you work with can lay the groundwork for a move from cloud ladder to the corporate leadership ladder. Guys, that's all we have for this session. I hope the wide information we covered through this session was informative for all of you guys out there. Thank you for being here till the end of this video. I wish you best of luck in launching your Azure certification journey. If you have liked this video, make sure to hit that thumbs up button and also do consider it to enable that subscribe button and bell icon so that you never miss any update from Intellipaat YouTube channel.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
We have this Azure 104 project, and here what it says now, we need to make an infrastructure, and we will be going ahead with the same, like what would be the approach, what would be the best approach, and how would we be deploying all the things. Okay, so let's have a look like what exactly it is willing, like what it is demanding for. So here the very first line says you work as an Azure professional of a company for a company XYZ corporation. You are assigned the task of implementing the below architecture of the company's website. Okay, so we can have a look from the bottom to the top. Okay, and what it says like, okay, you have a virtual network, VNet 1. Here we have VNet 2, fine. And now here what we have, okay, this is a VNet 1, this is VNet 2. Now here you have two virtual machines called VM1 and VM2 in one virtual network, which means we need to have one virtual network, and in that two virtual machines need to be running. Okay, let's not talk about this West US. Okay, I will talk about later on. Just consider this much part. Okay, so it seems very simple here. Okay, we have this VNet 1. In that VNet we have two virtual machines, VM1, VM2. Okay, now these virtual machines, we need to attach it to the application gateway 1. Okay, and now this application gateway 1 basically has to be connected to this particular traffic manager. Okay, to this traffic manager which is present over here. Now let me tell you, the central US and the West US are exactly the replica. Now what is the reason why they have given it as like, okay, whatever you will be performing in the central US region, why you need to perform it in the West US as well? See, there is a very simple scenario over here. Whenever we are, for example, like we are in India, okay, and we are deploying in any application, okay, and so whenever we are releasing like any application, no, we have a mindset, okay, whenever, especially the UI UX designers, okay, the people who design the application, they do some research first of all initially, okay, like why they are deploying an application. If they are deploying an application, they have a research part. In the research part, they do a number of surveys, they do like interviews as well. For example, if there is like a big basket, everybody must have heard about it, okay, or let's talk about Zomato, the most popular. So if you are going to compete application which is already running in the market, you need to know like, no, we need to make a new app with more benefits. For that, we need to go ahead and talk to the people. Okay, we need to go ahead and have a research. Okay, like, okay, what points you are not able to get in that previously running app, so that we can create a new one. Okay, so somewhere, no, we do a lot of research, and one of the research is somewhere, no, the user centrics, which means my application, there would be a target audience that will be using my application. So just considering the case, I'm going to deploy any application, okay, that will be very popular, that will be widely used in central US. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a replica it in the West US as well, so that in case if my resources are down in the central US, the hypothetical situation, I should have the same interface, same productivity with the same efficiency, okay, in some other region as well, so that whosoever is accessing my application, no, they should not face any problem. That is the reason why we are going to deploy an application in two different regions. Okay, so if one of the region is facing some traffic, there would be another region to serve my application, okay, to my customers without network latency. That is the reason, first of all, why we are going to have two identical infrastructures. So here what it is asking, first of all, it says, here we go. So it says the home page is the default page VM2, which means whenever, okay, for example, here I will get some domain, okay, here I will get some name, some website, okay, some DNS. Here I will be having some DNS, for example, just taking a name like, okay, www, and then I have on domain microsoft.com and whatsoever. Okay, so what is the overall here, like whenever my clients throughout the world, okay, they are going to www.ondomain.com, whenever they are checking this in their browser, what basically in general, what would you like to display, guys? Okay, what would we like to display, guys? Like if you are hosting an application, obviously the introduction page, isn't it? The home page, that is we call as the landing page, isn't it? Like the introduction, the main theme. Okay, obviously Flipkart does not directly take you to a particular product. It does not take you to like only the shoe bucket, okay, where you can do the shopping of your shoes or something. Okay, in the same manner, there would be a landing page, and for us, what it is mentioning, okay, the landing page is with the name called home page, and it has to run on VM2. Okay, fine, which means here in this particular VM2, what needs to run? We need to run a home page. From where we will be getting this home page, I will be explaining each and everything. So as I told you, Central US is identical to West US, or West US is identical to Central US anyhow. So whatever we will be deploying here in the Central US, exactly in the same way, we will be deploying it in West US as well, which means here also we need to have home page. Moving towards the next point here, what we have, okay, then there is the upload page, where you can upload the files to your Azure Blob Store. What I mean to say is, what kind of application, the very first thing we should be aware about, like, okay, today we are going to deploy an application which obviously has a home page. That is completely fine, and that home page will run on VM2. That is also quite good. Okay, coming to the point, what is the actual application? So the actual application, okay, is something, okay, is it will be a website somewhere, okay, on which you will be getting an upload button to upload the files directly in my Azure storage account. Okay, which means that later on, if I will be sending you the link to you guys know, okay, from your PCs, you will be able to upload any data in my Azure account, and we will check and we will verify that as well. Okay, so let's refer that upload application, that upload website right now with the name upload as well. So what it is saying, okay, the home page has to run on VM2, okay, and the upload application, okay, should run on another virtual machine, okay, that is on VM1. So when they are identical, I don't have to repeat again and again. Here also in VM1, we have to run upload page. Okay. Now to remove the confusion, let me do one thing. Remove the confusion, let me do one thing. Let me make it 3. This is VM3 and this is VM4. Guys, always remember here, according to the project, VM1 is equal to, because they have mentioned VM1 here as well and here as well VM1, isn't it? So VM1 will be always equal to VM3 and VM2 will be always equal to VM4. So here, Yogesh, basically we need to create our infrastructure which looks like in this manner. We need to have 2 regions where we will be deploying our resources, Central US and West US, okay? So in Central US, there will be one virtual network because we need to run an application. To run an application, we need a base, and that base will be our virtual machines. And you are aware that without a virtual network, our virtual machines cannot run. So we need to create a virtual network. In that virtual network, we will have VM1, 2 virtual machines, VM1 and VM2. Okay. Later on, to load balance the traffic, okay, we are going to connect, okay, these both the virtual machines with an application gateway, okay, and this application gateway will be added, will be connected to the traffic manager, okay. So I told basically right now, for example, if you have deployed all the resources in the Central US, okay, now due to the Azure traffic, okay, or your application became very popular and people are going through that application, so obviously the traffic will increase. In that case, there is a probability, okay, where there is a chance where your virtual machines can go down, okay. So we need a backup. That is the reason we are creating the identical infrastructure here in some other region as well. That is, for example, here as West US, okay. These are the 2 reasons. So whatever we will be deploying in the Central US region, we will be deploying in the West US region as well. Now, because we have to treat the Central US and West US as a backup of each other, okay, and these are 2 different regions, then obviously to connect our resources that are residing in 2 different regions, this is a service that is called Azure Traffic Manager, okay, that helps you to run the things globally, okay. So by the end of the application, when we will be like finished with everything, okay, what we will get to know, like we will be having a DNS with us, okay. For example, a DNS I mentioned in the starting, www.ondomain or anything, okay. How the things will go, I will show you, don't worry, okay. So what is the overall aim? Like as soon as you guys, okay, whosoever is in the meeting right now, as soon as you will go to that www.ondomain.com, okay, the very first thing, okay, what I want you to see is the home page. A home page, obviously. This is like usual practice. Whenever you go to any website, no, you will see a home page, a landing page first. Okay. So yes, to show the home page should be loaded somewhere. So either the data is shown to you from the Central US or from the West US, which means wherever the traffic will be low according to the Azure data centers, okay, there the traffic will go, which means as soon as you will logging in here in this website, you know, the traffic, okay, the request of your computer will either go to the Central US or it will go to the West US depending upon the traffic, okay. Then after that, what I want to show you, I want to show you this home page, okay. So according to the project, it says home page should be loaded in one of the virtual machines, okay, which means I need to deploy the home page here also in the Central US VM2 and here in the VM4 as well, because VM2 and VM4 here, as I mentioned, they are exactly same because we need to create same infrastructure. Fine. This is the second thing. Now coming to the third thing is, after the home page, what I want to show you, I want to show you my real application. That is something called upload page. That will help you to upload the files from your local PCs to my Azure account directly. Okay. So for that, here I have another virtual machine called VM1. Here I will load my page, upload page. Okay. Now, because this is West US, I have been conveying it a number of times, like West US is identical to Central US. So yes, in one of the virtual machines, that will be VM3 for me, I will upload this upload page as well. Okay. I hope it is clear to you now. Okay. Home page means web server. Okay, not exactly the web server. You can call it as the web server, like we have Apache web page, Apache web server and all. Home page is just consider like, Yogesh, you have created a website. So you will give an introduction to your website, isn't it? The very first page. And then, yes, okay, there could be a number of pages and all. You can go ahead, click on and go to redirect to some other page. Okay, so that is what. It's not about the servers that we are storing something and all. No, just any website here. For example, here, if we have any website now, like Gigs for Gigs. So whenever you will be logging in, the very first page that is displayed to you, this is, I'm referring to the home page. Okay. And if I have to redirect you to a particular page, I don't want you to come here and go to the data science. Okay. Data science over here. Okay. And then go to practice, like whatever you want to go ahead with. No, that will be my upload page. Don't worry. As soon as we will go ahead, the things will be more clear. Don't worry, Yogesh. Please have some patience. So this is clear now. So let's move ahead to the third. Okay. Now what it says basically, the third page we want is the error page, which means 403 and 502 error. Okay. So now my third requirement is what? I need to have a storage account. So let me quickly here, come on. Okay, this is some storage account that will be created. Okay, so let me name it as, okay, we will be having a storage account. Now, do you think in the storage account, I can openly keep any data? Do you think we have any option? Storage means the storage that is provided to you by Microsoft Azure to hold your data. Either it is blob, either it is kind of file storage, or it is queue. Okay. So that is, these are the four categories that are being provided to you to the storage. Yes or no? Or you can keep the data just openly anywhere. No, you need to come here. I mean to say, do you need a container or not to hold your data? We need a container. See, creating a storage account. For example, okay, let me go ahead here. Let me see if I'm having some storage accounts. They have provided me some credentials. Okay. For example, this is a credential. Okay. This is a storage account. If I'm opening this storage account, do I get any option to upload here the things directly? No. I don't have anything here. No, I don't have anything over here to upload. Like, okay, see, here you are getting upload, but see where it is taking to you. It is asking you to create a container. Yes or no? Which means whenever you create a storage account, you have to select one of the storage provided here. Either it is container, either it is file share, either it is queue, either it is table. We cannot upload anything here itself. We need to select one method, one kind of storage. Okay. And by default, it selects the container. And yes, that is required to hold our data. Okay. What I mean to say is, in the storage account, after the storage account, I have to create a container here itself. What I need to create? I need to create a container that will hold your data. Okay, this would be the container. Now coming to another point. For example, like just consider you are working in a production environment and your customer is using your application. And as soon as www.ondomain.com, he uses his, like a PC, computer, or anywhere. Okay. Do you think there could be a rare chance like all my resources go down? For example, just do not think it with Azure because Azure is a big brand. No. there are chances when websites are down or not. Yes or no? Yes, there are the reasons when the websites go down. Okay. So in that case, what does Chrome shows you? Okay. Especially when there is a bad gateway error or forbidden error. It shows you like no error code, exactly error code 403, 404. Sorry, we cannot process your request, isn't it? Either the file you are referring to is not available, or it has been modified, or it has been moved to some other address, isn't it? This is what you may have seen when referring to any websites. Okay. In that case, the very third option is asking the same. What it is saying, like, okay, if your resources are not running fine, okay, then instead of your browser showing a default page, please create your own error page for 403 for forbidden and bad gateway error. Okay, which means if the resources are down or your files are deleted, if that is the scenario, okay, please create your own error page. That is the important point. That should be automatically hosted. Okay, that should be automatically hosted if the application gateway is not able to communicate with the virtual machines, because anyhow your application is running in VM2 and VM1, isn't it? Home page and upload page. So if your application gateway is not able to, okay, reach this particular resources to display the data to your user, then in that scenario, to the user's PC, okay, there should be a error page displayed. This is what they are talking about. Error page to be displayed. Okay. So in the storage account, we have an option called static website, if you guys remember. So there is a feature called static websites in the storage account itself. Okay. So I will, yes, one of the ways is the app service as well. Okay, where you can go ahead and launch a web page through there as well. Because here, what I want is, when my application gateway is not able to reach VM1 and VM2, then that error page should be displayed, which means I should host my error.html page in such a way that gives me a endpoint. Okay, gives me a global link. So if I will be going with the static method, static method, then as soon as I will upload this error.html in my storage account, I will get a link. I will get a primary link. Okay. And yes, the application gateway has an option. When we will be deploying the application gateway, it has an option of primary link to attach for your error page to be displayed. Primary link. So what I'm going to do, what is my idea? My idea is to store my error.html page in the storage account and call that error.html page through the primary link while deploying my application gateway. So if my application gateway will not be able to call VM1 or VM2, then in that case, it will go to the primary link and show the error page to the clients, my own customized error page. So let's go ahead and start with the practical. Yes, there are some other things as well remaining, but I will be touching them as soon as I will be going with the practical. Okay. Okay. Every VM has different IP address. If session established with one VM, why again request goes to the second VM? Okay. Okay. So let's go with the portal now. So here I have this portal. So the very first requirement according to the design that we have created is we need to create a virtual network. So there are two ways of creating a virtual network. Okay. Either I can go to the virtual network VNet. Okay, and then I can create a virtual network one by one, or I can directly go ahead and create my very first virtual machine. Because when I will be creating a virtual machine, you know, the very fourth or the third tab is the networking tab. I can name the VNets over there, isn't it? So let's go ahead with the virtual machines. Okay, I don't have any virtual machine right now with VM1, VM2, VM3, VM4, and that is very good. Okay, so let me create. So here it's creating a virtual machine resource group. Let's create a new fresh resource group. Okay, I hope everybody is aware about resource group. Resource group is nothing, just a container to deploy your resources that makes you easy to judge where your resources, what resources belong to what project especially. So for example, I'm going with the project now. So let me name it as the project. Okay, project resource group. I'm creating a container with the name project. Great. So here it's project virtual machine name, that is VM1. We can go ahead and deploy the things in the central US. Okay, it's central US. So here we have this region, central US, no availability zone. Okay, fine. Now this is an important part, guys. Please hear me out. Okay, that is going to be very important. Okay, so here the very first thing, the operate like the application. Okay, application obviously will have some code that is residing in the Git repository, guys. So that Python code is working right now very fine with Ubuntu. Okay, that is the Linux 18.0 system. So we will be using 18.0 only. Okay, 18.0 only. Fine. That you need to take care of. Okay, now here there is a problem. What it says, okay, see VM1, it says size is not available for my subscription in central US. So not a problem. Let me go ahead and change the region. Okay, in East US there is availability. So for you guys not to get confused, what I'm doing is just consider the project does not have its central US, it had East US. Okay, and for you guys also know, you can choose any two regions. That is important thing. Okay, not the central, not the west. Okay, fine. I would like to go with the password method. Here we go. Confirm password matches. Yes, I want my virtual machines to communicate with internet, HTTP, and with the secure socket layer as well. Okay, everything looks good till now. Fine. Availability zone not required, as I mentioned. Fine. Here everything is quite good. Okay, so let's go to the networking tab, because I want this virtual machine, the VM1, to be deployed in virtual network 1. So yes, it is creating a virtual network automatically with the project VNet, but I don't want that. Okay, what I want is, I want it as VNet 1. So what I will do, I will just rename it VNet 1. Okay, rest of the things are same, no issues. Okay, there is one subnet name as well. Can you see? Subnet 1. So let me do one thing. Let me change this theme. So what let me do is, for example, for a better clear. Okay, so here let me do one thing. In this virtual network, let me create a subnet called subnet 1. I will just rename it. Okay, on this subnet 1, both the virtual machines will be running. Okay, and here let me rename it as subnet. Okay, let me rename it later on. I don't want you guys to get confused. Okay, so here back to the portal. VNet 1 is my virtual network, and the subnet name I want it to be subnet 1, where my both the virtual machines will be running. Right now only VM1. It's okay. And let me change this prompt. Okay, can you see? Okay, we have VNet 1 and the subnet 1, which means in my virtual network 1, I have subnet 1, and on that subnet, this virtual machine will be deployed. Okay, good. So let me just click on review plus create, and I'm just creating a duplicate tab for myself so that I can quickly proceed with another virtual machine. So it is validating like whether the configuration entered by us is possible for Azure to create or not. Okay, so validation is passed. Let me go ahead and create it. It is going to charge me 0.74 INR per hour. It's completely fine. So let me go ahead and click on create. Okay, so this is with this what we have completed. We have completed our very first task, okay, of deploying VM1. Okay, this is completed. Now we are moving towards VM2. So while it is loading now, all this is loading. What I will quickly come to the virtual machine. But here I have to wait because that virtual network is getting created also with this virtual machine. So let's go ahead and create virtual machine 3 with virtual network 2. We have completed this VM1 coming here. Okay, we have completed this VM1 and VNet 1 is also getting created with it. Subnet 1 is getting created with it. Okay, I need to create VM2. For VM2, virtual network will be ready. Subnet 1 will be ready. It is not going to create a problem. Okay, meanwhile, we can go ahead and start creating VNet 2. Okay, and for these virtual machines also we can create a subnet, isn't it? We can rename a subnet. So let me rename it as subnet 2. Fine. Let me go ahead back to the portal. Okay, deployment is complete. So let's click on create another VM. So all the things are already ready. So I can go ahead, select project, resource group is ready. Virtual machine name, VM2. Region was East, yes, I don't have to change it. Availability zone, no infrastructure redundancy. Operating system, all the things are already saved. Password, yes, I have to go ahead with the password. And let me go with the password. Okay, that is also selected. Here I would like to give connectivity, HTTPS. Fine. Let me go to the networking just to make sure that my VM2 has all the networking settings exactly the same as VM1. So what should be the configuration? The name of the virtual network should be VNet1 and the name and the subnet should be subnet1. So let me go to the networking and let's see. Okay, it is creating something project VNet new one. So okay, I think so I need to give a refresh to this portal. Otherwise it should have shown me right now VNet1. So let me go back once again. This is a glitch I have faced in number of times. Sometimes it's too good, still creating the same problem. So let me go to virtual networks. Oh, VNet1 is ready. It is in East US. It is in this particular project. It's fine. We have the subnets as subnet 1 as well. That is also quite good. So here it should deploy my virtual machine 1 as well. VM2. No infrastructure redundancy. Everything looks good. Fine. Okay. This networking. Now this should not happen. Here we should get our VNet 1. No. This is problematic. Okay, let me quickly. Okay, hold on. Yes, no infrastructure. Ubuntu server 18.04. Password. Okay, good. Yeah, let's go to the disks. Networking, hopefully. And here once again. The network is not being displayed here still. Okay, let's not waste the time. Let me go create network first. Okay, if it is giving me this much of glitch, then let me create just a virtual network first, and then I will try to deploy machines here. Okay, so project, and the name will be VNet2. Okay, what could be the reason where I can get the maximum availability to create my virtual machines? I'm not damn sure about West US, but let me check. Subnet name also I'm editing, as we need to edit it now. We need to edit it as subnet 2 for VNet 2, where my two virtual machines, virtual machine 3 and 4 will run. Subnet 2. Before I save it, I would just like to see whether I'm getting availability to create a virtual machine in the West US or not. Okay. So let me go ahead and try changing the region as West US, just checking it so that I create my virtual network and then I don't get the issue. Okay. Subnet 2, basics, VNet 2, West US. Fine. So here with this create no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this particular VNet. This particular VNet I'm going to create, and then I'm going to deploy VNet 3, VM3, VM4. And with this, I'm able to create subnet 2 as well. So let me click on create. So now this virtual network 2 in the West US is getting created. And here I will deploy my VM3 and VM4 that will be running under subnet 2. And now let me just go ahead and check whether that is being displayed or not. My virtual machine 2. And that is the glitch I'm talking about. Like, see, it is able to, like, whenever I'm going to create the virtual machine, no, it is able to show me the resource group. Okay. Like project, it is giving me an idea, like giving me options to select project. But when it is coming to the virtual networks, it is not taking it. See, project, the spelling is correct. It is in East US, VNet 1. See. So if I am deploying my virtual machine in East US with the project resource group, no, I should get that option. That is what I'm trying to do, but unluckily, I'm not getting my chance. Let me try one more way. Looks good. Let's see. Once again, if I'm going to go ahead and rename it as VNet 1, I don't think so it would allow me. See, there is already a resource with the same name and the type within the current resource group. Then it should be displayed here, isn't it? Availability zone is also 0. Set is also 0. Extension is 1. Okay, let's leave it. Let's move to the VM3. Virtual networks are created. VNet 2 is created. Let me go ahead and create virtual machine 3 and 4. VM3. Reason was West US, isn't it? For virtual machine, for VNet 2. 18, fine. Password. I'm keeping the same username and password, okay? For every virtual machine so that I do not get confused. That's good. This networking. This is too problematic. No particular way. Some problem. Let me sign in out and sign in and sign out. Signed in once again. Let me see. The very first one with the VM2. So here the very first was in VM1 and in the VNet 1. Resource group was project. Virtual machine to VM2. It was East US, no infrastructure redundancy required. Virtual machine will be 18.04. And then I will go with the password method. Okay, fine. Okay, which means let me change the password. Fine. Password is quite good. Okay, now it worked. Signing in, signing out worked for me. Okay, and project East US. Fine. So that was a glitch. Okay. Now let's quickly go and see for virtual network as well. We need 2 as well, that we need to create VM3 and VM4. Okay. So let me try deploying here VM3 in West US. Project VM3. The region is West US. No infrastructure, Ubuntu 18. Fine. Password. Username. Same username I'm giving. And same password. Let's see here whether it works or not. All that should work now. Here still we are having some problem. Let me just quickly recheck. Today Azure is I'm entering my credentials, so that are shared to me with this. Okay, see, here we go. Can you see this? So this just wastage of time was due to the glitch that we were facing till now. Okay, no limit of resources, but still, yes, there is an probability for the same as well. Okay. Okay. Now, Sarvadev says 3 VMs created with West US, VNet 3, but in 4 VMs, it's not displaying VNet 2. Okay. Okay. No. See, let me show, don't worry. So here, see here, let's come here. Do not get confused. Okay. See, let me show you total number of virtual machines we are having till now. Okay. We are just having, okay, you got it. Okay, but let me tell other people. I have created till now, okay, one virtual machine, okay, VM1 in project resource group East US, VM2 project East US, just according to our diagram. Okay, what we created in East US, we created VM1, VM2, which is under VNet1, subnet1, isn't it? See, if I will open this VM1, here you will see VNet1, subnet1. If I will show you VM2, what we are going to get? VNet1, subnet1. Okay, so we have completed this much part, and here we have deployed VM3 successfully just now, and now we will be creating VM4. Okay, that's it, nothing different. Okay, so here we have completed our VM3. Say deployment succeeded, VM3 is completed, and it is under VNet2, subnet2, West US region. So let's quickly create one more virtual machine here, VNet4. It took us our time for no use. Project, virtual machine 4, and region is West US, 18.0. This would be my last virtual machine to be created for today. And the password, fine, SSH, HTTP, HTTPS. Okay, let's go to the networking and see okay, VM2 selected by default, subnet 2. Okay, it's working fine here. Okay, so with this, we have created successfully all the 4 virtual machines, VM1 and VM2 in our East US, and VM3 and VM4 in West US. 2 regions are created, 2 virtual networks are created, 2 subnets are created, and on those 2 subnets, 2 virtual machines are running. Okay, whenever we create a virtual network, no, for example, what you are going to deploy in virtual network, your virtual machines, no, and your virtual machines need to have a number. Just like as soon as we buy our vehicle, okay, from a showroom, we need to have a number plate on it, isn't it? That is the main number plate, okay, that plays a very important role in recognizing that and having an identity. Exactly. Okay, in the same manner, okay, we need to have a IP address of our virtual machine. Now, how that number will be assigned to my virtual machine? For that, in virtual network is having, which means virtual network is basically having an address range. Many IP addresses will be distributed. Okay, that is where the subnet plays in a role. So whenever you are creating a virtual network, you will definitely have a subnet. What I have done, I have just renamed the subnet as subnet 1 and subnet 2. Here we have the 4 virtual machines now up and running: VM1, VM2, VM3, VM4. 2 in East US, 2 in West US. We are completed with this much of our VM3 is completed. Our VM4 is also completed. Fine.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is Azure Marketplace? And your options are an online store for purchasing and selling Azure applications and services, or a cloud-based platform for developing and testing applications, or a machine learning framework, or an analytics tool for visualizing data. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
What are custom images? So what exactly custom images are? So a custom image is nothing but, first of all, what is an image? Image is something which we use for creating VMs in Azure, right? If you wanted a VM, let's say Windows Server or Linux or whatever, you will be using the you will be using the Windows operating system or Linux operating systems images from Marketplace. We have something called as Azure Marketplace. So you go to Azure Marketplace, and from there you will take the image, and then that image is what becomes your operating system disk. I have told you that. So a installed version of operating system is contained within an image. So however, this image that you have on marketplace, similarly, you can create your own images. Your own images can be created in Azure, and that's what we call as custom images. Customizations are possible onto the custom images. For example, in a production environments and all this, the VMs that you have, that will be typically hardened VMs, right? There is a requirement, corporate requirement, that the VMs and all should be hardened. Hardening in the sense, right? That's a way of making sure there are no vulnerabilities on the machine, right? So there will be a security software that your company will be making use of, and this security software will scan all your machines, right? For example, there is something called as Qualys, and there are other security softwares also. So these guys will go and scan your machine, and once they scan the machine, they will identify if at all there are any vulnerabilities in terms of uh, any patches that is missing, or in terms of any ports that is open, or any other vulnerabilities that has been disclosed. If it is open on the machine, it will go and show you, okay, these vulnerabilities must be closed or cleared or whatever that has to be fixed. Remediation action, what you can do, etc. All these details they will be having. So you will go and fix that and make sure the virtual machine or operating system that you have is not prone to any sort of attacks. So this process is what we call as a server hardening process typically. So now you can see, so every machine, when you create new, like for example, every time you take an image from marketplace, and then you create a VM out of it, and then going through the hardening process is difficult. What if you can have a image which is already hardened? So in that case, the life would become much more easier, right? Because a image will retain whatever the changes and customization that you did to it, including any software installation and all that you have done. So which means once after you have done the customization, and if you have some software and etc. installed, you create an image as such, and using that image, now you will be able to create your VMs in Azure. So that makes our life easy, right? That makes an admin's life easy. Another use case, any softwares, as I told you, applications also can be there in an image. Any software that you typically use in your environment, in your company environment, these softwares, if you need, can be included onto the custom image that you're creating. So operating system will be there, plus any additional software if you want, that also can be involved. Or maybe if Windows Server roles, like for example, Internet Information Services, that's the web server, IIS, etc. These things and all, you can have it enabled within the image itself. Meaning, when you deploy a VM out of that image, that VM will contain IIS installed on it. Whatever hardening you did, that it will retain. Any files if you have kept, you will be able to retain those files also, right? So these benefits you will be having if you are going out and using this feature called as custom images. Let's go and see how do you capture a custom image. There is a process that you have to follow. Let it be a Windows operating system or a Linux operating system. In any case, there is a process that you need to follow. So that process, what exactly? The process is bit lengthy, not lengthy, but rather more steps are involved in the case of Windows. And there is only one line of command that you have to execute for Linux, right? So let's see how do you do it. So first of all, you need a reference virtual machine from which a image will be created, a custom image will be created. So let me go and create a new Azure virtual machine. I'll specify the subscription and resource group, give this name, give a name to the virtual machine, choose the region, select the image, give the username and password, and have it created. Click on create. So the VM has been created. So now what do you do is you have to go to this VM. So this is our reference VM, right? So from which you will be capturing the image. So whatever customization, hardening, any application install, or any roles if you want to install, etc. All this has to be done on this VM, after which you will be capturing the image, and you will use that image thereafter for creating any additional virtual machines that you need. So that's how the process would be. So remember, once after you capture image out of this VM will become unusable. I mean, you cannot use this VM anymore. Meaning, always you should create a reference VM for capturing the image. You should not be doing this on an existing production VM. If it is a free VM, then it is okay. But if it is an existing production VM or so, you should not be attempting this on such a production VM because that will render unusable once after this process has been completed. So be careful in that regard. So let me log into this. I'll give the password, accept it. I have logged into that new VM which I have created. Now I have to go through the process with which I'll be converting this onto something called as an image. Or first of all, the process that I have to do over here, let me show you. So first of all, I go to run and then I type sysprep. Check the spelling. Maybe if you want to take a note of it, you can do that. ISYSPREP, system preparation. Okay, there is actually a utility called a system preparation utility, and that's what we are opening here. So you type sysprep and that will take you to see Windows System32 sysprep directory. And within that, there is a file called as sysprep. You have to double click on the sysprep file and you can see the options. What are the options that is available for you, right? So what are the options? System preparation tool 3.14, system cleanup action, enter system out of box experience OB. There is one option called as generalize, and then there is reboot. So what exactly is a system cleanup action? You have to click on this enter system out of box experience only. That's what you need to select. Plus you need to select generalize, and then you have to give shutdown. These are the three options that you need to select. But remember, before I go with these operations, I want some changes on the operating system, right? Just to see if that will be retained or not. So I'll go and install some web server role over here. I'll go to manage, add roles and features, and I'll install web server IIS, Internet Information Services. And then after creating custom image, we will create a new VM again, and we will see if whatever modifications that we did, like installing IIS and all, are retained or not. So let me go ahead and install that over here. I'll continue with the next. I will just select web server, IIS, Internet Information Services, continue with the next, and then install. So you can see here now installation has been completed. IIS has been installed over here. And you can also see that on the server manager, Internet Information Services. So now we have installed IIS. Maybe I can keep some files also. I'll keep one text file new just for the sake of testing that also. Test file, I would call it as. Just save this. Go to this PC, go to C drive. Okay, so I have copied this onto C drive and a copy is kept on desktop as well. And now coming on to system preparation tool sysprep utility. So this is a sysprep utility which I opened from C Windows System32, right? You just go to run, type system sysprep, SYSPREP, give OK. That opens up C Windows System32 sysprep directory. Double click on sysprep utility and then choose your option, enter system out of box experience OB, generalize, and then shutdown, right? These are the options that you need to select. So now what this enter system out of box experience would do. Enter system out of box experience OB basically says, convert this machine, not convert, but rather take this machine, take this operating system back onto a fresh installation state. When I say fresh installation state, what exactly happens over here is that when you buy a new laptop, you would have seen the initial welcome screen. Operating system is already there. It just got started. And initially it will ask you to provide some details like what is your username, what is the password that you have to use, what is the local language that you want to use, which country, etc. These things it will ask. You would have seen these windows, right? So your operating system will be taken back to that stage where it is asking for all this details initially. So just a fresh installation and the user accounts or all these things has not been configured to such a state, it will go and take your VM back now. Plus there is a generalize button. Generalize means it will go ahead and remove the system specific information. System specific information in the sense user accounts, their security IDs, etc. These values and all will be cleared from the machine, right? Because when you create these repeated VMs, I mean, you're creating a custom image and this custom image will be used for repeated deployments, right? So these custom image should not contain these kind of security identifiers and all that. Otherwise, it will go ahead and create multiple copies of the same security ID. It has to be unique across any Windows VM that you take. So this has to be cleared out, and that's why the generalize option has been selected. And then we are not restarting it, we are simply shutting it down so that you can continue with the process from Azure portal. The rest of the process needs to be done from Azure portal. So once after I have selected these options, I'll click on OK. The sysprep will start now. It will clean up the system, and once after it is done, it will simply shut down the machine. So you can see your machine has been disconnected because it got shut down. And now once after this is done, what you have to do, you have to click on capture from Azure portal. So I would click on the capture option. And now here on the capture screen, now you can see there are two options available for you. Share this image. I mean, you can specify on which resource group this would be placed. And then two options, either save this image as a gallery, right? Not as a gallery, but rather a image into as a image version into a gallery. So there is a concept called as image gallery in Azure. A image gallery is nothing but collection of multiple images. Sometimes you would need to create multiple variants of your images. Like for example, for Windows Server 2019, you would need to create an image. Windows Server 2022, you would need to create an image. 2016, you would need to create an image. And also with internal changes with respect to the applications or roles that you change, based on that, also you would need to create different versions. Also, as the time goes, when the update comes in, you would need to create new images by installing all the updates, etc. So these versions, different versions and all, if you wanted to manage carefully, plus if you want them to be replicated onto multiple regions. I mean, right now, if you just capture a normal image, it will be available only for Central India location. So you can also make it available for multiple region. That means, for example, Central India or any other region that you want, there also you can replicate these custom image that you captured and you can make it available over there. So such kind of requirements, if you have, then you would say, okay, share it to gallery as a VM image version. You just have to give a create a new gallery over here, and then you will be good. If not, you can just create it as a one-time single managed image. Okay, so I'm just capturing it as a managed image, and I will go ahead and specify the name for the image that I have created. I mean, whatever name that makes sense to you can be given. That's okay. And you can click on review plus create. There is one option called as automatically delete this virtual machine after creating the image. Why delete the original virtual machine or the base VM? Reason being, the base VM will become unusable once after you capture the image. That is why they have given an option automatically delete this virtual machine after creating the image. So if you want to, you can select this as well. But I want to show you that what happens when you try to start a VM, which is from which we captured the image. So let's continue with review plus create and click on create. Okay, let's wait for it to get completed. Can we create image from image? From image directly you cannot. So what you do is this image which you captured, you create a VM out of it, make the modifications you want. You can capture the image again. I mean, repeat the process that you can do. I mean, directly from an image, you cannot create another image. That's not possible. Okay, deployment is complete. I can go to resource. There is a create VM option available for you. So directly I can create this as a VM from here, or I can go to the virtual machines tab. Regularly, how do we create virtual machines? In that way, you can click on create Azure virtual machine, and from there select your subscription resource group, give the name to the VM from image, I would call it as, specify the location. And now coming on to image, click on see all images, click on my images and select the VM image. Select the VM image, and then you have to give the typical things, whatever you require for the VM, username and password. Here you have to specify which operating system license. Windows, he's aware, but Windows Server or client that you need to specify. Select the operating system type, continue with VM creation process, and say review plus create, and then you should be good. Just click on create. Any additional things if you want, it's not an upgrade that we are doing. Rather, we are installing anything additionally. Latest version, yes, if you want to, you can include, that's okay. If you want to call it as an upgrade, fair enough, no problem. And system wise updates, like every operating system, you will have periodic updates. These all are what we are adding on to as modifications. It's not about upgrading your RAM capacity and all of that. Custom image doesn't have any relationship with your RAM capacity and all this. How do we specify the RAM and all this, the CPU, etc.? The RAM, CPU, etc. are specified by the virtual machine size. A virtual machine size is not affected by a custom image. Size is a different thing. Custom image is a different thing altogether, right? Here also in this virtual machine creation, I do have a separate option wherein I can specify the size. For example, this I have selected B2MS, right? So whatever size that you want, you can go ahead and select from here. So an image doesn't have any relationship with respect to a size of the VM or the RAM capacity, CPU, etc. of the VM. Okay, moving to review plus create, and then I'll click on create now. The custom image, the purpose of custom image is not for, again, domain joining and all, right? Domain joining has to be done after. Why? Because every virtual machine will have separate name. Every machine that you're creating will have separate names. In a domain environment, ideally you should have separate names for all the VMs that you're having, right? So when you go and create VMs over here, the custom image does not contain any specific operating system names and all that. When you create the VM by using custom image, that is when a new name is getting applied, right? And the domain joining requires you to have a VM name. So ideally, you should not be joining your base VM to any domain and then capture the image. That wouldn't work as expected, but rather you have to create them as without domain and all this. Once after the creation process is done, once after the VM has been created with whatever applications, updates and all that you have, then you have to do the domain joining process separately. That would be the ideal way of doing it. To automate the domain join, there are other ways. I mean, you can run some post configuration script or something like that, which will go and do the domain joining tasks and all for you. So that's what you have to do. Hope that makes sense. And how do we get the password of VM if we forget it? The password of the VM can be reset if at all you forget it by going on to virtual machine, and from virtual machine, you can scroll down on the left hand side, and then there is your reset password option. You can go to the reset password, give your username, give new password, confirm the password, and click on update. So this will go ahead and give you a new password. That's if you forget the username also, then no problem. You can specify a new name and then you can apply a new password over here. Okay, so that's how you reset the password just in case. So creating multiple VMs requires you to have certain scripts. You cannot create by using Portal or something. You will not be able to create multiple VMs together at once. You will have to use some scripting. So you have to prepare a script for that. I don't have any scripts handy right now to go and do that. Maybe you will have to look it up online. If you find something online, you can just copy paste it, modify the parameters, and then with that you will be able to get it done. Yes, if you have a custom image or if you're using marketplace image, in either case you will be able to create multiple VM if you have the proper script or ARM template with you that can be used. Okay, so let's go ahead and validate whatever changes we captured onto this custom image. Is it copied over to this image that we have created from the to the VM that we created from the image or not? So what do? I'll just log into this machine. I'll go MSTSC. I'll paste the public IP over here. Try to log in. I'll give the username and password. Click OK. Accept it. So you can see the machine has been started. Let's validate. IIS was there and there was one file which we kept on desktop as well as on local disk C. And let's see what is there, right? Just wait for the server manager to get loaded. So you can see already here, Internet Information Services, yes, it is available. And let's look at the file. Desktop file is missing. And if you go back to this PC and local disk C, you can see the file is still there, right? So you can see whatever we expected with the custom image, it is happening. It has retained the installation of the role plus the file. But from desktop, it got missed. Why? Because I told you when the sysprep generalized process takes place, it will go and remove the system specific informations like user account. So in that way, the user account which we had earlier on this machine, that has been removed. When a user account is getting removed, or the meaning of user account getting removed is nothing but your user profile is getting deleted, right? So the user profile is actually including your desktop. So that is the reason why we don't see the file on the desktop, because it has gone with the user profile. But rather a file which you kept on the in the C drive, that is still available for you for your usages. So apart from desktop, documents, downloads, etc., these folders, whatever you keep on any other location, they will retain, and then you will be able to use them. So let's go to that base VM that we had created earlier and quickly see what happens if you try to restart it, right? Let's click on start, and you can see fail to start the virtual machine, right? So that's what I told you, a virtual machine that you used for creating the image cannot be, the original base VM cannot be reused again, and that will be that will not be usable anymore. And you can see that clearly when you try to start it, it's giving you an error. One question, we can mount the image on any configuration of memory/CPU. So probably the question here is, can we use this image with any of the VM sizes? Is that your question, Chandrasekhar? Can we use this custom image that we captured with any of the VM size? Yes. So that is true. You can use it with any VM size. It doesn't matter. Whatever VM sizes you have, you can go and use it. But only thing is that depending upon your applications, etc., whatever you configured within the custom image, if it's too large, or if it's very high IO memory intensive application that you have installed, in which case you would need to select the appropriate size for your requirement. That's what it is. How about operating system version? Operating system version also can be anything. You can create custom images for Windows Server operating system plus client operating system, that's your Windows 8, 8.1 kind of things. Plus you can also create custom images for Linux VMs also. For Linux VMs, process is simple, more simple than what you have for Windows VM. You just have to execute one command. You have to execute one command on terminal, on Linux terminal. That's nothing but sudo wa agent deprovision plus user. This command you execute, you log into the Linux VM that you have created, execute these command. Once after this command has been executed, you have to go back to Azure portal and click on capture on top of the VM. The VM will be visible on Azure portal. Click on it, click on capture button, and that will go and capture the image for you. Okay, so that's all what you have to do with respect to a Linux operating system. The capture option is over here on top, right? You have the VM, you have the capture option on top. Let me delete this machine. This is no more required. Okay, and I'll go and delete this guy. Just give me a quick minute. Okay, so with that, we complete our VM topic. We covered the topic called as custom images. Custom images in the sense, in Azure, you have an option to capture custom images as per your requirement. As per your requirement, you can go and capture the custom images, right? What this custom image would do. So custom images will allow you to have the specifications or any customization that you want within the marketplace image. Marketplace image typically will contain a fresh version of operating system as provided by Windows or Microsoft. Now to that particular image that you have, marketplace image that you have, you can go and customize it, and you can go and have any applications that you want, you can go and add it. Or if you have some, let's say, if you have to have any patches installed, you can go and install those patches, etc. These things and all, you can go and do it, and then you can get it done, right? You can capture the image out of it. So the process that we have to follow for Windows is nothing but you have a base VM, and within that base VM, you make any customization modifications that you wanted to. Once it is done, you go and do the sysprep. You go to run and then type sysprep. You will get the sysprep utility, run it. Select the options, enter out of the box, enter system out of box experience, OB, plus generalize, and then shut down. These three options you select, click on OK, which will do the sysprep and shut down the machine. And once this is done, you go and click on capture from Azure portal, give your image a name, and then review plus create. So this will create a new image for you. And thereafter, you can use that image for VM creation whenever you want to. It's OB generalize, not just generalize, and then shut down. So that's what we covered so far. how to create a Linux VM. Typically, we go with Windows operating system. There is a specific reason to it. First of all, the reason being, we are not focusing on here Windows administration or Linux administration. We are focusing on the features that is available from Azure and how you can use this Azure platform. That's what our focus is all about. It's not about how about Linux or how about Windows. Why we go with Windows operating system? Because it contains a graphical user interface, and because of that reason it becomes more appealing for the wider audience to show the things, right? That's why we have selected the Windows operating system and giving the examples on that. It will be easy for them to understand the options available from Azure perspective. Here in this topic, for example, what you did was creating a custom image. So the process is exactly the same thing. Whatever capture button that you have to click, how to save it, etc. These process and all are exactly same from a Azure perspective for both Windows as well as Linux. What you do within operating system may slightly differ because of the differences at the operating system layer. And I showed you, if it is a Linux operating system, what you have to do, you have to just run the command sudo wA agent deprovision plus user. That's what you have to do instead of sysprep, right? So this is the way how we're gonna go forward. So let me quickly create a Linux VM as well. I'll click on create and choose your resource group. Give the VM a name. Just say it as, for example, VM Linux VM Linux. You can give any name, that's okay. Click on see all images and select your Linux. For example, I'm going with Ubuntu server 18.04 Gen 1 and select your VM size. You can choose between a SSH key or password. Any option can be selected. If you go with SSH key, it will automatically generate a key pair for you, and this key pair can be loaded for connecting onto the VM later. Anything is fine. You can either go with a password or you can go with a SSH public key. If you go with SSH public key, it will create a key for you, and then you will be able to download that key as well. And using that key, you will be able to connect via PuTTY. I'm creating a username and password for this. I'll give the password. I'll confirm the password. Allow the port. This time it would be SSH, not 3389. 3389 is for the RDP, right? Continue with the next. Click on next. Same thing, just like typically how you create a VM, and then click on create. Just click on create lastly and wait for the VM to get created. So the VM has been created. How do you connect to it? Just click on go to resource and copy the public IP. So this time for connecting on to Linux, RDP won't do. You have to use a different client for connecting onto Linux machine. So that client is actually called as PuTTY. There might be other clients as well, but what I typically use is something called as PuTTY, PuTTY, right? Now you can download this PuTTY from Google. Just type over here PuTTY, and you can go to download PuTTY, a free SSH and Telnet client, and you can just click on download from here. I think I have already downloaded and it's available in my machine. Let me try. Yes, it's already available. So this would be the PuTTY client. So you just have to copy paste the public IP from here onto this PuTTY console, sorry, PuTTY hostname field. Click on open, click on accept, login as, just give the username and password that you gave, and you will be into the VM. I'm sorry, right? So this is what you have to do. So that allows you to get inside the VM. And once after you are inside, whatever Linux configuration, etc., that you want to do, you can go ahead and do it. For example, as I told you earlier, if you wanted to capture the image, then you have to run the command sudo wA agent space deprovision plus user. Deprovision plus user. Sudo wA agent deprovision plus user. Okay, so do you want to proceed? You can give yes, and then you are done. You can click on exit, and thereafter you can click on the capture button. So same process. Now rest of the things are same, and once this much is done, you will be able to capture the image, and then you would have created a custom Linux image as well. That's what you have. Okay, so we move on to the next module. That's actually storage. So what we have on storage, just a second. That's actually module number 2 and 3, storage. Module number 1 we had completed earlier. Module number 4 is what we just completed. That's the VM. And I had told you we'll revisit the 2 and 3 once after completing the VM. So now that we have completed VM, we are moving on to module number 2 and 3, which are storage. Why do we get certificate error while launching the VM? Reason being, whenever you connect onto a machine, the machine will try to send a certificate onto your operating system from which you are connecting, right? So that certificate, the VM which is submitting is not coming from a trusted certificate authority, plus that certificate is not containing a certification chain, right? It's not there. So these two things are missing. It's actually a self signed certificate created by your machine for the purpose of logging in, right? So that's why it is asking, do you want to accept the certificate? If you trust it, you can go ahead and you can go ahead and accept the connection. Such a warning will come to you, right? So to get away with that warning, what you can do, either you install that self-signed certificate onto your machine from where you're connecting, or instead of using that certificate which has been created by the machine, you replace it with a certificate issued by a certification authority, in which case also you wouldn't see that warning. So that's what you have to do. That warning is not something which you have to be worried about. You can just ignore that warning. Moving on. Okay, so let's move on to storage. Okay, so coming on to storage, the topic of storage or the storage account. See, now storage means for storing data. That's what we refer to by saying storage, right? So storing data on cloud. On premises also you could store data. And how do you store typically data onto an on-premises environment? There are various ways with which you do it. For example, if it is very small business, you might be using a NAS box. There is NAS box. For high-end use cases, you might be using a SAN, storage area networking, a server basically, and that is configured for higher or large storage capacity is what we call as a sandbox, right? A server only, but it will have modifications for storage related extra settings and configurations, etc. will be available on a sandbox. Dell EMC and all we had discussed earlier. So now you can also have some servers, and then within that server you can set up something called as file share, and you will have added couple of extra disks, and on that you can just store the data, and that can be made available to your employees or your company persons, whoever is there. You can make it available for them by means of file share and all this, right? So these are some of the ways with which you could store data on premises environment typically. So now when we move on to Azure cloud, there also we would need to have some sort of data storage options available for you, and that's exactly where the concept of storage account is coming into the picture. So in Azure, you have a service called a storage account. So if you want to store data in Azure, then in that case, you can make use of this service called as Azure Storage Account. So with the help of Azure Storage Account, you can store data onto Azure Cloud massively. And the storage account gives you 4 sub-services, namely something called as blob, table, queue, and file. Naming it again, you have blob service, you have file service, you have table service, and then you have queue service, right? So these are the services, that is sub services, that is available from storage account, right? So now remember, one more time I'm repeating, you could store data on premises. Similarly, you could store data on Azure as well. The way how you store data on Azure is slightly different. You would be having a managed service in Azure called as storage account, and you can store the data onto storage account, right? A storage account is a logical unit that has been created on top of SAN in the backend. So essentially in Azure, when you store data onto a SAN, you're storing data, sorry. So in Azure, when you store data onto storage account, you're essentially storing data onto a SAN only in the backend, managed by Azure. Storage account is a managed service which is created on top of this SAN that you have in the backend or on top of the storage clusters and so on. So that's what you have with respect to a storage account, right? Now, what are the benefits of this storage account in Azure? So you can just, if somebody is asking you what is Azure storage account, it's a cloud-based, object-based storage solution available from Azure Cloud, which contains 4 sub-services, namely blob, file, table, and queue. What are these 4 sub-services and what are their features and use cases? We will learn in a short while. But before that, let's get into some of the benefits of Azure storage account. What you will get when you start using Azure storage account. One question here, can I say that on-prem support is via Azure Stack? Azure Stack is basically a method with which you can extend your Azure infra onto your on-premises side, right? So you can create logically, if you have a on-premises environment, existing on-premises environment, on top of that, you can create an Azure kind of environment with the help of Azure Stack. You cannot say that on-prem support is via Azure Stack. If you would want to set up this Azure Stack as a pre-step to migrating resource onto Azure completely later on, to identify and to learn or to adapt to the new working style of Azure, etc. In such cases, yes. And also to make your migrations smoother, you can go with Azure Stack offering, the hybrid offering that you have, right? So that's what it is. Now, let's move on to the features that you will get from Azure. Sorry, Azure storage account. So first of all, as I told you, it's a cloud-based storage that you're getting. So complete access to storage account works over HTTPS protocol. Azure storage that you have, it's a cloud-based storage. I have already told you that cloud-based managed storage service that you're getting. That's what we have with respect to Azure storage. Now, whenever you have this Azure storage, remember Azure storage account access works via URLs, uniform resource locators you have. And these URLs is what allows you to access the data that is kept in the storage account. The protocol that you will be using would be HTTPS. There is a support for HTTP as well. For any specific reasons where encryption is not supported, if you would want to, you can switch it over to HTTP also. An option is there, but it's not recommended from a security perspective. So now that's what you have. The first thing, access to the storage account works via the protocol HTTPS mostly. Second thing, accessibility. Remember, the data whatever you have within a storage account automatically becomes available across the world. When I say available across the world, since it is getting stored on a public environment, from anywhere in the world, you will be able to access your data with proper authentication and authorization. It's not like, data is available for anybody. If you wanted to make it available for anybody, that also can be done. For example, if you are creating some public content hosting platform like, YouTube or something like that, and you wanted to keep that platform's files in storage account, that is okay. And also the files whatever you have uploaded, you can make it available for the general public. But typically that would not be the case. Corporates data and all that, with proper authentication and authorization, with who can access and who cannot, you can have them kept in a storage account, right? So that's what you have with respect to security. And then accessibility, as I told you, from anywhere in the world, you will be able to access it with proper authentication and authorization. Scalability, a storage account is highly scalable, right? So you start with, for example, very small storage initially. As you grow, new capacity you would need. And remember, a storage account is always configured with 5 PB of storage capacity. So always a storage account will have 5 PB of total storage capacity available for you. What is 5 PB? How much TB is 5 PB? Approximately 5000 TB, 5000 terabyte is what we have, or what we call as 5 PB, right? So you can see it's 5000 terabytes of data, and 1 TB is basically how many GBs? If you take it in terms of GBs, 1 TB is equal to how many GB? It's actually 1000 GB. 1000 GB, or to be precise, 1024 GB is what we call as 1 TB. 1024 TB is what we call as 1 PB, right? So you can identify how much data a single storage account that you create can support. A single storage account has a capacity of 5 petabyte. So that's a highly massively scalable data storage that you're getting right there. To that much capacity, you can store your data within a storage account. Remember that. So that's why we have high scalability over here. Finally, you have high availability features also available with storage account. So what happens with respect to high availability? So with respect to high availability now, in the event of a failure, in the event of any failure in the backend or any problems that's happening in the backend, you have to make sure your data is still available. Your data is getting returned, your critical data that is retained, and you don't have any problems with the data. And with the least possible downtime, you should be able to access your data, right? So this is what you have with respect to high availability. So for this high availability reasons, there are various features available from Azure storage account. Like for example, redundancy of data, you can say that's true. You have something called as replication of your storage account. I mean, whatever data that you add onto the storage account, they can be replicated. They will get replicated onto different regions, can be replicated within data center, it can be replicated, etc. All these possibilities do exist. Moving on. So now these are some of the features that you will be having with respect to your storage account. And now let's go ahead and create a sample storage account for you and see what you would be having. So let me take you back to Azure portal. So you go to Azure portal and click on storage account, go to storage accounts, and I'm creating a new storage account. Specify the subscription and resource group. Storage account name, I'll just call it as, for example, in Delhi STRG or something, Central India. And don't worry about these options and all. This is the redundancy option that I'm currently selecting, LRS, GRS and all. We will discuss that in a short while. Continue with the next and just continue with the next. Click on review and create. Click on review and create. Storage account is created. Let's go ahead and see that. So I'll click on go to resource. So there I'll tell you there is an option available for mounting, but you don't have an option to use it instead of disk. For disk, you need a disk itself. But please understand, a virtual machine disk that we are using is actually created or saved on a storage account itself. The disk is getting stored on a storage account itself. Okay, so that's something which you have to be aware of. So those discussions and all will come up as we go forward. Okay, so now you can see we have created a sample storage account over here, and you can see the details about it, resource group, which region, etc. All these things. And now if you go on to data storage, there you can see there are 4 options available for you: containers, file shares, queues, and tables. Okay, so these are the 4 sub services which I was referring to earlier on a storage account. So you have the option of creating containers, is basically blob service. There is one type of service called sub service called as blob service. Then there is another one called as file share, a third one queue, and a fourth one table. 4 different services are available for you. Containers or the blob service and file shares will be typically used by infrastructure guys or the system admins and so on for our use cases. And these queue service and table service, both of them are which are typically used by your developers, programmers, right? They would need to use them mostly. So anyway, in your Azure 104, AZ104 Azure administration paper, you can expect questions from containers and file shares. Queues and tables are not included. So you wouldn't have to expect any questions from the queues and tables. And but still anyway will be, and also this queues and tables are not part of the discussion in 104, but still we will be having them also covered as we go forward. So 4 sub services we have. You have something called as blob service, file service, table service, and then queue service. That's it. Storage is not a VM, right? It's something called as a managed service which is coming from Azure, and there is no memory required over here. Memory is what? For a virtual machine, for its working, yes, you have to have a memory. For a VM, right? You need RAM capacity or memory. But as for a storage account is just a place wherein you can store data in cloud, in Azure specifically. You don't need any memory for that. There is no memory, default memory, etc. It's not there. So now you can see here, we have 4 different services called as blob, file, queue, and table. That's understood. And now you can also see how do we access the storage account? I told you all the access will work in terms of URL. And if you go to the endpoints tab, therein you will be able to see the URLs with which you will be accessing the data on the storage account. So you can see if at all you're going with a blob service, I'll explain you what is a blob later. So you can see the blob service will give you or will have a URL like https:// your storage account name dot what type of service it is. That's the blob service. Then core.windows.net will always be there by default. Okay, so for accessing blob service, you will have a URL like https:// Intellistrg, that's your storage account name .blob.core.windows.net. If it is a file service that you want to access, same thing, it follows with your HTTPS protocol, your storage account name, but instead of .blob, now this time you will use .file .core.windows.net. If that is the case for queue service, of course, you replace the file with queue, and then you are done https:// storage account name .q.core.windows.net. Finally, for table, you will have Intellistrg09 table.core.windows.net. That's it. So in this way, you will be having various URLs for accessing each of the service. Now, what exactly are blob service? For what purpose you can use them, how to use them, etc. On to storage account, what exactly are these services? So first of all, let me explain the services. Like for example, I told you about the blob service, file shares, queues, and tables. So let me go through them. I mean, one of them I'll explain first, and then we will go and see some examples how we can make use of this. So let me take you to the whiteboard, and there and I'll show you the things. Let's go to whiteboard. Okay, so what exactly is blob? First of all, right? You have seen the URLs, and now let's get into on storage account what exactly is a blob service. So blob, full form of a blob is actually binary large object. Binary large object is a full form of blob. So what exactly this binary large object would do? First of all, you have to understand the classification of data. So a data that you have can be classified into two different categories, namely unstructured data and structured data and structured data. Let me elaborate on them. So typically you will be having files like the different files that you keep on your machine, etc. Our typical day-to-day files that we call as, for example, which ends with extensions like, for example, txt file, you would be having exe file, exe, mp3 files are there, you have mp4 files, mkv, avi, and so on and so forth, like docx, excel, sx, and so on and so forth. You have so many file extensions available for you, right? So these file extensions or these kind of files, image files, video files, audio files, etc. All this can be included, or these all are unstructured data basically. Structured data is a data that you have a specific schema and typically contained in a row column format. Like if you look inside a database, within a database, what you have is row column data, and that's an extra example of a structured data. The data inside an Excel sheet is also structured data. So these are the two types of files that you would be having. So this blob is basically binary large object is basically a type or a type of storage service which is used for storing unstructured data. Okay, what type of data you store over here? You store unstructured data over here on the blob storage. So which means our day-to-day files, your typical files, folders, text files, Excel files, all these kind of files you can store on your blob service, binary large object or blob service. Now, this blob itself is of three types. A blob has been further classified into three different categories. Namely, you have something called as block blob. Originally, all blobs are block blobs only. Block blobs. You have something called as append blob. Listen to this carefully. Append blob. You have page blob finally. So what are the differences between them? Now, any normal data file that you have is actually made up of blocks, right? Every file is actually made up of blocks. Those people who have, most of you would have used torrents for downloads or internet download manager. Therein you can see when you download a file from internet by means of torrent or any other download manager, you would have seen that the file will appear in parts, right? It will be downloaded from multiple links. It will appear in parts, and these parts put together, you will have the final file with you. Especially in torrent, you will be able to clearly see that. That is because an individual file is actually made up of multiple blocks, and all blocks put together, you will have the final file with you. So that's exactly what we are referring to by saying block blobs, right? Every file is actually made up of multiple blocks, and thus any unstructured data, we would call them as block blobs. So any unstructured data is typically a block blob only. Any, if that is the case, what is an append blob? So append blobs are specific type of block blobs. Append blob is also a type of block blob only, but there is a specific, further classification for this, or a specific type of it. Typically append blobs will be txt files. Typically append blobs will be a txt file. And what makes this append blob different is nothing but normal blobs allows you to modify the file anywhere. You can modify the file anywhere as you want. Read, write, all these operations are supported. Read, write, list, delete, update, etc. On an append blob, you can do only append operations. I mean, in terms of write, only append you can do. What is an append operation? It's adding at where? Adding at the last, right? Adding at the last. So if you have a text file already with some data, already there are some data, you wouldn't be able to modify any data which is already there. You can add additional data at the end. That's all, right? You wouldn't be able to update existing data, or whatever data you added now, you wouldn't be able to modify them, but you can keep on appending to the file. You can keep on adding to the file, right? So this is very useful. This kind of files are very useful in the case of logging. If you wanted to capture log data, then what if it is repeating? Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, whether repeated or not, whatever, it doesn't matter. Append operation will be supported. That's all, right? You will be doing only append operation onto an append blob. So now typically this is used for logging scenarios. Let's say you created an application. So this application is designed for storing their logs onto Azure storage account in blob service. So in blob service, you could create an append file, append blob, and you could use this append blob for updating your log files and all this. By default, or by the nature of log files itself is that we should have any additional data added on to it, but any existing data should not be removed. That is the nature of a logging itself, right? That's what we expect by, calling a log. Windows even viewer logs and all. If at all the new logs are coming, if it was overwriting existing logs, or removing randomly from in between, etc., that would not be a actual logging, right? Time wise, whatever came in that proper order, you need all the logs. So that is where I told you, in the case of Azure Cloud, in the case of storage account, to create a file which only supports append operation, you can create them as append blob in Azure, and then you will be able to do only append operations onto them. You can keep on appending onto the file at last, and that's it. So repeating, append blob is also a block blob only, but something which has been modified or customized to support append operations, so that you would be able to make modifications only at the end of the file. You can use them specifically for logging scenarios, and typically this would be a txt file. The updating and all will be done by the program, like whatever, if at all you're using this as a log file, the writes and all will come from the program. That is what you have configured, or however you have configured your application, right? So that's what we have with respect to append type of blob. Now coming on to page blob. Page blob is also a type of block blob only, but it basically contains 512 byte equal pages. 512 byte equal pages for random read and write operation. Okay. A typical block blob can have varying block size. The block sizes can vary. Individual blocks can be of 1 MB, it can be of 64 KB, and so on and so forth, right? So you can see here in the last one, in the case of page blob, this page blob will have all of them like equal 512 byte pages. So if you have a 1 GB page blob, that would be divided into 512 byte pages. 512 byte pages, you can calculate. You just have to convert 1 GB onto bytes and then divided by 512, you would see how many pages would be there, right? Why pages? So this is specifically designed for random read write operation. You should be able to do read write operations from any of these locations on this file, right? Like for example, on a disk, we know in a real life, our actual disk will have something called as sectors, right? We call them as sectors. So you will be able to do read and write randomly from any of the sector on your hard disk. So we are trying to replicate the nature of the hard disk onto Azure within storage account. And that is where page blob comes into the picture. Now understand, whenever you create a virtual machine disk, whenever you create a virtual machine, you have a disk, and that disk is basically page blob. A disk is always a page blob. A disk is a VHD file, and VHD files are what we calling as page blob, or these VHD files are what getting stored as page blob in storage account. So now somebody was asking previously, like while creating VM, where is the storage? I mean, where is the storage account involved, etc., etc. So I told you there is storage account in the backend. Azure will take care of it, and these disks that is getting created for you, in fact, these VHD files in storage account, they are stored as a page blob. So which means they will have 512 byte random, 512 byte equal pages for random read write operation. So this was specifically created for targeting virtual machine and to act like a virtual machine disk. And one and only example for page blob is basically your VHD files. Any VHD file that you have in the storage account would typically be uploaded as a page blob. Okay, so page blob is basically a VHD or a virtual hard disk that you use within your Azure VM. So now you should not be having a confusion where the VM disk is going. Whenever you are creating a VM disk, it is going into the storage account as a page blob in the backend. That's what it is. The three types of blobs that's available for us: block blob, append blob, and page blob. Let's quickly go ahead and see that. I will take you back to Azure portal, and then you go to the containers. I mean, this is the blob service containers. And to store data within blob service, first thing you have to create a container. A container is like a bucket wherein you will be storing the data. You can compare this with Amazon S3 bucket. Those people who have learned Amazon, you will be able to correlate. Amazon S3 bucket is also a solution wherein you can store the data, right? In any case, so I'm giving a name for this container. You can give any name that makes sense to you. I'm just calling it as, for example, test container. Okay. There is something called as access level, a setting called as access level. Right now, I'm setting it as blob. Don't worry about this. I'll explain to you what are the access levels and what does it mean actually. I'm just setting it as blob access level, and then I will click on create. I will click on create for the container. Let's click on create. And now you can see there is the container that we have created. So click on the container, and within this container, now you can go ahead and upload the data, right? You can go ahead and upload your data. So which type of service we went in? We went into the blob service. So let me go ahead and add some file over here. I'll click on upload. I'll select some random files from my machine, any files, that's okay. For example, okay, I'll upload some image files so that you can validate the access also. And you go on to, right? So you can see you just uploaded 2 image files, and you can see automatically they have identified the blob type. It's actually a block blob. Let me upload a different file now. I'll go back to upload. I'll go to desktop. I have a VHD file over here. I'll just try to upload that VHD file, a sample disk.vhd. And now you see when I upload this, click on upload. You can refresh this and you can see page blob, right? When we uploaded a VHD file, that is actually a page blob. Append blob you can create. I mean, I'm not uploading this. I'll simply go ahead and cancel this guy, but still the file will remain even with whatever has been copied. Okay, so there you go, sample disk.vhd page blob, and upload another file. I told you append blobs will be typically text file. So let's go ahead and upload one text file. I think I would have some text file. Open a random text file and click on advanced to mark it as a append blob. you go to this blob type option and set this guy as append blob and click on upload. Okay, I just changed the option to say append blob, blob type is append blob. I will click on upload. So now this particular blob will be marked as append blob. It's a text file and only append operations will be supported. So now let's say your application, you can just give a link to this file and he will be going out and writing his logs and all on this particular file. So you can see total 4 examples we have done, 2 block blobs, 1 append blob and 1 page blob. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to the blob. Now to individually access one file, for instance, if you wanted to see one of these file, I can go to the file and then it will show you the URL. Just copy the URL. Sorry, I'll go to this bastion.png, copy the URL and I'll share this URL with you. Just click on the URL and see what do you see. Let me know what do you see. See if you can see the image. So you can see you will be able to open up the file, right? You just have to click on it. I mean, if I go over here and if I enter, you can see the file, right? So anywhere in the world, you maybe doesn't matter. Since I have kept it publicly available, you will be able to access it from any part of the world. Okay, so this is what you have with respect to 3 different types of blob. See, all of this data in the backend is getting saved onto your SAN storage only. It's just that the type, how the data is getting stored. Okay, it's all going onto the backend storage itself. That is a SAN. It's all going to the same place. Now, when there it is getting stored, it can be of different types, namely, it can be a block blob, it can be an append blob, or it can be a page blob. So if you don't specify while uploading a text file, if you don't specify what type of blob it would be, by default, he will be picked up as block blob. And that is the same thing for all files that you upload onto blob. All of them will be uploaded as block blob only, except for a VHD file. A VHD file will always be updated as a blob, as a page blob, VHD file. Rest every file you upload onto blob will be uploaded as block blob only. So now, meaning if you want to create an append blob, you have to specifically create it. You have to get it created. That's where while uploading, I changed the type of it onto something called as append. And this operation can be done via programmatically as well from your C# or .NET, whatever. From there also you can do the same thing. From there also you can just programmatically create append blob within Azure storage account. When you create upload, when you upload a TXT file, by default, if you don't specify it as append, it will be created as block blob only. Grouping resources, that's logical grouping of resources. That's what exactly we have with respect to resource group. So I had given you one analogy for this. I mean, whenever you are having 2 different projects, right? In your company, the team is working on 2 different projects. So now to group the resources created for one project, you can create one resource group. And to group the resources created for another project, you can create another resource group. So in this way, isolating things logically within Azure environment is what we call as resource group. So I think let's move on. See, multi-tenant solutions, whether you have one resource group or multiple resource group, that doesn't matter. Multi-tenant solutions you can create regardless of the resource group. Resource group is just a mechanism. He doesn't interfere with any other features or any other applications that you create. The way how you create, it doesn't interfere with any of that. The point of resource group is just that you have the ability to group them so that you will be able to identify them easily whenever you need them. Secondly, you can configure permissions. There is something called as RBAC, which we are yet to discuss, which is coming part of Azure Active Directory. So who will work on these resources, etc., which is part of project 1, for instance, you can define those things on the resource group level. So that also makes your life easy. You don't have to go to individual resources and say he has access, he doesn't have access and all this, but rather you can do it one time at the resource group level and you will be good. So this is what typically the point of having a resource group is all about. So multi-tenant applications and so on, you can create, even if all the resources that you're creating for your multi-tenant application, even if you keep them on a single resource group, doesn't matter. Resource group doesn't interfere with any of those things. But remember, since resource group is a logical thing, there is nothing physical to represent a resource group in the backend. It's just a logical grouping. Like you're creating a group in WhatsApp. It's a logical grouping of some of your contacts, right? That's what we call as a group. Similarly, a resource group is also a logical grouping. There is nothing physical in the backend to represent it. So even if you're creating a region for a resource group, while creating a resource group, you're specifying, okay, have it created in Central India. Fine. It doesn't have any implication with it. The only point is that now you're adding some resources. Like for example, you're creating a VM onto that resource group, at which time Azure platform will look onto what is the region that you specified for this particular resource group, and he would automatically recommend based on what he saw at the resource group level. He will go and recommend that, okay, Central India be your region for this VM. Still, you have the choice of changing it. Even if your resource group was created to Central India, you have the option of creating a VM within that resource group, which will reside in Central US or West Central US or South India or any region across the world. So it doesn't matter. So that's why I told you there is no significance specifically so for a resource group when you specify a region for it. It's just a logical concept. Now let's come to this access level on the storage account. Let's come back to the storage account. So you can see here, now what you are getting is an error, resource not found. But we know resource is still there. But when you try to access it with a URL, you're getting something called as resource not found. What is the meaning of it? The meaning of it is nothing but a container can be set to private, which means it will not be publicly accessible. So anybody across the world, they wouldn't be able to publicly access your container or the data within it. But anybody who has been given access to your Azure environment, only those people, the authenticated people, for example, you can see Shadil has logged in into this particular tenant, into this particular environment. I have access to the subscription. I have access to the resource group. Hence, I'm able to open the storage. I can go directly click on the container and take the files from here. But directly with the URL, when it is set to private access level, nobody will be able to access it from anywhere in the world, right? That's the first thing that happens with respect to container. For a specified set of people, if you want to give access, maybe you wanted to give access to one or two guys, that is possible, or a group of people, or for some people, whoever holds a URL that you have generated, and only for them, if you wanted to give access, that can be given. The point here is, like if you go click on a video on YouTube, that is actually typically set to public. Anybody would be able to see. So similarly, when you set the access level to blob, the meaning is also the same. You're creating, or whatever blobs that you have uploaded over here, you're keeping them public, right? We know Google's search engine, it has something called as crawlers. It will go through the internet and he will find out all the URLs, all the public URLs, resources, and so on that you have. They will fetch all the URL data and make it visible in the searches. This is how Google search engine works. So if you have kept these files public and kept it as it is, eventually Google services also will be able to find out this URL and they will start coming up later on searches, right? And anybody clicks on that URL, they will be able to access the file. So it's kind of, you are keeping a public file altogether. If that's what you want, then fine, you can keep it as blob. Anybody will be able to access. Sometimes you would want to do that. Maybe you are doing some content sharing, or maybe you uploaded some video and you wanted to make this video publicly available within your website. So from your website, you can give a pointer to the storage account, video URL. You would set the container level to private. Nobody will be able to access this anonymously. Only authenticated people can access it via your Azure portal, or secondly with URL also they will be able to access, provided you have to create something called as a SAS token. We will discuss that SAS token separately. So if you have created a SAS token and given to maybe some people, those people whoever has received the URL with proper SAS token, they will be able to use it. Okay, so that's how a container access level work. What is the difference between blob and container? The difference between public access level is equal to blob and public access level is equal to container is nothing but, earlier when you set it as blob, you will be able to see the files as individual blobs only. I mean, if you have individual blob URL, for example, if there is a URL for this file called as ASG, then you will be able to see this file. If you have a URL which is pointing to AZ104 practice.txt, then you will be able to see this file, and so on and so forth. That's all. But on the other hand, When you set the access level to container, you will be able to list the container and see all the files within the container in XML format. In which format? In XML format. You wouldn't be able to see them as if in the file system. No, like this you wouldn't be able to see, but in XML format you will be able to see with all the details of the files, what is their corresponding URLs and so on. And any file from container you can go and visit, you can download or whatever you want to do, you can do if you change the access level to container. So the meaning of container access level is nothing but giving you access to the container level. To the root of the container, you will be having public access. So how do you list the files in that XML format? So you have to take the container URL for that. For instance, here we have the URL, just slightly modified, remove the file, and then just go up to the container, press enter. You're not able to see anything, right? It is giving you resource not found. That is expected. For visible, for making the container data visible in XML format, you have to add some string over here. A small string needs to be added. Let me copy paste it over here. I think I had it somewhere. Just a second. So the string that you have to use is nothing but here. Okay, so this is what you have to do. You have to add the string rest type directory and comp is equal to list. Just copy this, come back over here, add this after container, give enter. Now you can see the files in what format? In your XML format. But there also you can see one thing, you will be able to list only the files which are block blobs. Append blobs and page blobs, whatever you do will not be visible like this in XML format. Individually you can access them, or you will be able to utilize them separately with their respective URL, and that's it. But in XML view, you will see only the block blobs. Plus, you can see the respective URLs also. You can see this is the respective URL for going on to that PNG file. This is the other URL that you have for the Bastion file. That's it. So are we clear with respect to 3 different access levels? So we have discussed what exactly is blob, the 3 different types of blobs storing data onto Azure blob storage, etc. We have seen. Now what we have is something called as replication types in Azure. So now I want you to introduce you onto one software which has been provided by Azure for managing storage account. Storage account supports replication types, namely 6 of them, like your LRS, ZRS, GRS, RAGRS, GZRS, and RAGZRS. So I'm just quickly introducing you onto one small topic on storage account itself called as Storage Explorer. So the Storage Explorer, what exactly it is? A Storage Explorer is nothing but a mechanism with which you can go down, or a software that has been given by Azure for managing your storage account, right? Some companies and all, they might be using a lot of storage accounts. So managing this storage account, they might need certain admins, I mean, specifically to manage the storage account. So in such cases, you can give them access to the software called as Storage Explorer, and they can do the complete management of a storage account from these Storage Explorer software. So this Storage Explorer is nothing but a thick client. When I say thick client, a actual application that you can install on your local machine. You can have it installed on your Windows platform, you can have it installed on Mac OS, you can have it installed on Linux environment, and so on, right? And then you can use them for working with your Azure storage accounts. How do you download it? You simply go to Storage Explorer, make a search over here, Storage Explorer, download, and you will be able to download it. You can go to this link, select your operating system from here. I say Windows, for instance, they will give you the file right away. Okay, you can see 103 MB, blah, blah, you will be able to download it. Okay, so that's what you have. So once you have downloaded it, you will be able to install it. You will have an interface similar to this, not similar, exactly like this only. So I go to Storage Explorer, Microsoft Azure Storage Explorer. So once after you log into the Storage Explorer, by default, you will be able to see only these 3 things: your quick access, emulator and attached, storage accounts, and data lake storage. And there would not be any added storage account or subscription details and so on that you can see, right? How it comes, you go on to account section. So once after you have installed it, go on to account section, and from there, just log into your account. How do you log into your Azure account? you can click on sign in with Azure. When you click on sign in with Azure, it will take you to Azure portal to complete the login process. You have to give the username and password there. And once you give the username and password, this will go and download it will go and login you onto this particular application, onto the Storage Explorer. Then select which subscription you want to see. So for example, I have selected all my 4 subscription, meaning when you come back to this top view, the Explorer view, you will be able to see all 4 subscriptions, and wherever you have storage account, you will be able to manage them from here. So you can expand this Shadil's training subscription. And if you do so, you will be able to see the storage account, right? In Delhi STRG09, you can see that. And you can see 4 sub-services which is supported by the storage account. So these 4 sub-services are nothing but blob containers, file shares, queues, and tables. You will be able to expand it and then work with it. For example, you can see if you go to blob containers, you can see the test container that we created. You will be able to see the files, whatever you have. You can copy this file from here to another storage account. For instance, if you have another storage account in a different subscription also, or even if it's in a different environment altogether, even then you can just do copy paste and all between these files and so on, right? So there are various options. You can go through that and then you will be able to see a Storage Explorer is a very powerful tool which you can use for managing your data on storage account. So whenever you have multiple storage accounts and so on, especially if you're dedicating someone to manage the storage, then in such cases, you can go ahead and make use of this Storage Explorer. And directly, sometimes you wouldn't be able to log in. Like for example, if you're third party, I mean, you have a third party vendor working with you and he has some files to be uploaded to your storage account. You wouldn't be giving him complete access to the storage. Rather, you will give him something called a SAS token. So when you give a SAS token, now for him to upload the data, he want to attach that storage account over here, right? So in such cases, you can go to storage accounts and you can click on connect to. I mean, the vendor can click on connect to Azure storage, and you can specify this option called as storage account or service, and then select connection string or shared access signature or option, these two, the first 2 options, and whatever the connection URL or connection string that you provided. Typically, when you generate these SAS token, they will generate a link for you. So that link you can go and use, and then they will be able to access the storage account specifically with that link. So that's the way how you're going to use it. We discussed what we call standard HDD, standard SSD, and premium SSD with the VM. If you remember, we discussed these 3 things. Now, when you go and talk about storage account, I told you your disk is also getting stored on storage account itself, which implies that when I told you when you use a premium SSD in the backend, you will be having SSD, meaning you should have a type of storage account which supports SSD, and that is what we call as premium storage account. So which means when you create a storage account as premium, it is backed by solid state drive, right? When you create a storage account which says standard, it would be a normal storage account, and you wouldn't be having SSDs in the backend, but rather you would be having standard HDD or normal traditional hard disk type of disk you will be having there. Okay, so that's what you have the difference between a premium storage account and a standard storage account. You will of course have performance improvements.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, which of the following Azure services is used for batch processing? And your options are Azure Functions, Azure Stream Analytics, Azure Batch, Azure Logic Apps. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
So guys, we'll be going ahead with a small hands-on. So first thing that we need for creating a VM on our host system, that is your personal laptop, is a hypervisor, right? And we all might be aware that what hypervisor is. It just helps to create a virtual machine on a current laptop. Let's say you have a laptop, it has a hardware, it has a specific amount of RAM, a specific amount of storage. So to create another machine, which is not your main host machine, that is to be done, then what software you can say or appliance that will help you do that is a hypervisor. So it will help us create and run our virtual machines on a laptop. So what are different types of hypervisors? We have means the one we'll be using, we can either use VMware or VirtualBox. So VirtualBox that I've just is a hypervisor that helps create multiple virtual machines on your system. After this, guys, now for Windows, whoever is using a Windows system, just use this link to download VirtualBox, guys. The Windows people, anyone using a Mac OS with an Intel processor or virtualization supported processors, you can use the below link. A hypervisor is just, you can say, a software that helps you create and run virtual machines on a laptop, right? On a host system, you can say. Okay, it supports multiple VMs. What it exactly does, it manages the, you can say, resources of your laptop, that how much RAM should I give there, how to distribute particular storage to my main machine, or how much to give to the, you can say, VM. Okay. So if you can just click on this, guys, you will see the VirtualBox download starts. It's a 105 MB file. So once that is downloaded, you can just install it like a normal exe file. Let me show you how. There it is. I have already installed this in my system. So I will get an option to either repair or remove. So let's say I go with repair, and it will just start repairing the whole system for you. You just have to click next, and your Oracle VirtualBox will be downloaded. Okay. VirtualBox 8 GB is more than enough, guys. If you have an 8 GB system, 2 virtual machines can run very smooth, depending upon the size. Okay, but later on it will create issues. Okay, guys. Now, once we have downloaded this, any ISO. So for me, I have a Kali Linux ISO already with me. I was trying to download Ubuntu, but it was showing 7 to 8 hours. I think some server issues, means server was slow to download stuff. So if I show you, you will see I have a Kali Linux ISO, and I also have a CentOS ISO. Totally fine. Anyone we can use. So now once this is ready, we'll just go give any of the names of machine. Let's say I'll go with Kali because image, that which image are you going to select? So I'll just go here and I can select any of these. So as I'm doing a demonstration on Kali, I'll use my Kali ISO. ISO files have operating system, configurations, everything is pre-installed and packed into an ISO file. I'll select my ISO file, guys. Now, if I go next, it says how much RAM to provide to this VM and how much CPUs to provide, right? So if you see, it says 8192 MB. That is 8 GB of RAM I already have in my main machine, out of which it says 2048 MBs that we are providing to the VM. And how much is 2048? That is 2 GBs, right? So it means it is giving 2 GB RAM to my system, the VM that I'm going to create. Similarly, it has 8 CPUs, that is an octa-core processor, right? Means 8 CPUs that I'll be using here. How much can I give? I can give up to 2, 3, 4, any number. And now one more thing, guys. If you see, if you focus, you will be seeing a green line and a red line. Green line means if this is the amount of RAM you're giving to your system, it's fine. It will not affect your host machine and your VM. But anything above this, if you go, your host system will start to lag. Why? Because when you run your virtual machine, you also need your host system to be running, right? So there should also be a specific amount of RAM that will assist that. Try to keep this at a low number so that it doesn't affect your main machine, guys. 4 CPUs I have given. You can choose as per your availability of your machine, whatever configurations you have. Let's go next. Now it says hard disk space. Okay. Because it is taking green and red automatically because it knows that how much RAM should a machine have to run a particular amount or particular number of machines. If my system has 4 GB RAM, it will say above 2 GBs, anything is not recommended to create any other machine. One machine, if you're giving 2 GBs to it, Your main machine, your host machine, your laptop, that needs 2 GB to run. What is 8 CPU? Number of processors that your system is having here. So now it is saying for a virtual hard disk, how much hard disk size that you want to give. You might have heard your laptop has 1 TB of space, 2 TB of hard disk. So how much GBs or TBs you want to specify to this machine, right? From up to 2 TB, it says 25 GBs by default. So I can go ahead with 25, or I can increase it or decrease it as per my requirement. Okay, so let's keep it 25, no changes required. Let's go next. And it is giving you a whole summary, what you have done till now. Machine name, machine folder, ISO image, OS type, it says Ubuntu because Kali is ultimately based on Debian distribution. How many RAM you have given, how many processors, how much is the disk space. Let's just finish it. Now you will see a machine similar to this or a UI similar to this on your screen. Once this is there, guys, you just need to start your machine. Okay, it says powering up VM. You can see here, right? It says powering up. So it is starting my machine now. Now you can see this is my Kali machine that is starting, right? And now it says graphical install or normal install. Normal install means it will just create a server. That means only console. But if I go ahead with graphical install, that means a GUI machine will be created where I can see the folders, I can see the files, similar to my Windows machine. If I talk about a Windows machine, you all might be aware that in a Windows machine, we can see stuff. I can see a folder, I can see applications, I can see files. If you do a graphical install, that is what it means. So now guys, once we have started our Kali machine, you can see it says which language. So I'll just go with English. Which country? Currently India. So you'll select your zone. Which type of keyboard? Configure the keyboard, it says. You can see. So I'll just go with American English. Now it says detect and mount installation media. So the installation media that we use, the ISO file. So that is what we are, that ISO is going to be extracted, read by my system, that what are the configurations installed here. Accordingly, it will give me the next steps. Okay, guys. Now it says host name for the system. Anything you can give Kali. I'll give, for example, Shiv. Now it says domain name. You can provide any domain name. It doesn't matter here, right? If you're creating for a system, means personal use. If you're creating it for a, let's say, I'll say for an organization, right? You want all your machines to be in the same domain, then you have to provide a specific domain name here. For example, if I talk about Amazon, if Amazon wants all their systems into the same domain, they'll write amazon.com here. I can write anything, doesn't matter. I can write shiv.com. It doesn't matter that it is a domain or a website domain. It doesn't mean that. It is just meaning a network area. Okay, so anything can be provided. If I just write shiv.com, that will be fine. Let's go next. Full name of the new user. Okay, so let's give the full name of the user. Let's say Shiv Bakshi. After this, once you've given the name, this is the full name. Now it says username that will be used to log in. It could be anything. If I want to write Shiv, I'll write Shiv. I'll write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, anything. Okay, doesn't matter. Again, it's your choice. For example, let me go with Shiv. A password for your system. Again, just like a normal password, you can give anything. I'll write Shiv 1, 2, 3. You can see I've given Shiv 1, 2, 3. Similarly, I'll give that here as well. Let's continue. Okay, guys. So now you can see it has read some data from my ISO, and now it is saying which partition this means, whatever the partitions that we create for a system, where to store it. We'll just go for beginners. Do not change anything. You can use the entire disk. Just select the defaults. And now it says where you want to store all these, whether you want to create a single partition or you want to create separate partitions, means separate storage areas for your specific things. Okay, so we'll go with entire disk. Now it has done that. Finish partitioning and changes. Yes. Once you have given the changes, now you will see it says software selection. What softwares you want to install in this. So you can choose which applications to install in this. I can miss out on these. right? Not an issue. Okay. And if means it's my choice, totally fine. If I select all, it's okay. If I deselect all, it's okay. Okay, let's continue. So guys, it will take time. So I'll do one thing in the meanwhile. Let me show you how exactly after this installation. After this installation, it will directly ask you for a, what I can say, login. Okay, it will ask you for login. So how exactly that will be, I'll just show you here. Okay, so guys, after the installation of Kali, how exactly it will be, I'll show that here to you. Actually, I don't have Kali installed on VirtualBox. So let me show it on VMware. It's all, everything is same in both the systems, means either you use VMware or you use VirtualBox. It's totally exactly the same. Yes, guys. So once this machine will be completed with this whole process, right, installation, you will see similar to this page, which will be your login page. Okay, where you will be logging into your account. So you just need to provide your username, password, and login, right? Once you log in, it is exactly Azure Linux distributions are majorly not copyrighted. For example, Ubuntu is not copyrighted. Then Kali, CentOS, these are not copyrighted. So now you can see, guys, that on my main machine, on my Windows laptop, I have two machines running. That is, first, my normal Windows here, this one. Secondly, I can also run another virtual machine, another operating system, that is Kali. And it works exactly same like a normal laptop, right? I can use browser here, I can use the terminal, I can use anything related to Linux, right? If you see this, I can just search for Intellipaat here and it will display Intellipaat, right? So it is normal browser. So anything that I want to do, I can do. So now what exactly is happening? I'm using two virtual machines on a single laptop. So we are understanding the working of virtualization, how it is implemented on cloud, because ultimately on cloud, there are backend servers on which multiple machines are running for their clients. This is your command-based terminal, Linux. If I just ping on google.com, you can see it sends all the pings. So it is working, means the internet is working in this as well, right? So everything is fine. So if you see the performance, utilization of my system is very high. Why? Because it is running two operating systems at the moment, almost three, because the third one is installing. You can see it says reboot. I'll just click continue and it will reboot my system. And again, the login page will come, right? So three machines are running on this system right now. Hence, my utilization is too high. And now I can just log in here with my username, password. And again, this is your system.
So it's for all that basically now understand actually what does virtualization or what is done by the hypervisor. Okay, what the role of hypervisor? See, there are, suppose you have this one big machine. Okay, first understand what the role of hypervisor and what happens actually in the what I say virtualization. You have this one machine. One machine means suppose it is having 64 cores. It is having 128 GB RAM. Big server means it's having high configuration, and obviously it's having 200 TB, for example. I mean hard drive HDD, for example, assume it. So now, what is the role of the virtualization? When we go, or obviously it is having some operating system, it is optional. I will tell you the different kind of hypervisors and what are the differences, which one good and better, you will bad, you will understand it later on. So right now, assume it might be having some OS. We are talking about the general scenarios, what we have practiced now. So basically what is going to be happen with the help of virtualization? This is one layer that's called virtualization layer, right? So you can say it is our virtualization. So on, you can understand it is virtualization, right? So this is our virtualization layer. So what is going to be happen with the help of this virtualization? Now, this virtualization is able to break your processor, break your, you can say RAM, break your basically hard drive in different, as per your requirement. Suppose somebody asks, I need 2 core, suppose somebody want one another machine, small machine that is having suppose 4 core CPU and obviously 8 GB RAM and obviously what I say 1 TB hard drive HDD. So it can able to break it. Even you don't have this machine, but you can provide to its user with this configuration. Suppose somebody is coming, I need 12 core machine. You can say 12 core. Similarly, it's asking 16 core, 60 GB RAM, and obviously 10 TB HDD. So you can also provide, despite of you don't have this machine. Similarly, one person can come with different requirement, right? It is asking for 16 core RAM, right? 16 core, what I say, CPU, and obviously 28 GB RAM, and obviously suppose 20 TB HSD, whatever. HDD, right? So this is, I mean, purpose of the virtualization, right? But it is not the only one way. This is basically one way. You're breaking the one big system into the smaller ones. But you can, this virtualization also allows you to do in reverse order as well. It means if you are having these kind of machines right now, for example, yeah, I'm taking another pen. Suppose you have these machines. Now what you can do with the help of a virtualization layer, forget about this part, previous virtualization. Now you can add this another, now you add, forget about this part. Assume this is over. I'm just talking about reverse fashion. So this is done, right? Ignore it. This device is not there now. Suppose now you have 4 core, what I say, processor, and obviously 8 GB RAM processor, or obviously 1 TB hard drive, and similarly 12 core processor, 16 GB RAM, 10 TB hard drive, and 16 core, obviously again this one. So you have obviously 3 machines. Now you have another layer that's called virtualization. Now what you can do with the help of this virtualization, you can generate a new system that can be act like a bigger one. So what would be the configuration of this bigger one? It is having what? 4, 16, 4 plus 4, 4 plus 12, 16, 16 plus 16, 32. Core CPU plus 8 and 28 and 16. How much it is? 24 plus 28. It becomes 52. 52 GB RAM, and obviously 31 TB hard drive. So you can get this much bigger machine. So this is the role of virtualization. It means virtualization can also break your machine into the smaller ones. It can also combine your smaller machines into the bigger one. That is the, I mean, interesting thing about the virtualization. So right now, with the help of this, I mean, what I say, a hypervisor, we did this job, this one. It means we had one big machine and we are able to break it into the smaller one, right? Suppose you have a quad core machine, 4 processor, and obviously 16 GB RAM, and you can create the new VM that is having 2 core, and obviously 4 GB RAM, whatever, so on. So this is the, I mean, advantage and disadvantage of what I say, not the disadvantage and disadvantage. This is the basically feature of the virtualization. So here, what the interesting thing to note it here, that virtualization, with the help of virtualization, you can customize the system, or you can basically build a customized system as per the requirement. So now let us typically, I hope now you understand. I will go very quickly what do you mean by the non-virtualized system. So just take a brief understanding. When we talk about the virtualization, we have 3 components. Those need to be virtualized. One, CPU. When CPU we talk about the processor. Second one is memory. Memory we talk about its RAM. Okay, it's not hard drive. Please remember, anytime it's RAM only. When we talk about IO devices, all the IO devices, all the peripherals, plus your networking as well, networking cards, so on. These comes under the IO devices. NIC card, keyboard, mouse related, you can say IO device drivers, all those comes under this IO devices. So these are the 3 typical major components. When we talk about of virtualization of the VM, we try to virtualize these 3 things. Okay. So let us typically understand what are other, I mean, interesting thing about the virtualization or virtualized based system. Hard disk also comes under here, IO devices. So now let us understand first non-virtualized system, what was previously limitations. We will take it quickly too. Suppose you have a big amount of infrastructure in our organization. Now, suppose you want to deploy the 4 different servers. So what you will do, you will basically divide the whole infrastructure. Infrastructure means racks of the servers. So you will divide the whole racks into the 4 different physically partitions. So one set of racks are able to install the one particular server, and similarly another set of go for the server cluster 2, and the set of can go to the server cluster 3, and so on. So that we used to do previously before the virtualization, right? And obviously that why we do, because we have a different kind of applications. They need to, or basically these applications have the different kind of requirements of hardware and softwares, and accordingly we used to basically customize the hardwares, right? So that's why you can see here we have a Blackboard application that is running on the server cluster 1 and server cluster 2. So NES application, a student application for server 3, so on. And we know that every server means, when we talk about server, it means server is having these component: processor, memory, disk, and network, right? So what is the major challenge with this particular setup? So suppose anything goes to fail, right? What do you mean by anything? Either it is hardware or either it is software. If software fails, then you can deal it with, suppose hardware fails, then you have to, you have to shut down your all the racks in the server, or whole system will go down. So it can be either any kind of failure. So it is impacting to the all the racks in a particular cluster. So it means that whole data center will be shut down. Don't be confused in data center, clusters, racks. So there are some exchangeable keywords, right? So even don't go into that. So either we use data center, either we use server. So obviously, let me make this hierarchy clear so that you should not be confused in the future. When we talk about the infrastructure in terms of the cloud, first we have what? First we have region. We have service provider, and obviously service provider like AWS, Azure, so on. So service provider is having what? It is having some, zones, and then it is having some regions. No, sorry. First it comes regions, then it comes into the zones, and then obviously it is coming to what? Data center, and then it is coming what? Your server, and obviously it is coming, server is coming what? It is coming by one server can have multiple processors, and one processor can have cores, multiple cores. How to write here? I'm taking this hierarchy here. Cores, and cores can have basically VMs. This is your infrastructure. Okay. So here understand that service provider can have one service provider can have multiple regions, and one region can have multiple zones, and obviously one zone can have multiple data centers, and one data center can have multiple servers, and one server can have multiple processor, one processor can have multiple cores, and one cores can have multiple VMs on it. So I hope this hierarchy is clear. What are the basically performance metrics? How would you determine and what is impacting your application? There are two things. First, you have to understand the sequential. First, you have to understand the computing, how it is going to be happened. So there are two different kind of computing. One is sequential computing. Okay. One is sequential computing. One is parallel computing. Okay. So what is the important here? We used to work on initially on sequential computing, but today's era is basically parallel computing era. So even you see, we are having so you are observing this one, that new operating systems are coming with the new versions and all that. What does it mean? These operating systems are also upgrading their schedulers. So previously, if you install the operating system of 10 years back, this operating system does not know anything about the parallel computing. Okay, it does not. It is not able to utilize your multi-core architecture. When we have multi-core hardware, obviously we need a system, or we need a software that is able to utilize that architecture. That is the important part, right? So right now it is very mix and matching things are going on. Few things we are working on the sequential part, and obviously we are nowadays full of parallel hardware. I hope everyone is having mobile phone not less than 4 cores, right? But many of the standard things which are running in the operating system, they are driven from this operating system those were developed when we were dealing with the sequential processors, or they were having single core processors. So obviously still many of the services are not effectively able to utilize the, what I say, your processor architectures. So one thing is this one. So there can be some role of whether your system is upgraded with the parallel computing or not. It's as similar, it's as equal. For example, you have what I say 4 guns, right? And you are going on the war. So if there are 4 guns, there should be the 4 people to do fight more in the good in the battle. But obviously there might be possible that one person can utilize 4 one after another one, and sometime short gun, sometime long run in fighting. Sometimes he can be better, but obviously instead of when we have 4 guns and 4 people and one person is having 4 guns, they are not able to comparable, right? In same way, the mix there is a mix and matching of sequential and parallel computing era. So this is the one major fact of the what I say parallel this I mean performance of the systems. Now second thing I'm talking about the what do you mean by this parallel computing. What do you mean by the parallel? What do you expect in the parallel computing? So it's a really tough topic. It's not very easy to make it clear, but really I can give you the few things here. It is something like that. Consider this one scenario. This is the one application. For example, this application is having two. This is task 1, task 2, task 3, and task 4. Now you have a suppose 4 core system, quad core system, and you are executing this application. This is one application. So do you really think if you are using quad core system or you are using 8 core system, does it matter to execute this application? No, it won't work more, because you have to understand here a few things. So when application is having, now you can understand there is a complexity from the perspective of application as well. There is a complexity from the perspective of system as well, architecture side, and there is complexity from the application side as well. Suppose one application is having 4 tasks in this order, and another application is having 4 tasks in this order: T1, T2, T3, and T4. They are typically independent. They don't have any dependency in each other. So here, if you are using the quad core system, it will be very faster. If you are using quad core system in this scenario, it doesn't make many difference when you're using quad core system or 8 core system or 2 core system, because this application is saying that until unless this task 1 is not going to finish, you cannot start T1, T2, and T3. And until unless you are not going to finish T2 and T3, you cannot start the execution of the T4. So it means this kind of applications are called dependent applications. They become really challenging problem while we go for the parallel computing, so on. So this is, I mean, complexity basically in the execution. Execution is not that easy. If you are going for this particular application, that suppose it's having 4 independent components, T1, T2, T3, and T4, immediately you have 4 cores. So one task go to the respective core. They don't have any dependency, and they will execute in you can say parallel. For example, you are having one VM, it is able to deal with the 4 people without having much disruption. Suppose you increase VM number 5, 6, then performance goes down. Then immediately what you can do, you can basically stop here. That's called a threshold point, and you can multiply the these number of VMs with respect to the customers. So even this example, you can relate this one. Suppose now you have a one account detail for some for e-commerce size. If you have one account detail only, right? And at the same time, 100 people are going to do the payment at the same time. Or obviously, suppose 100 people are going to add the item at the same time to their cart. So is it feasible to allow them to access all? So that's called, I mean, now we have the limitation. Everyone, you have the 10 items only, right? 100 customers are there and everyone is adding to the cart. If you allow them all to access, then everyone is adding 10 items in their cart. But how many items you have? Only 10. There will be problematic. Obviously, there is even a limitation in the sequential and parallel computing. They basically give a perfect, they basically play a very role in basically what I say, in basically improving the performance of the system. So sometimes you have to go for the sequential computing, sometimes you have to go to parallel computing. So sometimes your one core is only going to be utilized, sometimes your all cores are going to be utilized. There is a mix of sequential or parallel computing. So that's why the performance, you cannot directly say for particular operation I am taking hundreds of what I say VMs, then performance will be obviously great. It doesn't like that. So let us go back to our session back. So obviously we discussed when the system is non-virtualized, then obviously there is a major one. In briefly, we can summarize. There is a major drawback is any hardware failure or even software failure. So typically in the system, if anything goes to fail, either your processor, memory, obviously software failure is as similar to on physical machine or virtual machine, both are the same, but major challenge is the hardware failure. Either processor, memory, RAM, hard disk, network card, anything goes to fail, it is impacting to your whole server cluster. Second thing is that in suppose you assume if due to some hardware failure, your any of the hardware failures, your one server goes down. That's called server cluster 1, right? And suppose this server is where you feel that the application that was running on the server 1, it was Blackboard application. And this Blackboard application was supposed to run on the Windows machine. And now you have created the other servers with the Ubuntu, Solaris, and Mac operating system. So again, it's, I mean, new challenge that you cannot basically migrate this load, or you cannot shift the load of cluster 1 to the cluster 2. That was the another challenge before the virtualization, right? So it means you cannot migrate this one server 1 load once server 1 goes to fail to any other server, because you don't have any other Windows server. So such kind of scenarios were become very challenging. So that's why the concept of virtualization came up to basically help these two problems. So obviously these two problems are not done, but obviously virtualization more than that. So the interesting part of the virtualization now will come, that is basically being offered by the cloud. So obviously all these two problems that we have discussed, hardware failure, system is available, and obviously suppose your window machine goes to fail, you can also create the new window machine on the Ubuntu machine, then you can shift your load. These problems are resolved. But virtualization is not limited to only to solve these two problems only. There are some more interesting thing about virtualization is that. So virtualization is basically does not work on the static partitioning of the hardware, right? So consider this application. Suppose you have 100% of infrastructure, and this 100% infrastructure means when I will talk about the infrastructure, please understand, I'm talking about hardwares, okay? Servers, RAM, CPU, hard drive, so on. So when you have the 100% infrastructure, then you will divide it into the 3 classes, or you can say one class infrastructure going to be dedicatedly given to the Hadoop application, another one has been given to the Pregel, and another one is MPI for the, you can say, traditional cases or static partitioning. So static partitioning is again having, you can say, drawback. If you see this, I mean, how Hadoop works, sometimes it is using entire 33%, and sometimes it is empty. It is not utilizing this infrastructure. And similarly, if you go for this Pregel is not utilizing here, but obviously it is utilizing here 100%. When you go for MP application, so here you see that some part, it is always empty. It is only at this particular point of time, it is going to be utilize your dedicated 33% infrastructure that you have given for MP application. So this was the biggest problem. So now with the help of virtualization, you can have only the 100% infrastructure at the one place. Now, instead of creating or instead of going to the static partitioning of the infrastructure, you cannot go for the virtual partitioning of the infrastructure, or that is called dynamic sharing of the infrastructure. So what you can do here, so suppose you are going to create 3 virtual data centers. So obviously nowadays 75%. So please forget about this Hadoop, Pregel. These are MPA. These are nothing. Suppose assume these are application for you now. Nothing to learn here. Hadoop is basically typically a parallel computing based application used for the data engineering, and Pregel is again one kind of a software application, and MPI is basically message passing interface. It is for distributed application. So forget about it. Now just assume that these are 3 different applications. Okay. So here you see here that this whole infrastructure, that is 100% infrastructure. Now we are not giving any physical server to any particular application. What we are going to do, we are going to create on the virtual data centers. So almost nowadays 75% of the organization, they are going to do work on the concept of virtual data center rather than creating the physical data centers. So what you can do that obviously based on the, suppose at the point of time your application is all three applications are using the data center, it can increase. And suppose at the some time none of the applications are using, or only two applications are using this data center, or this infrastructure, or one application using, accordingly you can go for increase of this data center, or obviously you can upgrade it as per the requirement. So this concept is called elasticity. So this is called elasticity among the compute infrastructure. So this is feasible because of the virtualization. Okay. So this is the important, very important feature of the virtualization. So now you just take a quick benefits of the virtualization. So one is the, you can say, heterogeneous system consolidation. What do you mean by the heterogeneous system consolidation? You might be having different operating systems based data center. You might be having different, you can say, hardware configuration based computing node or computing system, whatever. You can basically shift, or you can basically migrate all different configuration based system to the one big data center or to a central location. That's the, that is feasible because of the virtualization. So it means with the help of a virtualization, you can migrate any configuration, any operating system to a big server, right? Or not only the one big server, you can migrate to the anywhere on the network. So obviously, this is, you can consider the scenario. Suppose you are having one machine, one person of your employees working on the Linux, one is working on Ubuntu. So now you need not to buy any two different machines. What you can do, you have a one data center, you can create two VM, one Ubuntu and one Windows or whatever. And you can allow them to the virtual desktop to your clients, and they can use it, and they will be able to work on there only. Okay. And similarly, system testing and workload isolation. So sometimes, suppose your company is working on the Windows machine, or in a company whole machines are, or you can say entire machines are with the operating system of Windows. Now suddenly your company got an order that you're developing some software, it must be able to run on the Linux machine. So it means you can develop this software on the Windows machine, no problem, but you want to test it, you want to validate it, you need the what? Linux machine. So obviously in the traditional case, what are the options? Either you have to buy the Linux machines, or either you have to format your Windows machine to the Linux machine. It was very bad solution. But with the help of virtualization, what you can do, because you require only Linux machine for the testing purposes or validation purposes. So now what you can do, you can create only the VMs and test and release it. That's the interesting part of the virtualization. And similarly, hardware optimization. So hardware optimization, I'm not supposed to explain it further. You all understand, this is the one example of the hardware optimization. So it means despite of going for the static partitioning or giving the physical infrastructure to the different applications, we can shift or we can go for the dynamic and logical partitioning, and we can create the logical virtual data centers or virtual servers, and we can give dedicatively to the respective applications. So whenever all are using, we can expand. When they are not using, we can shut down some of the machines, physical machines. So that's called hardware optimization. And another important advantage is the application high availability. So application high availability means suppose your application high availability means when, suppose in traditional case, without virtualization case, suppose your server, something happened to your physical machine, any hardware goes to fail, or you can say anything happened to your machine, then obviously all the whole system will be shut down, right? So now what you can do, suppose anything happened to your even hardware, anything happened to your machine on which, so anything happened to your hardware, you can immediately migrate your VM to the another hardware. So that's why every data center creator, any service provider, they have always backup server. So what do you mean by backup? Immediately one server goes to fail, your VMs will be started to the another backup server. So that's why it becomes the high available server. So what is going to happen? There are two ways. So in NIC nowadays, advanced NIC cards are coming nowadays in modern systems. So these NIC cards are again having a pool, buffer, right? So there are vertical partitioning are there, logical partitioning are there. So they basically create a pool of requests, and accordingly they give it, you can say, some part to the dedicated VMs when VMs are going to on that. And obviously traditional one, they are having a pool of what I say requests, and accordingly they are serving to them. Elasticity property, I hope you understand that I have given the example right now. So elasticity again feasible because of the virtualization. Further, you have some more benefits. One is save the cost. So you can save the cost in terms of energy, space, personnel. I'm not talking about, I hope you can sense it. This means you can shift entire data set into one location where land is very cheaper, okay? Or room is very cheaper, or the you can say whatever you can consider it. In energy means you can obviously better utilize your systems. So that's why you can save it energy. It means when you are not requiring more servers, only you can turn on the one processor based server, and the rest of can be go in hibernate mode or sleep mode or shutdown. So that's why you can save the energy. Obviously, personal, it means you are having three different servers at three different locations. You need three different administrators, right? Now, if you place them to the one location, there are only one administrator is able to enough to deal with the maintenance and all that. So in that way, it saves the cost in all three ways. So obviously, sometimes we also say it is also offering to the green computing kind of thing, because it is better utilize the processor. If it is in use, just turn it on. If not in use, just shut it down. Okay. And obviously, it use the CPU power in a better way. If you understand your processor, most of you are not able to utilize 100% of your CPU. Once it is going to be shared among the multiple peoples, then it is going to be utilized in better way. So the virtualization leads to the better sharing of the resources. Okay. So sharing means when you are having one CPU, you are creating more VMs, and it is going to be used by the multiple peoples. So it is going to be better utilized in comparison to the classical computing. Obviously, clone the servers. So cloning means making the similar exact copy of your current state of your system. So you can clone these servers with the help of virtualization, and you can obviously use them to immediately create the new cloned machine, right? And obviously, another one is migration. So migrate means here most important thing is that with the help of virtualization, you can migrate one VM to the another VM while it is running. Even customer, or you can say end user, will not get any kind of realization that they are that its machine is in the process of migration. So it means you can run you can migrate the VM on the run. That's called live virtual machine migration. And obviously isolate an appliance. It means the interesting part of the virtualization is that despite of having two different virtual machines on the same machine, without setting up the prior permissions, these machines cannot talk each other, they cannot share the data each other, they are entirely isolated. Despite of they are running on the same CPU, same hard drive, same RAM, still two VMs cannot communicate without prior permission. So this is called isolation. Okay, so the virtualization offers this feature, isolation, despite of having multiple instances on the same hardware or same infrastructure. Every end user is realizing that he or she is solely using that hardware. That's the interesting part of the virtualization. That's why this virtualization is in that use. So now let us come to the more technical part to understand what is actually virtualization. Now let us understand technically what is actually virtualization, how it happens, what is the interesting thing in this. So to understand the virtualization, now please understand we are going more into the dig. I hope from the top you understand what you mean by the virtualization. But now the question is rising how the virtualization happens. What is the fundamental science and what is the fundamental technology inside it, how it is going to be happen. So basic idea you have to understand how this virtualization is going to be happened. So virtualization is the ability of a computer program, or maybe sometimes software and hardware cooperation together, to emulate an executing environment separate from one that hosts such programs. It means the virtualization is basically possible with the help of one concept that's called emulation. Okay, so there are the two concepts. If you are able to understand this concept, then you will be able to understand the actually concept of the virtualization, how it happens. So one is simulation, and one is emulation. So we need to understand both the concept because there should not be any kind of confusion. So simulation is basically in the simulation, we can mimic some environment on a one particular machine that does not have that actual environment. So basically, it is basically mimicking the environment based on the certain configurations and setting up certain variables. So for example, I can give you this example so you can understand better way. So ultimately, you understand that we are going to mimic the environment with the help of simulation on one particular system that does not have that environment. Okay, so let me take the example. How many of you have watched the movie of Runway 34? So did you find somewhere else this, simulation word in movie, entire movie? Flight simulator, right? That is the correct answer. So obviously there was one flight simulator. When they go for the testing of the Azure, they are not actually taking the risk of allowing the Azure to go on flight and do the similar landing. They don't want to take another risk, right? So that's why they basically have the system to test this some situations with the help of simulation. So they have the flight simulation, and they create the environment in such a way that flight is flying on the sky and it is in the risky zone, or obviously it is having such kind of conditions that were faced by the Ajay Devgan while he was flying the actual flight. And this was the typical example of the simulation. So now let us go to the another one that is called emulation. So emulation is basically, let me give you one definition in one line. So emulation try to imitate the features of one system of another system. Okay, I'm repeating it again. Emulation is the way to imitate the features. Features means hardware or software features of one system to the other system. You can note it down. I will come up with the example. So emulation is basically, I'm repeating it again. I hope it is clear. Emulation is the imitation of hardware and software features of one system to the other system. So let me take the example. Yeah. So someone has already given the good example in the comment that running Android app on the Windows. So how would you run this Android app on the window? So I can also give you the one more interesting example of the simulator. Nowadays, some local companies are developing the printers, but they don't have their own software. So to install on the machines, right? So what they're trying to do, basically build one emulator only. So this emulator is going to use the HP and obviously Canon kind of softwares on the top of this in order to improve the printing quality. Many companies are doing this thing. So this thing, again, one example of the emulator. So actually now you understand what we are going to do in the virtualization. So what is virtualization now? Did you got some sense? Somebody would like to answer. When we talk about the virtualization, it is somewhat related to the simulation or emulation. So in virtualization, just we are doing nothing. We are just trying to emulate the main things. Okay. So we will go later in depth about many things. So let us understand the reference model of the virtualization. So this year in the entire this model has been divided into 3 layers. So one is host layer on the bottom, and it is virtualization layer. On the top of we have the guest layer. So host layer, when we talk about it, is called physical layer, or sometimes we talk about the physical. See, what is the difference between simulation and emulation? In simulation, we try to only create the environment, but we don't have the actually those things. Please understand. We try to, simulators are only used for testing algorithms, on doing some testings, nothing else. But basically, these are not actual systems. Simulators are not actual systems. When we talk about the emulations are not trying to basically create any environment, but they are actually replacing the hardware and software features of one system to another system, and you are getting the services for the on the top of those systems. Okay. Yeah, simulations like artificial, you can understand it as a layman terms. Okay. So similarly, if you want to talk about the cloud, there are again similar of the cloud. I will give you the example cloud sim. You can search it on Google. So you can understand the one more example of the simulation. Even on your simple PC, you can create the cloud. But is it possible to create the cloud on the one desktop, on laptop? It is not possible. So, but with the help of simulator, you can create the cloud. That is called simulation. Okay. So just search it on cloud sim with Java-based software. Generally, researchers use this kind of simulator for the testing the algorithms, designing, scheduling algorithm, resource provisioning algorithms, and many more algorithms. So this is, I mean, example and differences between these two terms. So now let us quickly take this, I mean, reference model. So this is your hardware layer at the bottom one host. It is having all the hardwares, either it is CPU, RAM, hard drive, NIC card, whatever. And on the top of we have virtualization layer. On the top of we have the virtualization layer. So this virtualization layer actually kind of emulation layer, or there actually we install the hypervisors or any virtualization software on the top of, or sometimes we also call them virtual machine manager layer. So virtual machine manager, hypervisor, emulator, all three concepts are same. Don't be confused in that. Okay. So they will be installed here. The respective service you want to emulate, those will be done with the respective software. So this is, I mean, second layer. Third one, we have the guest layer. And on the top of this guest layer, we will be having the instances, or you can say virtual instances of the respective services. If it is hardware based virtualization, then you will create the VMs. If it is some application level virtualization, at this layer, you will be having certain applications, so on. So you will understand the taxonomy of this virtualization later on. So here you can understand, if you understand these layers, so here our PC hardware, and here your VirtualBox, and here your VM that we created today. So it is just example to make this reference model clear. I will tell you there are two kind of hypervisors, type 1 and type 2. So we will discuss on that. If it is type 1, then they do not require any OS here. If it is type 2, they require the operating system here. When we talk about host, it is along with the, you can say either OS or not OS. It's depend on the kind of hypervisor you are working here. So let us understand typically the few comparison with the physical resources and the virtual resources. Here it is the virtual resources and physical resources. So when you talk about the CPU in terms of the virtualization, you talk about, so here understand this CPU is the just only process, and memory is basically virtual memory, and disk is basically files, and obviously network card is TCP or UDP sockets, and obviously here screen is Windows that you are going to open. So let us take a quick definition of the virtual machine. A virtual machine is a compute resource that uses software instead of a physical computer to run the program and deploy the apps. So I hope it is clear. Virtual machine, nothing. In layman terms, what is it? It is just a piece of code. Virtual machine, nothing, just a software. It is just a program, nothing else. Nothing is hardware component in this. So obviously this virtual machine is able to run your programs and applications just to serve you only. So now the most important part is here. So here you will get the concept that we discussed in my last session of software. So if you see this, I mean, some lines which are written here on the top of this gate, the only way to enter the physical hardware is via software or hardware exceptions. It means in typical machines, either you can enter with the help of operating system to access the hardware, or either with the help of interrupt or traps. So either your operating system, you cannot directly connect to a machine, or neither your any application can connect to the hardware of the machine. Hardware means RAM, hard drive, NIC card, processor. Your any application cannot go directly to access these devices. How it can go? They can go only with the help of either operating system or either trap or interrupts. So now you can understand the difference between typical virtualization based system and obviously a non-virtualized system. In the virtual based system, your all operating systems cannot access the hardware. only traps and interrupts can access the hardware, not all operating system. It means the guest operating systems. What do you mean by the guest operating system? Those are installed on the top of VM. So none of the guest operating system can directly access the hardware in the case of virtualization. But in the traditional systems or traditional machines, your operating system can also access the hardware, as well as interrupts and traps can also access the hardware. Here, suppose guest virtual machines, or you can say the virtual machine software that's called operating system, want to access the hardware, it has to generate the trap and interrupt. These traps will go to the hypervisor, then hypervisor will allow the access of the hardware with the help of the trap. So I will tell you what is going to be happened actually. What happens when we are giving this memory, RAM, and all everything is written in the configuration file only. VM is having configuration file. So everything is written into the configuration file. So suppose VM is, let me take this example here now. Maybe my VM is not working perfectly. See, what is this VM? This is my virtual box is there on my machine. Okay. So this is my virtual box. Right now, where is the VM? VM is here. It is in the powered off mode. What does it mean? This VM is no more in my machine. It is on hard disk. And hard disk, what we store? Only programs. So right now, it is just only program. In the program, there will be some configuration file. During the installation of this VM, whatever configuration we have set, it must have been written somewhere on the hard drive in the configuration file. So as soon as I am right now, it is having zero, this VM is having zero processor, zero RAM, zero hard drive. Nothing is there. Agree or not on this? Agree or not?
Agreed.
Yes, sir.
Because it is on the hard drive, dead machine. So once I will make it turn on, immediately this machine, let me make it turn on, start. So it is going to be start. Obviously, it is corrupted. Forget about this thing. So just it is going to be started. So now on the start, it will be fetching to my system. Now, before the fetching, the configuration file will be read, and there will be a typical mapping of this particular VM. That what is written in the configuration: 2-core processor, 4 GB RAM, this amount of hardware. Now it will start to reserve all the resources in my machine once it is going to load back. Is it clear now? Now it is active. Now it will be using 2-core CPU. Now it is going to use what I say, this amount of hard drive. Now it is going to use this amount of RAM. Let us go back ahead. So obviously these are the 3 layers. So now you can quickly understand the functionalities. So obviously these I need not to understand anything. These are the VM layer and this one. Now understand what are the major functionalities in the server virtualization done by the virtualization layer. So it can create the virtual resources, and obviously it maps them to the physical resources. I have given right now example for this mapping. When a VM is obviously on the hard drive, when it is shutdown mode, when it comes to the when you make it turn on or start, then immediately it comes from hard drive to your RAM, and it basically processor reads operating system reads the configuration file, and accordingly this layer try to map the configuration to the available infrastructure on the machine. So obviously virtualization layer again responsible to provide the isolation, and obviously this is sometime it is only the software, or sometime it is hardware, sometime it is mix of hardware and software. That's called hypervisor. Okay, this hypervisor is sometime it takes the help of the hardware, sometime it is purely software based, and so on. So just understand, here we have the broadly 2 choices, type 1 and type 2. However, in advanced research, the mix of both, they are also being developed. Neither it is type 1, neither it is type 2. In research, they are trying to develop the hybrid hypervisors. In forthcoming next to 5 years, you will be able to see such kind of hypervisors. So I'm not going to in that research kind of topics. So just understand these are the 3 classical layer, and this is responsible to manage whole VM infrastructure, either in terms of service providing from the hardware, either mapping, scheduling of the VMs to the hardware. So every service related to the VM is given by this virtualization layer. That's why sometimes we call it VMM. So now let us understand 3 important properties of the virtualization. There are several but understand very important properties of the virtualization. These are three. So one is increased security. So virtualization try to increase the security of your system, because the virtualization, if you talk about in the virtualization, either we talk about what I said is, take this example of we install today VirtualBox. On the top of we create the one VM, either it is Kali or Linux, whatever. So everything you are going to download, it is not going to be directly downloaded to your you can say machine, right? Machine means your Windows machine. Where it is going to be downloaded? It is going to be downloaded in the VirtualBox only. It means when we install the VirtualBox, it reserves some space on our hard drive. And obviously when we install the another operating system on the top of this VirtualBox, it also reserves some space on the top of VirtualBox. So that thing is going to be downloaded. It is going to be downloaded here. So it is good where it is going to increase the security when we are dealing with the untrusted kind of codes, untrusted kind of entities. So there it is going to basically keep everything inside it. So it is not easily go to their host machine operating system or either your physical hardware. First, it will be checked by the guest operating system. Then it is going to be able to penetrate somehow guest operating system. It will be inside the VirtualBox only. So it means your VirtualBox means hypervisor. So hypervisor will not allow to go into the host operating system. So that's why it is trying to keep safe your machines. If anything is malware activity is detected into the hypervisor, it can destroy your hypervisor, but it will not destroy your host machine operating system or Windows or all that. Or neither it is able to go to your actual hardware. So here you see this increased security. I hope all are agree on this point, how this virtualization increases security, because anything is there, first it will be dealt by the VM. Somehow it is able to penetrate the VM. It will go to the, BIOS is the best example of the firmware. Somebody has written it here, right? So suppose anything is able to penetrate the VM, then it will be limited to the VirtualBox only, right? So in that way, it is creating the security. Okay. And another important property is that is called managed execution. So managed execution, it means this property has been divided into the 4 ways. Is VMM part of the hypervisor or VM? VM is not the part only, it is another terminology that we can refer it as a hypervisor. So understand the second property, that's called managed execution. So managed execution has been defined into the 4 sub properties. So first one is sharing. So sharing means that you can see from this picture sharing that one big resource can be shared among the multiple clients. It means one big server can be logically partitioned into the small VMs and can be given dedicated to the different clients. Okay, so that's called what I say sharing property. So virtualization allows this particular thing, that's called sharing. So it means it manages your execution with the help of this concept of sharing that we understood. One big machine can be partitioned into the small ones. Second one is aggregation. In aggregation is the reverse of this sharing. It means small machines can be combined to form a bigger one. So that is, aggregation is possible with the help of hypervisor. Obviously, these hypervisors are not able to do. So what we do, this you can also do with the help of these hypervisors, what we are studying. First, you have to connect all the machines via LAN. Then one machine will be like a master node to all, and you install the hypervisor on that machine, and that machine will utilize like its component to other machines, nothing else. So it's more on towards the networking side. So you have a better networking, then you can aggregate them all. 64 core processor. So what is there? It is having basically 4 processors. Every processor is having 60 core processor. Okay. So these 4 core processors are tightly coupled with the help of high bandwidth buses. So now we offer it like a 64 core processor on one motherboard. So obviously these are all 4 processors are on the single motherboard. If they are feasible to connect on the single motherboard, why it is not feasible to cluster multiple such kind of systems into the one system. So basically they are clustered together. When we talk about the cluster, it is formed like a one single system. What is this supercomputer? It is just nothing. It is clustered. It is clustered of the multiple processors, or you can say racks of the processors. So that's what I mean aggregation. Okay. So virtualization provides them like a single coherent system, nothing else. Okay. So virtualization is able to deal with them all. So emulation means something we are providing that is not actually on our machine. It means we are providing you the Android on the top of Windows. Actually, we don't have the Android on that machine. So it means you can transform your machine in something else that actually you don't have. That's called emulation. So obviously whole virtualization is based on this emulation. And isolation means that I already given the example that despite of having two machines, two VMs on the same laptop, these two machines cannot share the data. They cannot action the data without prior permissions. So this, I mean, manage execution properties of the virtualization. The third one is portability. So portability means there are the two terms of one is platform independence and portability. Don't be confused between them. So platform independence says that you write something, you write any program on any platform, you copy and paste it, and it will work without having any changes to any other operating system. That's called, I mean, platform independent. What do you mean by the portability? Portability means the compiled code, or you can say the compiled code from a one operating system you copy to another operating system, it will work there. So that's called, I mean, portability. It means when we talk about portability, it means we talk about the compiled code, and when we talk about the platform independence, then we talk about the raw code. So make it clear differences between them. So if you understand the example of portability and platform independent, so Java is the both kind of a programming language. It supports portability as well as the platform independence. So let us understand you can understand this with the help of JVM, how this portability happens. So let me take this quick example, how this portability happens. So suppose you have a, what do you mean by JVM? You can understand it. Suppose you have a one source code written in the Java, right? Yeah, full form is Java virtual machine. This is the example to understand the portability. How it happens? When you write any source code in the Java, that's called as the .java file. When you compile it with the help of compiler is here, it converts this .java into the .os file, .class file. That's called compiled file, .class file, or compiled file, or sometimes you can say it is bytecode. It is basically compiled file. And now in the Java based executions, we give this basically this called, I mean, compiled file. Okay. So if you copy this compiled file, you can paste it to the Mac operating system, paste it to the Windows, Linux, it will work everywhere. If it is Java compiled file. How? Because there we have the JVM. So JVM is what? JVM is nothing. It is having one kind of interpreter, and this interpreter is going to be operating system specific. So this is just an example. So what is going to be happen here? This interpreter is basically just nothing. It just it understand on what operating system it is being installed, and it generate the respective code to the respective I mean executable code, so that respective operating system can work with that along with the processor. So this is the, I mean, concept of the JVM. So sometimes we also call it like a programming language level virtualization. Okay. So just quickly, we will finish with this thing. Now we will understand hands-on. You have already done this thing. So just I will give you this, I mean, one particular case study, demo, I mean, example, so that you can understand it in better way. So here there are the two different things. One we have physical machine, one we have the virtual machine. So let us understand the difference between the states of the physical machine and the virtual machine. So here you see this, if you see here, this in the normal computing system, this is called classical machine. We have only three states. One is on, or either paused, or maybe off. Okay. So traditionally we have only these three states. So either your machine is off, you can turn on it on a start, it will be on. If it is in the on, then you can suspend it, or you can go hibernate, you can go sleep. So it will be in the paused state. Then you can resume it from here, then it can come back to the turn on, or either you can directly turn off from the sleep or hibernate state to the, it can go to the shutdown. Now we have to understand this thing. What is the virtual machine state? So virtual machine is having 5 states. One is defined, another one is undefined, and saved and running and paused. So let us understand first what is undefined. So undefined is means when your domain is not defined. You have, suppose, this virtual box, for example. Let me take this example to make you clear this undefined state. Suppose this is our virtual box. We want to create another VM. So you can go for the new, add new. Suppose you give some name here, like something, and you go this thing, okay? And I give some memory here, and I can go some hard drive here, so on, right? You choose this hard drive and go dynamically locate something, give some memory, so on. And so this is basically your undefined machine. It means there is no operating system. It won't work. I can go to the start, but it won't work because I haven't defined any operating system. It has not been created yet. So if you go to start this VM, it will try to start, but it will not be starting because there is nothing, right? So it is trying to start, but it is saying something that not operating system is accessible and all that. So this is called, obviously this is one VM right now. This picture is going to show you it is VM, but obviously the state is undefined. So first state is clear now. So suppose you are in the undefined state initially. Then after that, you have to give typically operating system to this, VM. Then basically this take a form of the defined as it is created by the Shiv in the first session before pre-break, right? Then obviously you will get this, defined state, right? So undefined to you can go to the defined state. So in the defined state, you have the two options. Either, again, from the undefined, you can directly go to the running state, or for example, how to go to directly. For example, here it is undefined, right? So now I have to define it. So it means I am going undefined to the defined it. Directly what you can do, you can directly install the operating system and start to running it by creating it without going to having any kind of pause. So it means you are directly going undefined to the running state. That's what. Directly following all these steps, these all steps will carry you to from here to here directly. But right now, what I'm going to show you, I'm going through this thing. It means first we are going undefined to define. Then now I can go give the path to the operating system, then install, then it is going defined to the running. So even if you are in the defined state, you can go to the undefined. For example, how it is going there. Let me give you this example. We were in the defined state previously. Go to my previous VM, this one, to this VM. See, this VM was initially I created successfully. It was working fine. But right now, you see this, I'm turning it on, but it is not going to start it perfectly because the operating system has been corrupted somehow. It has been collapsed. It is not running on. So it means it has gone back from undefined to the defined one. Sorry, defined to the undefined. So right now it is not working. If I enter it here, it is not going to start it. So operating system has been corrupted, either operating system is not there, something. So it is going to be defined to the undefined. See, here some error is there. So it is not working fine. Okay. So it is again in the undefined state. So I hope you got this answer. What do you mean by defined to undefined? Okay. I hope all these states are clear, what we discussed. So we have gone through this thing. In morning, you have gone through this to here. And right now I have shown you from here to here and again here to here because I have to give the operating system, then only we can go, then only it will go to the, but I haven't shown you. So you understand it. If I install the operating system, then it will go to the defined one. So there are the, once you are supposing the running state, then you have the two choices. Either you can go to the saved state and either you can go to the pause state or vice versa. So do you have any idea what is difference between saved and paused state? Yeah, when you are going from running to the saved state, it means you are shifting your VM, you are saving the VM state to the hard drive. When you are going to pause it, it means your VM is not going to hard drive. It is still in the RAM, but it is going to be saved. So let me show you. Let me show you with the help of this example. Okay, with this VM. So see, this my VM is on, despite of it is not functioning. Doesn't matter. But to understand our concept, it is sufficient. So suppose this is my VM right now. I want to make it what? I want to pause it. So immediately you see it, it will be becoming shaded now. And right now you see it, I have make it paused. And it is immediately has been paused, screen is blank. Sorry, screen is black now, right? So it means it has been, it is still in the RAM, but it is state has been saved. If you will resume it, it will again, if you start it, it will resume from the same point. So I'm going to start it here. It is going to show. So now it is coming back to the running. Okay. So now you see, suppose I'm going to now to make this VM to the save. Now you can visualize this difference. So let's click here, right click. Now go to the close and go to the save state. So now you can see this one. Now it will out from here. Now it has gone to the hard drive, right? So this in the save means it is not in RAM. RAM has been free. Now you can utilize the RAM in better way. So now let us go to again start. Now you can see how much time it is taking to fetch. So now you can see it is clearly shown to you that it is coming from the RAM because it's taking a lot of delay. See, now it is coming, restoring VM, right? So this is the difference between this saved and what I say paused one.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, which of the following is not a deployment model in Azure? And your options are public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, or community cloud. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Virtualization hands-on. So what we are discussing today is virtualization. There is a concept called as virtualization. We will see from the very beginning when a company has an IT infrastructure, how exactly it was a couple of years ago, some 10, 15 years ago, how it was. And then how did we reach on to something called as virtualization, and from there how did we move on to something called as cloud computing. Remember, any cloud computing, let it be Amazon Web Services, Azure, GCP, or any cloud service provider, their base, the technology which enabled us to have the cloud computing as of today is something called as virtualization. If virtualization was not there, cloud computing would not have been there. So that's the importance of the technology and the term virtualization, and that's exactly what we are seeing today over here. So first of all, there are a couple of things that you have to understand, and let's talk about what is an IT infrastructure. What exactly is an IT infrastructure? So now you can see that whenever you are working for a company, or whenever a company, let's say for example, Shadil, me, has a company, and this company is into IT business, and the core areas of my business includes application development, application deployment, and hosting. I mean, I provide hosting services, application development, hosting, deployment, etc. All these activities my company is doing. So when you do that for any IT company who has to have certain things to be deployed or hosted and so on, in such cases they would need something called as an infrastructure. They would need something called as an infrastructure. Infrastructure, in the sense we refer to it as IT infrastructure. So within this IT infrastructure, what exactly we do have? So remember, first of all, we have two types of computers available. We have personal computers and we have server computers. Personal computer, and then we have servers. So in this personal computers, you have categories like desktop, and one S is missing, but that's okay, you can read it. Desktop and laptop. And then on servers, again, there is three different categories that's known as For example, you have something called as rack server, you have blade server, and then you have tower server. First of all, what is the difference between a personal computer and a server? A server is not like a personal computer. A personal computer is given for our personal use cases. Like most of you might be listening to this session from a personal computer, right? So that's something which one of the use case of a personal computer. And then your daily tasks and all which you have to do. For example, some updations on Excel, maybe to watch some movies, maybe a bit of gaming, or any other typical tasks that we will do on a general day-to-day life. You will be able to do that on a personal computers. And again, we classified that into two, like desktop and laptop. We know the difference. I don't have to explain you. Now, on the other hand, in a corporate environment for hosting these websites and applications, we would not be using something called as personal computers, but rather we have dedicated devices, specific type of devices for that, which we refer to as servers. Servers are very powerful computers. They are not like your personal computers, very much powerful. And these servers itself can be classified into three different categories, like rack servers, blade servers, and tower servers, right? So each of them have their own differences, and the way how they look, etc., also would be different. For example, a rack server is something which you typically would be mounting onto something called as a rack. In a IT infrastructure, you will have something called as a rack. So in a rack, that is where you will be mounting this device called as a rack server. Then blade servers is something which is coming in a bigger chassis, like what we call as individual blades would be individual servers. And then there is your tower server as well. Just for the sake of understanding how exactly they would look like, let me show you one diagram: rack server versus blade server versus tower server. So if you go to images, you can see the difference between these three. This is what we are referring to. So the first one that uses actually three different rack servers: one server, second one, and third one. Whereas the middle one is a tower server, and the last one is actually a blade chassis. Here, if you look, this guy is pulling out one single blade, which means one single server from a blade chassis. You can say this is a blade chassis. Within that, he has multiple blades or servers, blade servers, and he's pulling out one from that, right? So that's what we call as a blade server. So now in this way, we have three different categories of servers which we'll be using for various use cases. For example, if you want a simple small deployment, then in that case, most likely you will go with a tower server. And for most of the production requirement, you will be going with rack servers and blade servers. For low level requirements, you will be going with what we call as the tower servers. So that's what we have with respect to the three different categories of servers. So now, these servers that you have, your personal computer has an operating system. Similarly, your servers also will have an operating system. Personal computer operating system will be, for example, your Windows 7, Windows 8, 8.1, Windows 10 you have, Windows 11 is the most recent one. And then in Linux also, you would be having various flavor which can be installed on the personal computer. On the other hand, on a server operating system also, you will have specific operating system for the server. Servers require their own type of operating system, and that's what we refer to as server operating system. Windows Server 2016, 2012, 2019, 2022, RHEL servers. So now you can see, so this is what we have. We have operating systems like whichever I told you, Windows Server, starting from 2012, 2016, 19, 22, etc. All these various type of server operating systems are available for us. You do have in Linux as well as in Macintosh, you have server operating systems available for you. Okay, so that's what we have. Tower server is only one server, just like your normal desktop. Okay, so that's what it is now. You have servers, and then these servers can be used within your IT infrastructure. So now remember, these servers, you don't run them randomly here and there. I mean, you just don't go and keep it anywhere you felt like keeping them, but rather you need a sophisticated environment wherein you can go and keep these servers and give all the supporting equipments and network access and all these capabilities that is needed, right? So the place where we keep these servers would be something which we refer to as, sometimes we would refer to it as server room, but typically it would be something which we call as a data center. Okay, a data center. So you will have a data center. A data center can be an entire building, or it can be or it can be a specific, room in the building as well. I mean, it can be a specific building or it can be an entire building, what we refer to as a data center. So within this data center, now you would be keeping all these servers, whatever you have procured, and there is a specific reason why you want them to be kept in a specific room or a specific building, right? These servers that you have, these are costly devices, and also you will be running your important workloads, important applications, and so on these servers. So you don't want someone randomly to come and mess up with your servers when you keep it here and there open, but rather you want them to be secured, and you want them to give the cooling facility and all the required backup power supply and all these things. So that is why we keep these servers onto something called as a specific room called as data center room, right? So it can be, as I told you, one single room itself, or it can be, let's say, one entire building also for the data center, depending upon your use cases and size of the company and so on. So this is what we have with respect to a traditional IT infrastructure. So in a traditional IT infrastructure, you would be having what? You will be having servers first and foremost, and then all the supporting equipments for the servers you would need, right? Like for example, you would need a rack wherein the servers will be mounted. You need backup power supply, redundant internet connectivity, all these things you would need whenever you are setting up something like this, right? And also you would need people who can manage this infrastructure. I mean, having a environment and having the resources and everything will not do enough. I mean, you would need somebody who can manage these resources if at all something goes wrong, right? So that's another thing that you have over here. In any case, now you can see you have uh, created an IT infrastructure. And while creating this IT infrastructure for your company, you understood what are the things that is required now, right? You have all your required facilities needed, wherein this will be created. You will need all your what we call all the supporting hardware. Like for example, for servers, you would need the server racks, the redundant network connectivity, etc. All these things you would need within the data center. Okay, so once after everything put together, you set it up, only then it is called as a data center in its true sense. Now here, so we talked about a data center, what exactly we do have within the data center. Anyway, moving on. So let me ask you one question. So if you wanted to set up, like for example, Shadil's company, or your company, when you wanted to set up an infrastructure like this, approximately how much it can cost you? Any guess? If at all you're going for an infrastructure like this, approximately how much it could cost you? Any guess? But remember, a single powerful server itself can cost you easily 5 to 10 to 15 lakhs. Okay, a single very powerful server itself can cost you a lot of money. Okay, so keeping from that perspective, I mean, it's not just that the server that you need, at least 2 servers or 3 servers you would need, and then you would need supporting hardwares as well, right? So now when you put together, even if your consumption is low, you would need at least 1 or 2 servers, right? Minimum. So when you even go with that as well, if you look at the cost, overall cost to set up the complete thing, you will need, at least a good amount of money. It's not some negligible amount of money that you would be needing, but rather a good amount of money would be needed to set up all these things, right? Then also you would need people who can manage this environment and so on. So of course, for them, you will need to pay the salaries and so on, etc. So you can see traditionally, first of all, if you wanted to set up an infrastructure, traditionally, if you wanted to set up an IT infrastructure, there is a lot of cost associated with it. So one of the first challenge that we have in a traditional IT infrastructure is something called as cost. Cost wise, we have a problem. Okay, so all these devices that you have, they are costly, of course, and when you go and set it up for the first time, of course, you would have made a huge investment into all this. So cost is one factor. There is another factor which we refer to as maintenance. Maintenance. So what happens with maintenance is equal to nothing but a maintenance is also a another difficult task for the end customer, because now these servers, whenever you are having multiple number of servers and so on, managing them, taking care of the updates, and then making sure they don't have any problems, etc. All this maintenance activities, including the physical hardware level maintenance activities, etc. All this you would need to take care of yourself. You will need to take care of yourself as a company. You are the ones who are going to get all this done. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to maintenance. So maintaining such huge infrastructures, large infrastructures are also not an easy task. That also requires certain amount of effort, and you will have certain expenses as well for all these activities to be carried out. So that's what we have with respect to the maintenance now. Now, thirdly, so you have the cost problem, you have maintenance problem. Thirdly, we have something called as scalability. Okay, scalability means what? Scalability is nothing but ability to your scale. Okay, ability to say scale is what we call as scalability. What is ability to scale? Ability to scale is nothing but when you deploy an infrastructure, and within this infrastructure you have deployed some application. So this application over a period of time, he will got an increase in utilization. More and more users will be coming onto your application, and once you have that, when more and more users are coming onto your application, what happens is that you will need extra resources to support your application. You will need more resources. Whatever current resource that you have given for the VM might not be enough. In that case, you would need something beyond that. Okay, so now this ability to scale, I mean, on a on-premises traditional environment, a company will not be able to go and accommodate additional servers with higher capacity as they require, because it has to go through a procurement process. It has to go through the server process and all this, and then get the servers onto the data center, get it attached and configured. And once the configuration is done, only then you will be able to use it. So this scalability part is also a problem. The ability to scale is limited, pretty limited in the case of a on-premises deployment. I mean, you cannot go and scale as per your requirement, your resources and all wouldn't be able to go beyond certain point of maximum compute or RAM capacity or whatever you have. So that's what you have with respect to scalability. The ability to scale is limited on an on-premises environment. These are some of the challenges that we would see on a traditional IT infrastructure that we have. So now that is where here, how do we fix this problem? So from this thought, that is where the technology called as virtualization is actually getting emerged right now. Okay, what is that? Virtualization, the technology is coming after this. So initially the infrastructure was like, for example, whatever you have, you will just maintain by yourself. All the cost associated with it you will bear by yourself. Ability to scale is limited in the case of a on-premises environment. So these are some of the things that you will be having or you were facing as a problem, and that is where when we decided to move on to a different technology altogether, which we refer to as what is the technology which we are moving on from here now? Traditional on-premises infrastructure. This is what I just explained to you now. So from here now we are moving on to which technology, guys? The technology is called as virtualization. Okay, so let's see from a practical perspective what exactly virtualization is all about. Okay, so now what did we see so far is nothing but a traditional IT infrastructure, how it could be, and from there how did we infrastructure in terms of cost. We need a lot of investment in order to set up a data center for the on-premises side, first thing. Second thing, when you set up an infrastructure on the on-premises side, the complete management overhead comes on you. You have to take care of all the cooling facility within the data center, because I told you the servers are electronic devices which will be producing a lot of heat. So these devices, any of you, if you have gone to data center, you would have noticed it. Inside a data center, it will be very cold, right? It will be very cold. Air conditioning would be there. Why it is there? Because the servers that you have, they're running 24/7/365. They produces a lot of heat. When your mobile phone is also getting utilized continuously, that produces heat. Similar thing. So this heat, now to go and control this, that's where the air conditioning would be there. So this air conditioning facility, this servers that you have, the networking, the connectivity, all these things you have to take care of it. The complete maintenance falls on you. Then there is scalability. Scalability is your ability to scale. The ability to scale is pretty limited in the case of on-premises environment. You cannot randomly scale from one hardware to maybe a higher powerful hardware. You will have to go through the procurement process and then a lot of other procedures and things have to be completed, only then you can go ahead and get the servers up and running. So scalability is also a problem, a challenge we can say on a traditional on-prem environment. So that is where we move on to the technology called as virtualization. So that being said, let's see how or what virtualization did to us. Okay, so what do we have with respect to virtualization? So earlier, I just explained you what is a traditional IT infrastructure looking like. So in a traditional IT infrastructure, now let's say if you wanted to deploy an application, when I say application, we can have a website, or you can be having any, like for example, we know we have many applications that we use on the mobile phone and all this, right? So all these applications are coming from some backend servers. They are deployed onto certain servers in the backend. So let's say, for instance, you have one server which is holding specific service, or in a traditional scenario, how did you do it? Is nothing but you will have one server bot in your company. You will have one server, physical server. Within this physical server, you will go ahead and deploy an operating system. On top of it, you will load an operating system. Operating system can be any supported Windows operating system. Then on top of that, you will go ahead and host your workload. For example, if it is application deployment, you will do the deployment. You will go ahead and whatever deployment that you are doing, you will be doing on this particular server. So now what do we have here is, for one scenario, for one specific deployment, you are dedicating one single server. This is how we used to do in traditional sense. And also, most of the servers were underutilized because only one type of service is running on the hardware, and that particular service itself would not be using the complete capacity of the server that you would be having. So how do we address this? So that is where again answer virtualization comes into the picture. So virtualization, what happens is, now you have a underlying physical hardware, and this physical hardware on top of it, this physical hardware which does not contain any operating system, this is what we call as bare metal. That's what we call as bare metal. Let me mention that over here. This is a bare metal hardware. Okay, bare metal hardware means there is no operating system, nothing, and it's just there as if it is a new system. That's all. No operating system, nothing. So now you can see a bare metal hardware that you have, you take it and then you installed the software called as hypervisor. Okay, hypervisor software. Hypervisor software can be installed or enabled quickly. I'll show you how you can do that as we go forward. Anyway, so you have the bare metal, on top of it you enable the hypervisor. Once after you enable the hypervisor, now it would become possible for you to create something called as virtual machine. Okay, so for what we have, what we were having was nothing but physical machine. So now once you are able to virtualize it with the help of a hypervisor software, now you can create something called as virtual machines on top of this physical hardware. Now let me mention that over here. So you are having virtual machines now. That's VM1, that's VM2, that's VM3. Okay, so you have VM1, VM2, VM3 deployed on a bare metal hardware on top of a hypervisor. This hypervisor software can be of any example, right? Now, can you give me some example of a hypervisor software? Example of hypervisor software. Let me write it down, some of them. Like for example, you have ESXi, you have Hyper-V, you have Oracle VirtualBox, you have Linux KVM, ESXi, Hyper-V, VirtualBox, KVM, VMware Workstation. Okay, so these are all some of the examples of hypervisor software. Remember, this hypervisor software itself is of two types. There are two types of hypervisors available. You have two types of virtualization. One is called as type 1, and then there is type 2. What is the difference between type 1 virtualization and type 2? Type 1 virtualization is basically the bare metal virtualization, and type 2 is that you will be having an operating system on top of your hardware. So for example, it would not be a bare metal hardware. You will have an operating system on top of this. Then on top of the operating system, you can go ahead and enable the restart or whatever is required while setting this up. Okay, so that's what you would be having over here. So now you can see type 1, again I'm repeating type 1, you know this already, type 1 bare metal virtualization, which only a bare metal, then the hypervisor software. On the other hand, you have type 2 virtualization, which is enabled on top of a operating system. So you have a server, you have an existing operating system within it, and therein you can go ahead and enable the virtualization, which would be referred to as type 2 virtualization. So that's what the difference between type 1 and 2, probably have already gone through that. Type 1 is bare metal virtualization. You have a physical hardware which does not contain an operating system. Either BIOS or UEFI would be there. And when you enable virtualization on top of it by installing a hypervisor software, that's what we call as type 1. Whereas in type 2, what happens is you will have the operating system and everything on a computer. But on top of that operating system, you will go and install a hypervisor software and then use it. So that's what we have with respect to type 2, also known as bare metal. Now let me ask you, which one would be more efficient? Virtualization done by using type 1 or type 2, which one would be more efficient? Type 1. Why type 1? The type 1, the difference here is if you go with a type 2 virtualization, in the case of type 2, I told you there is an operating system. I mean, right now, what we have on the diagram is a bare metal hypervisor and then VM, which is type 1. On type 2, you have an operating system on top of the bare metal, and then you have hypervisor, then you have VM. So which means whenever you enable an operating system, does the operating system take some resources? I mean, some RAM capacity, some CPU, etc. Does your operating system take from that? Yes or no? Of course, yes, your operating system also will take some resources from this overall capacity that you have on the VM, that is on the machine, that's for sure, right? So when operating system is taking and the ESXi basically, or the bare metal hypervisor software that you have, that is very lightweight and he don't contain any unnecessary services. He don't contain any unnecessary services. So which means, which one would be much more efficient, your type 1 or type 2? Type 1, in that case, we don't have an operating system like any Windows operating system and all, it is not there. And because of that reason, he wouldn't have the wastage or utilization that would be going on to your operating system. Such, utilization will not be there. But rather on the type 2, yes, you would have, let's say, for example, you would need some capacity to be given to the underlying physical hardwares. Okay, you will have to dedicate them because the operating system would need to run, and for the operating system also you would need resources. So that's what you have with respect to type 1 and type 2 differences. So which one is more, which one we do more on a corporate environment is, of course, the answer for that is type 1. Okay, because of its efficiency and it uses less resources, etc. So considering that, what we typically do is type 1. So in this in these hypervisor examples, whatever I have written over here, which are type 1, ESXi is type 1, Hyper-V has both type 1 and 2, VirtualBox is type 2, KVM is type 1, VMware Workstation is type 2. Okay, these are some of the examples. So you can see now Hyper-V has both. Hyper-V has both type 1 as well as type 2. ESXi is type 1. Okay. Could you please give some examples of type 1 hypervisor? Due to hypervisor, virtualization is possible. So basically what is happening there is you have the processor, right? So Intel has a technology called as Intel VTX. I don't know whether you might have gone through this already yesterday. Intel VTX technology is what allows you to go and do this thing called as virtualization. Intel VTX is what allows you to go and do the virtualization. So that allows you to create parallel execution environments on a hardware, isolated environments on a hardware, so that they can act like virtual machines and you will be able to access them. Okay, so this is the idea over there. The processor has to have the support first of all. Okay, now if the processor is supported, then you can use a hypervisor software on top of that hardware and then utilize the full capabilities of virtualization. So it's not just hypervisor who is giving you the virtualization, but rather you need a supported hardware plus you need a hypervisor software, then that gives you virtualization as end result. Can there be hardware constraint while choosing the hypervisor? I mean, can we choose any hypervisor irrespective of hardware? Nowadays, you can go irrespective of hardware. All hardware will support virtualization technology, and you can go with any hypervisor softwares. Most of them would be supported. The full form of that Intel VT or Intel VTX is nothing but Intel Virtualization Technology. That's all. Intel VT means Intel Virtualization Technology. Okay. Now coming on to how can any machine run without an operating system? The ESXi itself will act as the operating system. A hypervisor software, type 1 hypervisor software itself will act as an operating system. That's all what you have to understand. Okay, that's it. So Intel VT is a type 1. I never said that Intel VT is type 1 or type 2. Intel VT is the underlying technology which was enabled on the processor, which allowed you to do the technology called as virtualization. So you have the processor. On the processor, there is a support for VT, Intel VT technology. And because of that support for Intel VT technology, you can use it for virtualization. That's all. And that can be either type 1 or type 2. That's what I told you. If you are enabling it on top of an operating system, then in that case, it would be type 2. If you are enabling it directly on the bare metal, then it would be type 1. That's all. That's all what a bare metal means. A piece of steel or aluminum, whatever the material with which they have created this, inside there would be motherboard, there would be RAM, there would be ROM, there would be hard disk, there would be a CPU, right? There would be network interface card, etc. All these things. So everything put together, that piece of hardware that you see, this is what you refer to as bare metal, which does not contain any operating system. Look at your laptop. You have a laptop with you, or you might be having a desktop with you. Even you might be having a mobile phone with you, right? Either a Apple device or you might be having an Android device. Assume that device that you have, that iPhone in your hand, it does not contain any operating system. The iOS is not there. Or your Android device that you have in your hand, it does not contain an Android operating system. Nothing is there. In that case, you can call it as a bare metal hardware. That's just a piece of metal. That's all. It does not contain any operating system over there. This is what the meaning of bare metal. So you can take any hardware that you can think of. I randomly typed DL380 Gen 9. You can type any server. All of them, if there is no operating system, then it is bare metal itself. Then typically what we do is you take this hardware and you will install an operating system of your choosing. You will install, for example, Windows Server, or you will install, for example, any RHEL in the sense Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or maybe any other Linux flavors. So these kind of operating systems you will install and you will use it. But that's not what we are doing for type 1 virtualization. For type 1 virtualization, you would not install a Windows Server operating system on top of it, or you will not install a RHEL operating system on top of it, or you will not install any other type of operating system on top of it. But rather, you will go with that hypervisor software, which I explained to you. For type 1, I gave you a couple of examples. VMware ESXi is one of them. Hyper-V is one of them. KVM is one of them. And Citrix Zen Server is one of them, right? So these softwares you will take and you will install any one of them on this bare metal hardware directly. So this hypervisor software, which is type 1, itself can act as an operating system and enable virtualization on that hardware. So specifically that bare metal now became a server on top of which you can create VMs directly. There is no other operating systems on this. There is no Windows operating system. There is no Linux operating system apart from this on this particular hardware. So this is what type 1 or bare metal virtualization we are talking about. So we understood what is type 1, type 2 virtualization. So in a industry perspective, I told you would be using this type 1 mostly because that's more efficient. On the other hand, if you were to go with type 2, the problem there I told you it would be having the operating system. Operating system itself takes up a lot of resources, and that much resources are getting wasted. So in a corporate environment, we always are skeptical about any resource loss, and so that we will be using or will be going with something called as type 1 virtualization or bare metal virtualization mostly. So once you have that, now what you can do here is you will be able to create VMs like what I have shown you over here. You can see currently on the screen. So now you can see here, we have created virtual machines on this hardware now. Okay, so you will be able to create the virtual machines. So now when creating this virtual machines, let's say, for example, this underlying physical hardware that we have, he has certain capacity in the sense RAM capacity, CPU, etc. Like for example, you have a CPU capacity of, let's say, 8 core CPUs available over here, and there is a RAM capacity of 64 GB. 64 GB RAM is available. A hard disk capacity of, let's say, how much? Maybe 2 TB or so. Okay, so in this way, certain capacity is available on this underlying physical hardware now. So while creating these VMs, what you would do is, for these virtual machines that you have, you will assign from this capacity that you have. For example, we know CPU 8 core, out of which 2 core CPU I can give over here. And then I will give some, let's say, for example, 10 GB RAM capacity I will give. And then I'll give some storage capacity of maybe some 200 GB of storage capacity I'll give to this guy. Similarly, on the second machine and third machine, I can give. For example, here also I'm giving 2 core CPU and some 16 GB RAM capacity I'm giving, and some 300 500 GB of storage capacity also have given. So in this way, from the underlying hardware, you will assign the capacity onto the VMs that you have. So now they are like individual VMs completely running isolated. One VM wouldn't know the existence of other VM or a third VM. They wouldn't know each other. Okay, they wouldn't know the existence of each other, and they're running in their own complete isolated environment. After this, once you have created the VM, this virtual machine can have all the functionalities a physical server will have. All the functionalities a physical server can have can be done via these virtual machines also. So once you have created a VM like this, you will install operating system. You will install operating system on top of the VM according to your choosing, according to what you want. Okay, so you will go with any supported operating system. For example, here on the first VM, I can install Windows Server. On the second VM, I can install, for example, RHEL. And on the third VM, if I wanted to, I can install some other operating system as well. So that's what you have. Any operating systems are supported. Pretty much all the today's operating system will be supported on any cloud, on any virtualization platform, by the way. Okay, so that's what you have. You can go ahead and install any operating system as per your choosing on these VMs, and you can see they will be utilizing hardware capacities and all this from the underlying hardware that you have. But there is a problem. So now let's say this hardware that you have, okay, this hardware that you have, he goes off. For instance, the power supply is cut off, or maybe this particular hardware is dead. Something goes wrong with it. In which case, will all your servers on top over here, will they get affected? Yes or no? These servers on top, these VMs that is created on top of this bare metal, will they be surviving or will they also go down? It's obvious they also will be going down. I mean, all the servers also will go down because they are utilizing resources from the underlying hardware. Meaning, if the underlying hardware is down, of course, your virtual machines also will be down. So this virtualization is what we call as standalone virtualization. Standalone virtualization in the sense you have a single hardware, and in that single hardware you have done the virtualization couple of VMs. This is not recommended in a production environment. For testing scenarios and all, yes, you can do it, but in a production environment you should not be doing this. What is the problem if you do it in production environment? We saw the problem already, right? The problem is nothing but if you do it in the production environment, something happens onto the bare metal or actual unit on which these VMs are created, then in that case, all VMs will be down, right? So that's what we have with respect to, virtualization type 1. Now, Of course, yes, it can. It's a single point of failure. The single hardware is basically a single point of failure. Coming on to the type 2 virtualization. Okay. What happens in the case of type 2 virtualization? We already know we have the operating system. For example, in my case, you can see I have a Windows 11 operating system on my laptop. My laptop was originally bare metal, then they loaded it with an operating system, and now it's no more a bare metal. I mean, I do have an operating system on top of it. I have a client operating system on top of it, which is Windows 11. Now, on top of this client operating system itself, I can go ahead and enable virtualization if I needed to. If I needed to, I can go ahead and enable virtualization on top of this hardware. Okay, so how do I enable? As I told you, for type 1, there were some examples, and type 2 also there are some examples. For instance, type 2, I told you have the Hyper-V as an example. You have Oracle VirtualBox as an example. You have VMware Workstation as an example. VMware Workstation is a paid software. You will need to pay for it. VMware VirtualBox, Oracle VirtualBox is free. Hyper-V is also free, provided you should have a Pro edition of Windows or Enterprise edition of Windows. If these two you have, you will get Hyper-V for free. If you don't have it, then you wouldn't be able to. Like for example, if you are using Windows, Home edition, single language, Home basic kind of editions, then in that case you wouldn't be able to enable the Hyper-V. Okay, so what we will be doing anyway, it's easy for us to go ahead and enable the type 2 virtualization rather than having a separate hardware and then setting up the type 1. Both of them technology wise are same thing. Creating VM, deploying VM, managing VM, etc. This all same thing. Only difference is that type 1 would be running on a bare metal, whereas type 2 would be running on top of an operating system. Efficiency would be slightly less. That's all. But apart from that, creating VM, all the process would be exactly the same thing. So we will go ahead and see. We will set up any of this Hyper-V on our local machine. The type 2 virtualization, we will enable it over here. And once after that, we will go ahead and see how you can create a VM on a Hyper-V environment. So that's what we are going to do over here now. So you can see, as I told you, how do you enable this Hyper-V? First thing that you have to do on your operating system, you go to settings. Go to settings. Within settings, you go to about. Under about, you can see Windows specifications. Look for the edition. The edition has to be any Windows 8 or later operating system with a Pro or Enterprise edition number. Pro or Enterprise edition over here. If you have that, yes, you can go ahead and enable Hyper-V seamlessly. Anyways, so how do you enable it? As I told you, confirm your Windows operating system. And remember, you can install only one hypervisor software at a time, which means if you have VirtualBox already installed with you, you wouldn't be able to install Hyper-V along with it. You will have to disable VirtualBox if you want to enable Hyper-V. You can use only either of them. You cannot use both of them together, not supported. Okay, so those who have already installed it and it is still there in your system, I mean the VirtualBox, in such cases you might not be able to enable Hyper-V, and others who have not installed VirtualBox, you may try with Hyper-V. In any case, moving on. So now you can see here, how do you enable this type 2 virtualization on a machine? I already told you to verify the operating system edition. Next is that you just go to run and type appwiz.cpl, which will basically take you to programs and features. What is the shortcut? appwiz.cpl, appwiz.cpl, appwiz.cpl. You can also search directly in control panel and go here. Anything is fine. Go to turn Windows features on or off. Click on this. Scroll down to Hyper-V. Check the box for Hyper-V and click on OK. Okay, just enable the box for Hyper-V. Click on OK. That will go ahead and install the required files. You will need to do a reboot. You do the reboot and now your Hyper-V will be ready. You will be able to use the Hyper-V. And you can see when you go back to start, if you type just Hyper-V, you will be able to see something called as Hyper-V Manager. So within Hyper-V Manager, you can see the status of them, whether you have any VMs, etc. All these things you will be able to see. And also you will have the option to create VMs and so on from here. Is Windows hypervisor platform same as Hyper-V? No, I mean, you would be able to see within features one Windows hypervisor platform. Don't go into there, just search for Hyper-V, enable Hyper-V, and that's it. That's all what you have to do. So as I told you, now we are going to create virtual machine on Hyper-V environment. So here now you can see, as I told you, how you can enable Hyper-V. Anyway, so you can see we have the Hyper-V. So how do you get this Hyper-V? So now you can see here, we have gone to Hyper-V manager, and within this, let me create a VM now. So I will go ahead and click on create new virtual machine, right? So this Shadil's X1, what you see over here is basically my laptop. So on my laptop, I'm going to create a new virtual machine. On top of my laptop, I'm creating a new virtual machine on my hardware. So here, this is the initial page. Click on next. You can give a name for your virtual machine here. So I'm just calling it as, for example, Hyper-V VM or anything. VM2, for example, I'm calling it as. I'll continue with the next. So now here you can see, choose generation of this virtual machine. There are two generations supported for your VM. One is called as Gen 1, another one is called as Gen 2. What is the difference between the two? A Gen 1 VM is the first type of VM that we had initially within Hyper-V, wherein it is based on BIOS. The firmware would be BIOS in the case of a Gen 1 VM. And it will support both 32-bit and 64-bit guest operating systems, whereas Gen 2 will support only a 64-bit operating system, plus it is based on UEFI. So there is a latest firmware which is replacing BIOS. Most of you nowadays would be using UEFI based firmware only. BIOS, basic input output system, we are no longer using it. Very old systems and all will be having still BIOS with them, but most of the new systems will be having UEFI, Unified Extensible Firmware Interface or something. That's what you have with respect to UEFI. So UEFI based firmware, which will give support for secure boot kind of TPM kind of security features and all that. And such a VM, that is what generation 2 with all this latest capabilities. So you can choose which type you want. So here I have defined, I want to go with Gen 2, for example. Continue with the next. And now here I am specifying how much RAM capacity. So in my laptop, I have total 16 GB of RAM capacity available. If you were to go to Task Manager, you can see that. From Task Manager, you can see there is actually the total RAM capacity and all this. You can see over here. Memory, 16 GB RAM, out of which 7.5 GB is currently used, right? So I'm saying for this virtual machine I'm creating, I need to give 4 GB RAM capacity, 4096. There is one option called as use dynamic memory for this virtual machine. So dynamic memory basically allows you to go and dynamically adjust. I mean, whenever the VM need lesser RAM, he will take only less than what you have specified over here. Whenever VM needs more than 4 GB, he will take automatically more than 4 GB if it is available on the hardware. So that's what we have with respect to dynamic memory. We don't want dynamic memory. I want a static 4 GB memory with it. That's it. I'll continue with the next. And here is the option for me to configure networking. Okay. So currently networking, I'm not configuring it. I'm just leaving it as it is. Continue with the next. And here we are creating a VHD. What is a VHD? For these virtual machines that you're creating, they require storage, right? They require something called as storage. Every VM, every machine that you have, let it be a physical machine or let it be virtual machine, they would need storage, which we typically refer to as a disk. Okay, a disk. So what happens in the case of a VM? A VM's disk is basically a VHD or VHDX file in the case of Hyper-V. In the case of Hyper-V, if it is Linux, it would be, sorry, if it is VMware, it would be VMDK or VMDX file. Okay, VMDK or VMDX file. So these are files which is acting like a disk and which will be stored on your physical disk. So you can see on my laptop, I have a 256 GB 256 or 500 GB SSD. I have a 500 GB SSD. So there I have partitioned it into two volumes like local disk C and local disk D. If you go to disk mgmt, you can validate it. So I'll quickly take you to disk mgmt, and you can see it's only one single disk of 500 GB SSD disk, and then you can see I have partitioned it into C drive and D drive. So what do I do is when I create a virtual hard disk file here in Hyper-V, I'm defining, okay, create a virtual hard disk file of 20 GB capacity on C drive. On C drive, on this particular path, I'm creating a 20 GB disk for my VM. So which means my virtual machine will be seeing this file as a virtual hard disk for him. But in reality, this file or this VHDX file or this hard disk is basically stored on my C drive. Okay, so that's how a disk works in the case of virtualization. It would be always files with extension VHD or VHDX in the case of Hyper-V, which will get stored on a physical storage. So now here you are defining that, like the capacity and all that you want. I defined 20 GB, in which path you need to save this, etc. We have defined. I'll continue with the next. And then installation options. How do you install operating system? So operating system, you can see typically operating systems can be made available in ISO format. Image file ISO formats are available. So these ISO images, you can download it from Evaluation Center. So if you go online and you look for Microsoft Evaluation Center, you will be able to see that Microsoft Evaluation Center. From here, you can download the Windows Server Evaluation VHDs or ISO images. So you go over here to any one of them. For example, I want to evaluate Windows Server 2022. Download this ISO, one option you can see. So if you download this ISO, when you click on this, it will go ahead and pick up the link, and then you will be able to download it. You can see 5.66 GB. You can go ahead and download it. So in any case, so you download this, and then such a ISO image, you can use it. You can simply point that ISO file. In my case, I already have a ISO file downloaded with me, but that's for Windows Server 2012 R2, and that's more than okay. I'll continue with the next, and I'll click on finish. So this will go ahead and create the virtual machine for me known as VM2. Okay, so right click on VM2, and then the moment you click on start, he will go ahead and load the operating system from the disk, and you will be able to install the operating system for you. So you can see, for example, I'll click on connect. So there's a small problem. That's okay. So I'll tell you what exactly is happening over here. So this is basically the disk is UEFI mode, and the VM that we let's try. Yes, so it is loaded now. So you can see here it is booting from the disk that we have selected now. Okay, Windows Server 2012 R2 setup has been loaded. Remember, our original operating system was Windows 11. Within that, we enabled Hyper-V. By the help of Hyper-V, I have created a VM, and within that VM, I am creating or setting up Windows Server 2012 R2 operating system. Continue with the next. Click on install now. You will need to provide the product key so that also you can find it online. Windows Server 2012 R2 standard evaluation product key. You can see that over here. So you can see here, I can go ahead and see the license numbers over here, and I'll simply go ahead and add it over here. D2N9P, D2N9P, 3P6X9, 2R39C, 7RTCD, MDVJX. Oh no, I'm missing something in between. D2N9P, 3P6X9, 2R39C, 2R39C, 7RTCD, MDVJX. Okay, that's it. Okay, I'll go with the GUI edition, not the core edition, which will have a graphical user interface. Continue with the next. Accept the license terms. Continue with the next. Custom installation. You can see this 20 GB disk. Next, and it will automatically be partitioned, and the operating system will be loaded. Okay, so the installation is going through. Once after the installation has been completed, now you would be able to see that the operating system in a fully working state, just like how you will have it on a normal physical server. Similarly, the same way you will be having it on a virtual machine as well. Okay. What are the benefits over VirtualBox? I mean, we are not doing any comparative study over here, but first of all, Hyper-V will be having, I believe, Hyper-V has some improvements or features in comparison with VirtualBox. VirtualBox I have not recently used it. The latest updated version I have never used it. So probably what are the changes included over there? I wouldn't be able to say that. The only advantage or things that we have here is the entire cloud computing is actually entire cloud computing of Azure is actually built on top of Hyper-V. So from that perspective, it is good to know a bit about Hyper-V. How to make operating system selection in boot itself. In boot itself, in the sense here, on the settings of the VM, for example, it is VM2. On the settings of it, if you go, you have an option to specify boot. What exactly is the order? You can see initially when you start, you can move this DVD drive up, one path up. And then once you have done that, when you go and apply and restart the machine, it will boot from the CD. Right now, since the installation is done, now it is loading from the bootmanager.efi file. Okay, that's it. So let's go back here. Installation is completed, I think. So I'm giving a username and password for this and just log in. So you have a Windows Server 2012 R2 operating system on top of Windows 11. This VM can start auto mode or has to be started manually. You will start this manually. Okay, no VM gets started automatically. I mean, you will need to do some scripting and all for that. And that script would go ahead and execute certain commands, and then that will go ahead and start your VM. In that way, you can configure. Okay, so typically VMs, whatever you have, you will start it as per your requirement. That's it. So you can see within our Windows environment, Windows 11, you can see there is a Windows server I'm running right now. So it's just like a normal machine only. I can do anything that I could do on a server over here. I can also configure networking for this guy, and I'll be able to use it. For instance, okay, so you can see here we have the operating system running, right? So now if I wanted to, I can go ahead and give him network access, and then he will be able to access external resources, external networks, websites, and so on. And also I can go ahead and set up any application servers, etc. if I wanted within that machine. For instance, if I wanted to configure networking for that guy, I will have to attach onto him something called as a network switch. On the right hand side over here, within Hyper-V, there is something called as virtual switch manager, And within that, you have an option to create a new virtual network switch. You have the option to create a new virtual network switch. And this can be like, for example, you can create 3 different types of them, either external, internal, and private. External allows you to talk to external network. When you create an external network switch, this will allow you to talk to the external network via your internet. Your virtual machine will be able to communicate to external network. If you go to internal, your virtual machine will be able to communicate with other VMs as well as your physical host where these VMs are running. If you create private, between these VMs, you can enable communication by using a private switch. So I'm creating an external switch. I'll click on create a virtual switch now. And here you will have the option to specify on which Ethernet adapter you want to create your external network. So if you go to ncpa.cpl on my local machine, you can see there are at least 3 or 4 network adapters on my laptop. Currently, the one which is connected, that's one TP-Link Gigabit Ethernet USB adapter. That's what something which is connected now. So I will go ahead and virtualize this guy and create an external network adapter which can be used by my VM, so that the VM will be able to communicate via that external network adapter to this guy and then onto internet. Let's go ahead and see how you will do that. So if you go back to Hyper-V now, go to Virtual Switch Manager, you create a new virtual switch. by specifying what is your external network. My external network is TP-Link 1, TP-Link Gigabit Ethernet USB adapter. Click on apply. There might be a disruption in the network connectivity. That's okay. What we are seeing here, providing internet access onto or providing network access onto this machine. Okay, how do you do that? Within Hyper-V, if you go back to Hyper-V manager, there is something called as switch manager, virtual switch manager. Go back to Hyper-V, virtual switch manager. Using this virtual switch manager, you will be able to create a network switch which will allow you to connect to the external network. What type of virtual network you want to create? You have to create external if you want internet access from your virtual machine. That's exactly what I have done. I have created an external network switch. While creating this external network switch, you would need to specify what is your actual external network which is connected to internet. In my case, TP-Link Gigabit is what connected to internet. So hence I selected that guy. You can see TP-Link Gigabit Ethernet. I selected this guy, and based on this, now a new virtual network switch has been created. Our VM will connect on to this virtual network switch, through which he will communicate to this Ethernet 2, through which he will communicate on to internet. Okay, that's what we are doing over here. So now I have already created the virtual switch. I simply have to go and connect it onto the VM that I have created. How do we do it? Let me show you. So you come back over here to the virtual machine, virtual switch manager, you can close it. Come back to the virtual machines page, right click on VM2, go to settings, and within settings, you can see there is networking. Go to the network adapter and simply connect him onto the new virtual switch that you created. Apply. Okay. Right. Now, if you go back over here. Okay, so this is our server. So here I'll log in. And you can see he's connected to the network right now. You can see internet access. Let me adjust the resolution a bit. This display setting cannot be changed from a remote session. Okay, forget about it. So you can see here now, we have the Windows operating system and it is also connected to the network now. You can test it by doing a simple ping test. I will say, for instance, ping dot or ping hash ping dash t 8.8.8.8. So you can see it is connecting now, which means he has internet access. Simple as that. Okay, so this is how you got and give internet access. Now you got a VM with internet access. Now you have unlimited possibilities. You can do this. You can use this VM for whatever the use cases that you would want to. That's it. So the network part, what I told you is nothing but if you want to provide internet access onto the VM, you go to virtual switch manager and create an external virtual switch. External is what allows you to go and connect to outside network. Internal, these VMs between them and also to this host machine where these VMs are getting created, to him also you can enable communication. So which means from VMs to the host and vice versa. To enable communication, you will use internal. Private will allow you to connect between these VMs. I mean, these VMs will talk to each other by using private. So these are the three types of connectivity or switches that you can create, and whatever you want, you can attach on your machine, and that's it. Can you also show that 20 GB partition? Not 20 GB partition, 20 GB disk. I mean, if you go to disk mgmt on our VM, this is disk mgmt I'm going, disk mgmt.msc. It might be too small to see, but yeah, let me expand it. So you can see there is a 20 GB disk which has been attached onto him, right? 20 GB disk which I created. So this 20 GB disk, where exactly it is sitting? It is sitting on my local machine's C drive. I can see that if I go to settings, from within settings, you can go on to hard drive and just look at the path where it is kept. So the path I can see simply if I type on browse, this is the vm2.vhdx file where it is stored. It is stored on this particular path. Let's go to that path. And you can see this is the vm2.vhdx file that we have. So currently you can see the total capacity of them is coming on to 8 GB only. Below you can see that. And as I told you, the maximum capacity will be 20. So eventually he will reach that 20 GB capacity, and then he will not grow from there. For which, if you want to, you will have to increase the capacity of the disk to something higher value. Okay, moving on. What is Virtual SAN Manager? Virtual SAN Manager is a mechanism with which you can attach SAN storage. First of all, you have to study what is a SAN storage. SAN is storage area networking, large scale storage device which you can attach onto your network. So you virtualize and use a SAN device onto this. That's why you will be having, that's where you will be having Virtual SAN Manager. VM with multiple NIC, how Hyper-V decide which one connect to vSwitch? It's according to how you configure. I mean, currently this VM is having only one NIC. If I wanted additional NIC, you can go ahead and configure over here. You can click on network adapter, and then here you will have an option to add a hardware network adapter, and you will be able to add additional network adapter and have it connected to maybe a different virtual switch, maybe private or internal. Okay. So whenever you have it, whichever adapter gives internet access, the machine will be able to identify, and through which by default you will be getting connected onto the internet. Okay, I mean outside of your network. Okay, so this is how you go and create something called as virtual machines within in a machine, and similarly you will be doing it on a Hyper-V. Sorry, you will be doing it on a corporate setup as well. Same thing, but only difference now it would be on a non-GUI environment, like for example a core edition of Windows, or it might be a what we call Linux kind of only command line editions of the operating system and so on, which you will be using typically. Okay. Anyways, but the technology, underlying technology is all the same. Moving on. One thing, by the way, guys, do you remember what is the RAM utilization earlier on my laptop? Anybody remembers it? Somewhere about 8 or 7.5 GB, right? Now how much it is taking? 11.4. That 4 GB extra from the machine that you have configured. Okay, so if I was to go and turn off this guy, for instance, I'm turning off this guy. Look at this. I will power off this guy, shut down, continue. You come back over here. Now look at the change over here. This is the RAM capacity. You can see a drastic drop of 4 GB. That 4 GB now, which was given to your virtual machine, is now freed up. Now, if I was to go ahead and start that VM, again, this utilization will shoot up. The 4 GB, whatever you specified, will be taken back from the hardware again. Okay. Now, also you can see here, 7 GB is already in use. Who's using the 7 GB? Your operating system and whatever applications you are running, they are making use of the 7 GB. So it's actually 7 GB wastage. This is where I told you more efficient is always type 1 virtualization, because this much utilization will not be there. Hardly they would take maybe only 1 or 2 GB. Rest of the resources you could make use of it. That's it. Great. So let's now just talk about how did we get onto something called as cloud computing. I mean, first of all, remote desktop services is different, and just taking RDP is different. RDS is basically a mechanism with which you can enable multiple sessions onto VMs that you have, Windows-based VMs that you have. But on these machines, if you simply wanted to have RDP connectivity, you just have to enable RDP onto them. You need to have a public IP address through which you will be able to access. Maybe let me see if I can configure it within my router. There might be a possibility, but the problem is I don't have a static IP. But let's see, just quickly 1 second. And if I go on to what we call Wi-Fi settings, internet settings, guest network, parental control, VPN, advanced setting, virtual server, internal IP address, LAN port, WAN port, protocol. Okay, so I think we can have it configured. Let me start this VM. Regarding the RAM usage, your system was using 7 to 8 GB out of 16 GB of total RAM. And as soon as we started the VM on Hyper-V, it was continuously using all the allocated RAM, i.e. 4 GB. Why so? Because if you remember, there were two options, dynamic memory allocation and static memory allocation. I went with static memory allocation, which will give me dedicated 4 GB capacity, RAM capacity onto my virtual machine. If you go to Task Manager, you can see he has a dedicated 4 GB RAM capacity available. So this 4 GB, which is now being used by this operating system, of course, you will see it as used on the base operating system. That's what it is. So that is why it was showing like, okay, 4 GB continuously or completely occupied by this VM that we created. That's all. I hope that makes sense. Now, let's say, let's see if at all I can configure RDP onto this. Let me see what is the IP over here. 192.168.156. 192.168.0.156. .168.0.156. LAN port, I will say 3389. WAN port 3389. Protocol TCP. Operation plus add. Okay. So now let's hope this would work. What is my IP? May or might not work. That's because I don't have a static IP. It may work, it might not work. Let's see. Because I don't know, my ISP would have done something extra jugaad over here most likely. So you can see they are giving me a WAN IP of 1060. 1060 is basically a private IP, right? So the communication might not happen. Let's see. Let's give it a try. That's all I would say. Or else I will have to go with the static IP address, which I don't have. Anyway, let me give it a try. So if I go here, I think this most likely would not work because IP address, public IP on both the side, if it was same, then in that case it would have worked, but it's not. 150, 129, 102, 230. 230 and connect. That's not working. As I told you, it will not work because that's because you can see they have, they have done some internal things wherein they are exposing me only a private IP address, which is being shown as a WAN IP. Let's give a try with this. Of course, this also would not work. 156.82. Okay. If I was having a static IP, then in that case, it would have worked. I would be able to get connected onto these machines from anywhere in the world in that case. Okay. That's it. Anyways, let's move on. I mean, I can explain you more on that, but again, you will have to have some understanding about networking, only then you will be able to get it. What is DNS? DNS is name resolution service, which is used for resolving a name from resolving a domain name to IP address. For example, google.com to its corresponding IP address, facebook.com to its corresponding IP address, and so on and so forth. That's it. So what we have seen so far, we have created virtual machines, standalone virtual machines we have created. We have seen the process, we have given network access, etc. All these things we have done. And we also discussed that when you do a standalone virtualization, I clearly told you this is not recommended. Why? Because standalone virtualization problem, if at all the underlying physical hardware goes off, all your VMs also would be affected. Okay. So now you can see that once that happens, you wouldn't be able to, run these PMs, or these VMs will not survive. So that's the problem that you have there. So now instead of that, you will go with a different setup. You will go and set it up in a high availability manner. So how exactly that would be set up? That's what we are going to see next. Ketan, regarding your point for RDP functioning, I was referring to configure RDP between VMs. See, I have turned on only one VM over there. If I turn on a second VM as well, it might not suffice the RAM capacity. And yes, as you said, I can configure RDP from VM2 to VM1. That's possible. I just have to have them connected onto the same network, in which case they would be able to connect. I mean, just in case if you wanted to see, let me see if I can adjust the RAM. I will just say you need only 2048. apply. Okay, start this guy. And also I would want him to have connection to network. Just a second, settings. Once again, network adapter, the virtual switch, apply. Okay. Apply. Okay, I'm removing the disk which was there. I'll connect to this guy. Just send a Control-Alt-Delete. Boot failure, reboot and select proper boot device. Okay, I don't know. So this VM probably, oh no, what I created was demo VM. I'm sorry. Turn off. Demo VM settings. Network RAM capacity 2048. Network adapter. New virtual switch. Apply. Okay. Start this guy. Click on connect. View full screen mode. So this is a different server altogether, which also have connectivity. So let me enable RDP over here. So local server, if you go, you will be able to see the IPv4 address. There is one IPv4 address. Let me go and enable RDP. Remote desktop is enabled. Allow remote connection to this computer. Apply. Okay. Okay, so that's what it is. And I know the IP address of this guy is nothing but ipconfig 0.114. The first VM that I have, that is VM2. So from here, Windows plus R mstsc/v 192.168.0.114. Oops. 0.114. I think that's what we have there. IP config 0.156 over here. Let me go ahead and disable firewall just in case. Okay. And 0.156. On the other machine, it is 0.114. NS, sorry, firewall.cpl, turn Windows firewall on or off, and do a ping test 192.168.0.156. Yeah, connectivity is there between the two VMs. That's okay. And 0.114, let's try from the other machine. Ping -t 192.168.0.114. Connectivity is there. So now with respect to MSTSC, let me give it a try. MSTSC /v colon, and you can see it is asking for the username and password. So /administrator and give the password. So there you go. Okay, so you got connected to the second machine from the first machine. So this is the first VM that we have. From there you connected on to the second machine. Okay, so that's what it is. So it's just that you have to have the networking configured correctly, and then these things would work as expected. Moving on. Okay, so look at this. We were connecting from one of this VM, demo VM to VM2. You can see their network connectivity. Both of them are connected to the same network adapter, which is your new virtual switch, the external network adapter. So they are able to talk to external outside network, plus they are able to talk within. Okay, so that's why we were able to go and reach out to the first machine from the second one. Moving on. So you can also see this utilization 4 GB plus 2 GB, that's total 6 GB on my task manager. 13.5. Let me turn it off. Okay, so now you can see here, you have enabled standalone virtualization. I explained you what happens and all this. Now let's go to something called as a high availability mechanism. A standalone virtualization, the drawbacks of it, I already told you. The problems of it is nothing but whenever you go with standalone virtualization, if anything happens on the underlying physical hardware, your entire setup would collapse. You wouldn't be able to connect to the resources. You wouldn't be able to uh, have your VM running, because of course underlying hardware is down, your VM also would be down. Then how do we go about it? How do we do virtualization in real scenarios? Then it's not what we call as standalone virtualization, but rather we would set up something called as a clustered environment. Minimum you will have 2 physical hardwares, minimum. More than that, any number you can take. So you will have minimum 2 powerful physical servers with you in your environment, and you will virtualize them with the help of the respective virtualization software. So for example, Hyper-V or whatever you wanted to use, whatever hypervisor software that you wanted to use, you will go and use it over there. When you go into a clustered environment, you will also need to introduce a network attached or a SAN storage. You will need to introduce a SAN storage onto this, which allows you to have simultaneous connections onto both the servers. I mean, SAN is basically a storage server which will have enough storage capacity on it. So this storage capacity can be mounted simultaneously at the same time onto both of the physical hardware that you have. So which means these physical hardwares will see this SAN as if it is directly connected onto these physical hardwares. Okay, so which means a storage capacity which is actually sitting on a SAN can be made available as if it is a directly attached storage onto both of these physical servers. Now, you will create a cluster out of this, and to manage this cluster, you will be using something called as a cluster management software. Okay, the cluster will be created with the help of a cluster management software. So this cluster management software needs to be configured on another dedicated machine. You will have another machine, maybe 1 or 2 of them, wherein you will configure what? You will configure the cluster related things. The cluster management software can differ. There are many examples to it. For example, you have System Center. You have VMware vSphere Suite. You have OpenStack. You have Azure Stack. These are examples of cluster management software. System Center, if you are using, then your hypervisor software would be Hyper-V. vSphere, if you are using, your hypervisor software would be ESXi. OpenStack, if you are using, your hypervisor software would be KVM. Azure Stack, if you are using, your hypervisor software would be Hyper-V itself. Okay, these are the examples that we have. So now using any of this cluster management software, you will have the cluster configured for them. So once you have it, now what happens? Nothing happens. You will be able to control this entire infrastructure from the cluster now. I mean, once you deploy it as a clustered environment, you will have a portal available to you. So when you have configured any of this, that will give you a portal now through which you will be able to configure the complete settings related to your environment. So through this portal, you will be able to manage like this infrastructure. You can create VMs, modify VMs, etc. Everything will be getting created over here on these physical hardwares. So for instance, through this portal that you have, I can deploy VMs that I want over here. Okay, VM1, VM2, etc. For which storage will be coming from these direct attached storage, which is given by the SAN. So in fact, the VM's storage would be coming from the SAN. Now, benefit is, let's say one random day, you had to vacate this physical hardware because you wanted to do some maintenance activity on this physical hardware. You had to do some updates or something, patching, etc. So in that case, you can do a live migration of these VMs from here to here, and you can make this physical hardware free, do whatever upgrade you want to do the restart, bring it back, and then if you wanted to, you can move the VMs back onto them. Additionally, whenever you have scaling requirement, whenever you require additional capacity and so on, you can introduce a new hardware onto your environment. I mean, you can go ahead and attach new physical hardware, you virtualize it, and then you make him simply part of the cluster. Mount it onto the storage and make him part of the cluster, in which case now you got a new server with complete full capacity. So for example, this VM, this is where we required more capacity. So you take out this VM and move him over here, and then increase his capacity from whatever existing you have, existing RAM capacity CPU that you have, you increase up to whatever available on this server. Okay, so scalability also can be addressed. So in this way and all, you will have benefits when you use a virtualized environment. Previously, what we have seen was a standalone virtualization, and this is what we call as a highly virtualized environment. Now remember, this highly virtualized environment was dedicated for me. I deployed this for my company's use cases, right? So a highly virtualized environment like this, what you have, when you dedicate it for your own use cases, you don't allow anybody else, any outsiders to come and create resources over here, then in that case, it would be called as private cloud. Okay, it would be called as a private cloud. So the essence of cloud is basically virtualization. If virtualization is not there, there is no cloud. So a cloud means what? A cloud is nothing but a highly virtualized environment, a private cloud I'm talking about. Okay, so when you have a highly virtualized environment like this with all the SAN storage, cluster management software, and so on, you could say you have created for you a private cloud environment. Okay, and on top of this private cloud environment, now what these companies like Amazon Web Services, GCP, or Azure has done, these people are MNCs who were having presence across the world already. They were having data centers like this across the world already. These all are data centers, right? These all are happening within a data center. So similarly, they were having data centers across the world already. So what did they do? They upscaled their data center, or they created new data centers with all the latest features and servers and so on. They virtualized it completely for you. They have done all the cluster management and everything. And eventually, even they also will have a portal like this. But instead of keeping it private, they will make this portal publicly available now. And that portal's address is what we call as portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. In the case of Azure, that portal is portal.azure.com. Similarly, you have a portal for AWS, you have a portal for GCP as well, right? So through this portal, now what are you doing? You will be able to access their infrastructure. Whose infrastructure? These service providers' infrastructure may be located in different regions of the world. For example, if you take Azure, they have 3 regions, 3 locations wherein data centers are available in India. In India, they have in Pune, they have in Mumbai, and they have in Chennai. Who? Azure, right? They have 3 locations available in India. They are building a 4th one in Hyderabad. So that's also under work. This Pune is called as Central India. Mumbai is called as West India. Chennai is called as South India in Azure's language. So you go to this portal.azure.com. You will need to have an agreement with Microsoft before starting to use portal.azure.com. That is something which we call as subscription. I mean, you have to agree to pay to them. When you go and consume services from your Amazon Prime or any other service like that, Netflix, etc., you agree to them that I will pay you monthly. So that's what we call as subscribing or subscription. So similarly to Azure environment, also you have to have a subscription once after you set up your account. So once you have the subscription, now you can go ahead and start creating resources on these via this portal on their infrastructure, maybe on Pune data center, or maybe on Mumbai data center, or maybe on Chennai data center. In the back end, whatever we explained over here, this is exactly what is taking place. So end of the day, a cloud is what? A highly virtualized environment. Okay, and private cloud means when you keep this environment privately held for you, you would call it as private cloud. When you open it up for the general public will be able to access and use various services and resources and options provided by Azure Cloud. Then in that case, you would be calling it as public cloud. You simply opened it up for the public, and that's why we refer to it as public cloud. Okay, so I believe now you would have got an essence of cloud computing, how exactly we traversed from a traditional IT infrastructure onto what we call as cloud computing as of today. If you have any questions now, feel free to ask. If any of you wanted to speak up, you can do that. I will give you the permission. There are a couple of questions on Q&A. Some of them I might have already answered. Let me go through them. I'll give you responses to it. Post which, if any of you have any further add-on questions or any clarities required, if you want me to repeat anything, etc., you can go and ask me. First of all, let me go through the questions. While installing Hyper-V, asking free trial. I would need to see that. I have not experienced anything as such. Typically, it should not be asking any free trial and all that. If you have downloaded the correct image or setup file, etc., you should not be having any problem. What if SAN get corrupted? So SAN also, you can deploy a replica SAN, one more instance of it. That's another thing if you wanted to. But remember, a single SAN itself will have minimum 2 storage controllers on them. 2 storage controllers plus whatever disk that you have on a SAN will be configured in RAID, redundant array of independent disk. So which means the SAN will be able to tolerate 1 or 2 disk failures without any problem, plus 1 controller failure also he can tolerate. That would not be causing any issues on to SAN. If it fails beyond, then that is where you will have a replica SAN as well, which is also equally connected to your network. Okay, so in this way, you can build high availability at the SAN level as well. Clustering is basically mirroring. Clustering is not mirroring. Clustering is grouping of resources. That's what we call as clustering. You don't refer to it as mirroring. Before SAN, does this physical will have any storage, hard disk or not? See, these physical servers will still have hard disk capacity with it, but it's just that we are not using it, but rather we are using the SAN storage, which is a centralized storage. Where is software installed? I mean, I believe you're asking about the System Center, vSphere, OpenStack kind of softwares. These will be installed on a separate machine altogether. I mean, to create such a cluster, you would need separate machines, and that is where these softwares and all will be configured. And operating system for cluster. Operating system can be any Windows operating system, Linux operating system, etc., whatever supported. What in case of say SAN fails or goes down? Already answered it. Green boxes again. What is the use of these? So these green boxes are machines, servers, which are holding these System Center software or vSphere suite or OpenStack or Azure Stack. What we are doing over here is we are creating a cluster of multiple servers together, right? So when you configure this cluster, to manage this cluster and to have the cluster created, you would need to use any of these softwares, right? So we are using one of the software, for instance, System Center. So you would have done System Center setup on this machine. That's all. So that is what you have with the green boxes. The SAN will be, the SAN will have a different rack. It can have a different rack or it can be part of the same rack, doesn't matter. The storage is a separate hardware device or a part of server storage ready. No, the SAN which I told you is a separate storage device altogether. It is also a type of server which we call as a storage server. That's it. What if the machine on which cluster management software is deployed goes down? So that's where I told you have built high availability for the cluster management software as well. I have gone with minimum 2. Okay, 2 VMs are available. Can you show again this mapping of hypervisor with cluster management software? I mean, what do you want to see there? There is, let me know, make a note of it, what exactly your doubt is. Probably we can revisit. SAN is a disk, is that correct? SAN is not a disk, SAN is a server. Generally, cloud services are less cost compared to the data center concept. Service providers also building data centers access to our portal. How come these resources are less cost? Can you explain? See, when you pool things in a large quantity, of course, for individual customers, you can sell it at a lesser price. That's all the idea over here. Someone who is selling more volume, even if the profit margin is less, still it would become profitable for them, right? So that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to sell a large volume, keeping the profits low. But still, because of the number of volume, the large volume that we have, it would be easy for them to come on to, something manageable or profitable. See, the softwares can be, for example, you could set up this cluster management with the help of System Center software, or you can use vSphere Suite from VMware, or you can use OpenStack from Red Hat, or you can use Azure Stack from Azure. Any of this can be used. That's what I meant. 3 servers, one for SAN, another for cluster management software, and other for cluster. Right. That's true. 3 servers in the sense, I mean, I had 3 servers only for compute, 1 or 2 SAN, 1 or 2 servers for my cluster management software. That's it. Can you tell an example for combination of AWS and Azure in real-time environment? See, combination in the sense like certain companies, they would want to use both the services, both the cloud service providers. Some of their softwares applications might be running on AWS, and some of the company's applications could be running on Azure. So in such cases, we can say the company, they don't have any choice, but rather they are left between AWS and Azure, or AWS and GCP, whatever. And based on your requirement, you can go ahead and choose whether to continue in the same way in a multi-cloud model, which typically most of the companies would do, because it makes sense to go multi-cloud at times, right? Certain services would be less costly when you go on to another cloud service provider. Okay, so that's it. So it's not like you have any specific scenario. Depending upon your requirement, you could be deploying certain services in AWS, certain services in Azure.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, what is the purpose of Azure policy? And your options are to ensure rules and regulations on Azure resources, or to optimize the performance of Azure services, or to monitor and visualize data in Azure, or to back up and restore Azure resources. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
So let's talk about what is availability sets and availability zones first. So now with respect to high availability, so again, remember this availability sets and availability zones are primarily applicable onto VM and storage, right? Availability set is only for VM, but availability zone, we have it for VM and storage. So now with respect to providing high availability architectures for your virtual machines deployment, now you have these two solutions available, known as availability set and availability zone. So let's see what exactly they are. So now remember, in Azure platform, with respect to the Azure platform, there are 2 types of events that is expected. I mean, which can cause a downtime for you, for your virtual machine that is running, or for your service that is running in Azure. There are 2 types of downtime that can be expected. There is something called as a maintenance activity. First one is a maintenance activity. Okay, first one is a maintenance activity. Second one is unexpected downtime. Okay, a maintenance activity and an unexpected downtime. What exactly these two are, right? So with respect to a maintenance activity, now remember, we know we have this Azure platform, and in the backend of Azure, we have all this physical servers. That's where our VMs are getting deployed. We have discussed it earlier that we have compute clusters and storage clusters, and we have our VMs created on the compute clusters and storage going on to the storage clusters. So where these VMs are running, these backend physical hardwares, they also would require periodic updates. So these updates has to be initiated by Microsoft Azure, because whenever there comes any security issues or any new vulnerabilities are found, in such cases, there would be new patches or updates available, and this needs to be installed on your underlying physical infrastructure, right? So when they go ahead and initiate a installation of these updates or patches, of course, a reboot would be required on the servers. If they reboot, then all the VMs running on that particular hardware would be affected, right? So this is why we say a maintenance activity can cause you a downtime. So how do they approach that? So that's the first thing that we have to understand with respect to maintenance activity. With respect to unexpected downtime, we know end of the day it's all hardware, it's all physical hardware, electronic equipments in the backend who is supporting this complete infrastructure. So it's possible that any of these components can fail, right? It's very much possible, right? So when that happens, that is calculated or that's identified as an unexpected downtime, something which we could not foresee and something which happened unexpectedly. So that's what we call as an unexpected downtime. With respect to, not intentional but accidentally or unexpectedly, some downtime is getting caused. For example, a couple of years ago there was a problem when I was working in Microsoft. One of the Azure data centers in central US region, I think central US or west US 2 something. So therein all the services started to go down, everything went down, right, within that region. So what was happening is somehow the cooling facility had some problems and the cooling facility was not working as expected. What happens if the cooling facility is not working? Of course, all your servers start to overheat and eventually they will, there's a high possibility that even they can explode, right? It's also possible. Plus, or they will simply get damaged, etc. Short circuits and all can happen. All these possibilities do exist. So what Azure has done, I mean, they do have a mechanism built in. If at all these kind of scenarios, why I mean, which kind of scenarios, like unexpected temperature rise, I mean, if all the systems are operating at a higher temperature, then in that case Azure platform, I mean that data center itself will initiate a automatic shutdown for all the servers, for all the devices, right? He will automatically shut down all the devices. That is actually a way of preventing a huge loss. I mean, if at all you continue to run in the same manner without checking on the temperature and so on, then probably you would be having very large outages, because these devices, if they explode, that's a huge loss. There is a data loss, etc. All this is associated. So at least if you go and proactively shut down them, then in that case you can preserve your data, you can preserve your services, etc. You wouldn't be having much of a problem. So this is what happened, in the sense, like, whenever there was some unexpected thing happening like this, Azure platform identified the temperature raising beyond certain point for all the devices, and then he initiated the auto shutdown action for everybody, right? So this kind of issues and all can happen. So this all are falling into what we call as unexpected downtime, during which we can expect our VMs to go down. So Azure has given you solutions for this. I mean, there are one or two solutions minimum which you can go and uh, employ with respect to creating your resources, deploying your resources. And once you have that, it will make sure, okay, at least certain services are available in the event of any failure like this. So now, keeping this mind to address these problems, the first option that we have from a virtual machine perspective is something which we call as availability set. Availability set. What exactly is availability set? I'll tell you. So with respect to availability set, now what happens is, whenever you are doing an application deployment, let's say for high availability, I mean this availability set also, you cannot use it with single instance deployment. You have to deploy at least 2 instances, minimum 2 instances you have to have. I mean, the way how we configure application would be, you will create minimum 2 VMs. So this is your first VM, this is your second VM, and these two, both of them will be hosting your application, same identical application, same application will be hosted on both of them. They will be created within what we call as availability set, within an AV set. Okay, and then to distribute the traffic onto this guy, you will use a device called as LB. LB will have a public IP, a public IP will be there, and your users, they will be connecting onto these particular public IP that we have. Okay, they will reach the LB. LB will distribute the load either onto the first VM or onto the second VM. So this is the way how you would be configuring your application when we go with virtual machine. So now here you can see these two VMs, I told you they are getting created onto availability set. First of all, forget about availability set. You are deploying 2 VMs in Azure. Okay, when you deploy 2 VMs like this, what are the possibility that it can go onto the same server? Is there any possibility that it can go onto the same server in the backend? I mean, you have a physical rack. Within that rack, you have multiple physical servers, right? So Is it possible that both of the VMs are getting created on the same rack itself? Is it possible? Yes or no? Of course, that's a possibility, right? Both of these machines can get created on the same hardware. It is possible, right? Or on the same rack or on the same server itself, it is possible that both of your VMs got created. I mean, you are creating both of them onto Central India only. So when you are doing this deployment onto Central India, it's possible that both of them getting created on the same physical hardware in the backend. So now let me ask you. So if there is this same physical hardware, you have two instances of your VM. The reason for creating two VMs were that you wanted some high availability. If both of them are created on the same physical hardware, now do you have any benefit? Is there any benefit if both of them are created on same physical hardware? Of course, there is no benefit because we know the single hardware goes down, both of your VM went down, right? So there is no benefit. So we have to overcome this. So that is where when you deploy onto availability set, what Azure would do, they will go and assign to you something called as FDs. Okay, they will give you FDs. So which means now you will have two FDs available. Okay, within within each FD you will have servers. Okay, you have servers. So this is your FD. What exactly is an FD? FD0, FD0. This guy would be FD1. Okay, FD0, FD1, two FDs. Okay, two FDs. What is an FD? An FD is full form of FD is equal to fault domain, which is equal to a rack. A rack is actually a fault domain. A fault domain in the sense, remember, the rack will contain something called as a top of the rack switch. Here there is a switching device, which is actually distributing the traffic and interconnecting all these devices. So that's what we call as a TOR switch, top of the rack switch. Okay, so it's the top of the rack switch goes down, the entire rack is down. All servers, all the VMs within them, everything is down if the top of the rack switch goes down because network connectivity. And now to the rack you have power supply, redundant power supply will be there. So if both of these power supplies are also disconnected, then also there is a problem. Your rack will be affected. Okay, so a rack is a potential place wherein failures can occur, and that is why we call him as a fault domain. Now, what Azure would do here is whenever you create an availability set, right? Or whenever you do your deployment onto something what we call as an availability set, they will go and create, or they will go and assign you two different racks. And within them, first of all, first rack will be called as FD0, second rack will be called as FD1. Then they will go and select individual, servers like this. I'll tell you what exactly is this. Hold on. Okay. So this is called as now UD, UD0, UD1, UD2, and then UD3. So UD means full form is update domain. So now you have update domains and fault domains. So what happens now when you do deployment of your VMs, you are finally deploying your VM, then how the VMs will be placed? First of all, the first VM will be created on this guy, on your first FD, also on your first UD. I'll tell you what is a UD. And second VM now will go to second rack and at the same time onto second UD. If onto the same availability set you were deploying a third VM, then it would go back onto FD0 and then onto the third availability set. Then a fourth deployment will go on to your next FD, which is FD1 and next UD. If you have fifth deployment, that will get repeated. Okay, I mean, it will go to FD0 again, and then it will go to UD0 as well. So in this way, whatever number of VMs that you have will be distributed accordingly by the logic of availability set. What is the benefit? So when you have distributed your VMs like this, if a rack goes down, which is an unexpected downtime, would you be having at least some VMs to continue with your operation? Yes or no? Would you be having some VMs available even if one of the rack goes down? Yes or no? So you can see now in this case, when you went with availability set, your VMs are spread across multiple racks. And because of that, if one single server goes down or one entire rack goes down, that won't affect you because you have your deployments spread across availability zone, which will ensure that your VMs are spread across, multiple racks. So this is what we have with respect to update domain concept. Whereas, what is UD? So for unexpected downtime, you have FDs, FD0 and FD1. And for UD update domain, what do we have? For UD for update domain, now what we have here is, first of all, let's try to understand what is meant by update domain. Update domain basically means a logical group of servers which will receive the update. Okay, that's what the meaning of update domain. I told you about the maintenance activity in Azure platform. So they will go and do the maintenance activity. That is not something which they can stop. They will have to continue with it. So when they are doing this maintenance activity, what they will do, they will notify you. And then as a account admin or somebody, you will be getting the email address saying, okay, for this environment, we have one VM, maybe one of your VM that you have created. And this VM is actually on a server which has pending maintenance activity on it. So now what you need to do is you just need to restart the server once. So when you restart the server, automatically Azure will reschedule that server onto a different physical hardware in the backend altogether, wherein the problems are of updates and all are there, right? So in this way, they will let you know. So as a customer, you will come to know, okay, there is a maintenance activity that you have to do. And either you do it, if you don't do it after a specified period of time, they will forcefully do the reboot. Okay, so this is what happens. Now it's just a reboot. Even when, remember, if you have gone with availability set concept, then the updates would be happening only UD wise. In the sense, the first set of people to receive the updates would be platform updates would be UD0. Only after complete process of UD0 updation as complete, only then it will move on to UD1 and then on to UD2 and then on to UD3. So in this way, you can be sure that in the event of a unexpected downtime or in the event of a failure with respect to, or in the event of any update related issues, etc. In such cases, now we can clearly see, even if one of the server hardware goes off, or let's say one entire rack itself goes off, we will be having alternate options available because of the availability set concept that we have just discussed. Okay, so let me repeat it. So the concept of availability set is to provide you high availability for the VMs that you're deploying, right? So now you're deploying VM for your application. You wanted to deploy your app. That's why you're creating VM. So now if you go with single VM deployment, the problem is Azure platform can update. I mean, Azure platform would be doing any update activity, which we refer to as maintenance activity for the backend hardware. Or sometimes it is possible the backend hardware can fail unexpectedly, which we refer to as an unexpected downtime. So both of this is possible when you create Azure VMs within Azure infrastructure. So now what you do is whenever you deploy VM, you go and deploy that onto something which we refer to as availability set. So when you deploy this onto availability set, what Azure will make sure is that these VMs are deployed across FDs and UDs. Okay, this VM that you're creating, maybe if it is 2, these 2 will be created across 2 different FDs and UDs. If it is 4, it will be created across again FDs and UDs only. In this way, the VMs will be getting deployed for you. What is the benefit? So first of all, when we say it is getting deployed across FDs, FD meaning of FD is equal to one rack. One FD is equal to one rack. We know what is a rack, right? Within data center, you will be having the rack. Within rack, you will be having the servers. That's how it is. And on these servers, that's where your VMs are getting created. So now when you go with availability set, and when you're deploying 2 VMs, in the backend in Azure data center for this availability set, Azure will go and select 2 different racks. Okay. And they would refer to it as FD0 and FD1. FD0 means fault domain 0. FD1 means fault domain 1. I told you what exactly why we call them as fault domain, because a rack can fail, right? Because there is redundant power supply coming onto it. there is network connectivity coming onto it. So if there is any problems with it, then in that case, yes, you can have unexpected downtime. So that's why we call a rack as FD or fault domain. So now you can see your first VM got deployed onto something called as FD0, the first FD, which is the first rack. And the second VM got deployed onto your second FD, which is the second rack, right? Now what happens? Let's say something is happening, some problem is happening. Maybe as I said, the power supply to the rack is failing. In which case, let's say the first rack, for some reason, the first rack went off, FD0 went off. If FD0 is going down, now will both of your VMs be affected? Will both of your VM go down if you have created them to availability set? Will it go down now? Both of them? I mean, you have created them onto availability set. I explained you the logic of availability set. So now when you go and have the deployment like this, when a single rack is failing, will two of your VMs go down at the same time? Yes or no? Of course, no. Why it is no? Because I told you, whenever we have this availability set concept, the VMs will be deployed across multiple FDs. So of course, first VM, we had two VMs. First VM will go to FD0, a second VM will go to FD1. Then I explained you, if at all you had a third and fourth VM, I mean, it's also possible that you can have multiple VMs with your deployment. So if you had a third and fourth VM, since they will allow you to have only two racks or two FDs, your machines will be spread across these two only, which means first VM will be created in FD0, second will be in FD1, third one will come back to FD0 only, and fourth one will go to FD1. So which means now in each FD you have two VMs, which also means if one rack goes down, two VMs will be affected and two VMs will continue working. Okay, so this is the first thing with respect to unexpected downtime. We have addressed unexpected downtime by having multi-instance deployment in an availability set. Second thing is that whenever you go with availability set, Azure will also create a logical grouping of these servers, physical servers, and we refer to it as update domain. Update domain. So what they're doing over here, within this availability set configuration, they're choosing the servers who will be receiving the updates first, meaning they are not applying the updates for everybody together. They are not applying updates for all the VMs together, but rather I'm talking about the maintenance updates, right? The backend maintenance updates. They are not doing it for everybody together, but rather they will do now, for example, in a UD wise. Okay, so the first maintenance activity of Azure will go through UD0. Once it is completed, it will move on to UD1, UD2, and UD3, which means at a given time, how many VMs are getting affected or how many servers are getting affected with this will be reduced if you deploy them onto your update domain concepts. Now you don't have to do anything. Azure will do it automatically for you whenever you have selected the availability set option. Okay, so which means all your maintenance activity will be carried out on servers which are part of this UDs respectively. First, he will do on UD0. Second update they will release on to UD1. Third update they will release on to UD2. Fourth stage of update they will release on to UD3 and so on. Okay, so in this way, this will be created. Now let me ask you, but if you deploy only a single VM onto availability set, do you get any benefit? You are deploying only one VM, just one VM onto an availability set. Do we have any benefit in that case for our application? Will our application be highly available? Of course, no, right? There were cases like that because Microsoft said if you go with availability set, you will have higher availability. Then one guy, what did he do? He created a single VM onto availability set, and then one random day that VM went down. Some problem happened, then VM was down. He raised a case with Microsoft, and said, we are not, you are not meeting the SLA. You are breaching the SLA. Right? Whatever availability guarantee that you set for availability set is not working out. I'm having downtime. Who is to blame? Either Microsoft or that guy. What he had done, he has just created only one VM within an availability set. He had just created only one VM within an availability set. Whom you will blame now? I mean, it was clear that you will not, or if you just create one VM, there is no high availability. That was clear from very beginning. That's the concept of availability set itself, is that you need minimum 2, right? 2 instances you would need, only then you will be able to get the higher availability guarantee. I'll give you one example. You have to tell me how the VM placement will go. Okay, look at this. You have 10 VMs. Okay, forget about 10, that will become too long. Let's take 5 VMs. 5 VMs, and now you are deploying these 5 VMs onto an availability set. You have your FD count, FD0 and FD1, and you have your UD count as, for example, 3. Okay, I want you to tell me the VM placing, how the VMs will be placed. These 5 VMs, one or two examples I'll show you. Plus, in the event of any failure, either an unexpected downtime or a platform provided maintenance, in either of this case, what will be the number of VMs that would be affected and what would be the number of VMs that would remain? You have to tell me. So first of all, I'll give you 1 or 2 examples over here. 5 VMs, right? So with respect to these 5 VMs, the first VM will be deployed onto which FD? FD 0, UD 0, correct? Second VM will be deployed onto second FD and UD 1, right? If there is a case, third VM will be deployed onto FD 0 only, because clearly, look at this, I have told you FD number is only 0 and 1. You have only 2 racks. Look at here also, you have only 2 racks, right? So which means once you have done the deployment onto first rack and second rack, the third deployment will go to the first rack only, right? So that will go to FD0. Tell me what would be the UD? UD? UD you have 0 is done, UD 1 is done, and then UD 2. You will have UD2. Okay, you will have UD2. Fourth VM placement, you tell me. FD for fourth VM, FD, FD1. Okay, UD, all of you are making it wrong. I expected that. UD number is equal to 3. When you count 0 including 1, 2, or including 0, 1, 2, when you count, how much it becomes? It becomes 3. So which means UD is already 3. It is done. So which means now you would have the deployment going back onto UD 0. Okay. So our 4 VMs we have done. The 5th VM placement, you tell me now. It goes to which FD, the 5th VM? 5th VM goes to FD0 only. It goes to UD 1. Okay. So in this way, the VMs will keep on getting placed. Now you tell me the answer for the question. If this is the case, how many VMs will be affected in the event of a failure? Okay, let's put it across this way. In the event of a failure, how many VMs will survive any failure, either platform provided maintenance activity or unexpected downtime? In either of this case, how many VMs would survive? Okay, so what is the question? How many VMs would survive? 2 possibilities are there. A rack can be affected. Okay, a rack or individual server can be affected. So in the event of a FD level failure, how many VMs we have in FD0? In FD0, how many VMs you have? 1, 2, 3. In FD0, you have 3 VMs. In FD1, how many VMs you have? You have 2 VMs. Okay. In UD0, how many VMs we have? In UD0, how many VMs we have? We have 2 VMs. In UD1, how many VMs we have? There also we have 2 VMs. UD2, we have 1. And then UD3, sorry, UD1, UD2, 2, 1, that is 5. Okay. So this is the numbers that we have. So which means If it was a platform provided maintenance activity, if it was coming on to UD0 or UD1, maximum 2 VMs would be affected, which means 3 VM would survive still. If there was a downtime on FD0, the first rack, then in that case, all total 3 VMs will be affected and 2 will survive. My question was, in the event of a failure, what is the maximum number of VMs that will survive? So you already have the answer. If it is UD having problem, then you would be having 2 VMs remaining surviving. Or if it is having FD, the problem, the maximum number of VMs that can get affected and the surviving one will be 3 and 2. Maximum can get affected. If FD3, FD0 goes down, 3 VMs can get affected. And if it is only FD1, 2 VMs can get affected. Okay, so in this way. So this is how you understand the availability set concept. So one more thing, remember, in certain regions, it is also possible for you to have FD number is equal to 3, which means you can have FD0, FD1 as well as FD2. It's a possibility. It is a possibility. Where it is possible? 3 racks are possible in any region wherein availability zone is supported. Which is the region in India wherein availability zone is supported? Central India location is where we have availability zone feature enabled. So if you are deploying an availability set onto Central India, then in that case, you can choose for availability set FD is equal to 3. That is possible. So wherever availability zone feature is enabled, then in that case, you can have FD is equal to 3. If not, FD would be 2 only. So that has to be remembered. Now let me ask you, all this were happening in a data center, right? All this FD, UD, etc. were happening in a data center. What if that data center, the whole data center itself goes down? Do you have any protection for any redundancy for your VM? If the whole data center goes down, whole data center, all this activity, what we explained, having 2 racks or having the deployment across 2 racks, etc., were happening within one data center. Okay, and what if the data center itself goes down? Do you have protection? Yes or no? Okay, so you will not be having any protection. So how do you give protection in that case? Data center level failures, if it is happening, how do you provide protection for your VMs? Another VM in another region, that is okay, but you don't have to go to another region. That would be, creating or introducing latency problems and all when you go to another region. But within a region, now you can have one possibility. That's actually what we refer to as availability zone or AZ, zonal deployment. Okay, so what availability zone would do? If you think of any region wherein availability zone is supported, let's say this is one region which we refer to as Central India. In Central India, we know availability zone is supported, right? Now, here, when availability zone is supported, we also know you will be having minimum 3 data centers, which we also refer to as zones. So you would be having a zone 1, you would be having a zone 2, and then you would be having a zone 3. Okay, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, 3 different zones will be available for you. Zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. What are this zone 1 and zone 2 and zone 3? It's nothing but 3 different buildings, 3 different separate data center buildings that is available for you, physically separated. But all of them are located in Central India, which is in Pune. Now in Pune itself, are they kilometers apart? No, they're close by only. They're in close premises. Maybe you have a couple of meters difference between them. That's all. They are not some buildings, which is kilometers away. No, it's in the same premises itself, but simple logic. They have 3 physically separated buildings. That's all the point that we have here. Why physically separate building? Because any problems, any power outage, any network disconnectivity problems, etc., that is happening one data center or one zone should not be affecting another zone, that is zone 2 or zone 3. That is a logic over here. So with respect to zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, for each of these zones, they will be having separate power supplies, cooling facilities, and all this. They will be having separate power supplies, separate cooling facilities for each of these zones. Benefit is, even if any one of them is failing, only that respective zone will be affected. Other zones, zone 2 and zone 3, for example, or your secondary and tertiary data center will not be affected. So this is what we have with respect to availability zone concept. So when you go with availability zone, for example, your company decided to use availability zone because it gives you a higher level of redundancy. Now, in that case, what you need to do is, it's similar what we did in availability set. You have to create minimum 2 instances of VMs or more than 2. When you deploy them into central India, you can say that the first VM I want to be deployed it onto zone 1. This is the first VM. The second VM you have to deploy it onto zone 2. If at all you are deploying a third VM and fourth VM and so on, you will have the option to choose into which zone you want to deploy this machine. You can choose that, like you select central India, then you can choose zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, etc. You can choose, and then accordingly to any of these zone, your VM will be created or whatever based on what you selected. So this is what the concept of availability zone that you have. Here, now let me ask you, one rack is failing. Do you have protection? Of course, yes, there is a protection. One entire data center is failing. Do we have protection? One entire data center is failing or one zone is failing. Still, even in that case also, you have protection. This entire region is failing, right? Is that a possibility? Of course, that is also a possibility. Entire region, if it fails, do you have any protection in that case? In that case, there is no protection. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to availability zone. Availability zone does not give you protection, beyond zonal level. Okay, he won't give you any protection from entire region collapsing. Okay, if that happens, then you should have, again, like for example, you should have some backups taken for your VM, or you can replicate a VM to secondary region that is available. You have an option to replicate your virtual machine to another region, or whenever you go with a collective application architecture, in the first place, the collective application architecture itself would be done in a manner. There would be 2 deployments. One we call as primary deployment. Okay, you would be having also a DR, disaster recovery deployment as well. So the same things, whatever you deployed on primary, you will have it deployed on your DR side as well. So which means now any of the things fails over here. I mean, as you said, entire region, etc. fails over here. Then in that case, you will be redirecting your entire request and so on onto the DR side. So this is how you create it, instead of going with availability zone or something beyond that. Okay, so what availability set does we know, what availability zone does we know, and even if entire region is collapsing, for that I told you should have a DR created for your application infrastructure. That's all what we have. DR means disaster recovery. While creating a virtual machine, remember, a VM, once after it has been created, you cannot place them onto availability set unsupported. Once a VM has been created, after that you cannot place them onto availability set. While creating, then and there itself you have to specify the availability set or availability zone that you want. Okay, that's it. So during the creation process, let me first of all select the subscription and resource group. I'm creating a RG called as demo RG. I'll give the VM name. I'll just call it as VM1. Location Central India. Select your image. Okay, give the username and password. But before that, here is the availability options. Infrastructure redundancy options. So you can see, you can choose availability zone or availability set. First one, I'm creating an availability set, and I'll go ahead and have a availability set created. There is no existing AV set available, so I'll create a new availability set. I can choose a fault domain FD count. As I told you, in certain regions it will support you up to 3. Here we have 3 fault domains support available, so we can set it as 3 if you wanted, or you can keep it with just 2. Update domains, I have not told you what is the maximum number of update domains that you can have. Remember, you can have a maximum of 20 update domains. 20 update domains you can create. 20 is the maximum value. The average value that we typically use is somewhere about 5. But if you have more number of VMs, like 50, 100 VMs and so on, it is better to increase the update domain count also to match with the number of VMs. Why is it so? If you have 50 VMs, and you have 20 UDs, let's say you have 20 UDs, in each UD, how many VMs you have maximum? 20 and 20 is 40. So in each UD, you can have 2 VMs. Then in 10 UDs, you will be having, 20, 20. So that's okay. In first UD, you have 20 VMs, second UD, you have 20 VM, remaining 10 VMs, right? So they will be placed on either of these UDs. I mean, at any given point, the maximum number of VMs that can get affected is only 3. In the event of a maintenance activity. If at all you had gone for a lower UD number, then there would be more number of VMs getting affected in the event of a platform provided maintenance activity. Why we have less FD compared to UD? See, UD is a logical thing. UD is just a logic. There is no physical component getting associated for it. Okay, they are just grouping logically. Software will do that. Logically, they're grouping the servers wherein you have done the deployment or within the racks. They will map it and say, okay, these are the UDs. But FDs are representing your actual physical racks in the backend, right? So when you are representing something actual physical, you have to be careful. I mean, that's not something which you can create unlimited or you can specify unlimited. So there are limits with it, right? So when there are so many customers creating FDs, availability sets, and each of them go with higher number of FDs, then you would have a problem wherein Azure would not be able to assign FDs for any new customers. Okay, so that is where FD number is limited to 2 or in some regions 3 maximum, whereas UD number can be up to 20. Okay, so I'm selecting this, I'm creating availability set. Okay, I have to give it a name. I'll call it as AV set 1 and continue with it. Just give the username and password. Okay, and you can just create it. Review plus create. Click on create. Wait for it to get completed. One question here. So how many VMs are going to get created once after choosing availability set? See, I told you clearly, choosing an availability set and all does not create the VMs automatically. It's you who has to deploy the VMs. So you decided, for example, with your application, you wanted to have 2 VMs. Then what do? You go to Azure portal, you deploy your first VM. While deploying your first VM, you would specify, okay, this is the availability set. You will mention an availability set. Within that single VM will be created. Then you go and deploy the second VM. This time when you do second VM, you point to the same availability set which you have created earlier and make the second VM also part of it. So it's all, whatever the number of VMs that you need, you are manually creating it. So according to what you need, you can go and specify that number. Okay, so now you can come back and see I'm just deploying only one VM. So we just wanted to verify, right? So now let's go and see availability set. You can search for availability set. Go to the AV set 1. Now you can see here, VM1 is actually created. It's part of fault domain 0, update domain 0. Okay. If you were to deploy a second VM as well, now you would see that is going on to fault domain 1, update domain 1, and so on and so forth. It will keep on rotating. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to availability sets. Now, if you wanted to deploy onto availability zone, there is nothing much to see. While creating virtual machine, instead of selecting an availability set option under data redundancy required, you will select availability zone, provided your region is Central India. It has to be a supported region. So I'll choose Central India, and then redundancy options I'll select availability zone. So when you select availability zone, you can choose between zone 1, zone 2, or zone 3, to which zone you want to do the deployment. So you select zone 1, you complete the deployment, and you will be good. Then you go ahead and do the second deployment onto zone 2 VM. Okay. If you need a third VM, you can deploy that onto zone 3 VM, and so on and so forth. So that's all what you have to do. I mean, creating this one, you wouldn't have to see anything, but rather you can just go back to Azure portal and see that, okay, this VM has been created, it's running, it's on zone 1, and whatever the second VM that you created according to what you have placed, like zone 1, zone 2, or zone 3, he will be getting the VMs placed. So that's what we have with respect to these two features. This availability zone, availability set deployments, can it be cross region deployments? No, it cannot be cross region. All this is happening within the region only. Okay, that's it. Can we apply both to VMs? Question is, can we have availability set as well as availability zone? What benefit you will have, right? What benefit you will have if you apply both? I mean, first of all, in a region, if availability zone and availability set is supported, which one you will go with, availability set or availability zone? Both are supported. Which high availability option you will choose? Now, first of all, please understand both are not supported. I mean, you cannot go with availability set and availability zone for the same time on a resource. That's not supported. It's not supported. I want to make you understand what is your logic. I mean, there is no logic in that, right? If availability zone is supported, whatever availability set can give you can be given by availability zone itself. If that is the case, why you would need to go with availability set again? Think of it logically, right? What availability set is giving you? He's giving you protection from rack level failures, right? He is giving you protection from any platform provided maintenance. When you go with availability zone, you're already having protection from rack level failures. Plus, you are having protection from data center level failures also, right? Then with respect to maintenance activity, again, that also will be taken care according to UDs only. They will not go and do directly update on every server that you have, right? So which means whatever you get with availability set is already available with availability zone, or even much more is available with availability zone. If that is the case, what is the logic of having both? It's good to go with AZ. That's exactly the point. It's always good to go with AZ. If a region is supported, go with availability zone. Okay, if availability zone support is there, please go with availability zone. If it is not there, only then consider availability set. Both of them having together, not supported. That's it. Okay, so with that getting completed on the VM perspective, let's move on to now the app service. What exactly app service is all about. So remember, Azure App Service now is something which is we referred to earlier. Like when we had the initial discussion, we talked about what is infrastructure as a service, what is platform as a service, and then SaaS, right? So then I gave you the example of PaaS, and one of the example of a PaaS service was nothing but your app service itself. So now with respect to deploying a code, with respect to deploying an application, you could deploy this application on your on-premises environment first of all, which is the traditional method, in which case you will set up a server. You know that, I don't have to explain you. You will set up a server, physical server. You will have the operating system. You will have whatever middleware, the runtime that is required. On top of it, you will host your code and then you will make your website work. So that is one thing. Now, when you move on to Azure Cloud, you can do it on infrastructure as a service. I mean, you can deploy a VM, and within that VM, you will go and deploy your operating system will be there within the VM. Therein you will deploy the runtime, and then you will go and deploy your code. Okay. Now the third level, that is PaaS. You don't have to maintain or manage a VM. You directly deploy your code onto a runtime that you can create within Azure. So that is what we call as an app service. So basically, Azure App Service allows you to do code deployment onto your infrastructure. You could go ahead and deploy onto your Azure infrastructure. You could go ahead and deploy any from any supported language. We have, for example, .NET, C Sharp, Java, Python, Node.js, Go, etc. These all are some of the supported languages that we have, PHP, right? So in any of this language, you can develop your application and then you would be able to deploy them onto Azure App Service. What is the benefit from a customer perspective? From a customer perspective, now they have a scalable solution that is having very less management overhead compared to managing a VM and for deploying your applications, mobile backends, and so on, or websites, whatever, right? So now a easy to go solution will be created for you wherein you don't have to worry about the operating system management and any stuff related to the operating system. You don't have to take care of it. So this is what happens with respect to Azure App Service. Okay, so now let's go ahead and see how you can deploy a simple Azure App Service deployment and how does it work. So what do I do with respect to App Service? First of all, I'll go to the App Service section within the Azure portal. I can look up App Services, go to App Services and click on Create. You have to specify your resource group, subscription, etc. As usual, you have to give your name for the application. I'm just calling it as Intelli Test App. Okay, so you choose, okay, you have to deploy a code. Now here is the supported runtime stacks that's available for you. Various versions of .NET are supported. Go is supported. Java, Node, PHP, Python, Ruby. These are the supported languages. You can choose from any one of this. I'm going with PHP 8.1. Now they have given you an option to choose operating system, right? Remember, when you go with PHP, the latest versions of PHP has a requirement that it has to have Linux in the backend, right? Here also you have VMs. I mean, all these deployments are going on to VM itself, but Azure is managing them for you. So in this backend environment that will be created for you, which of course would be managed by Azure, which operating system you want, whether PHP or whether Linux or Windows. So that choice is what they're giving to you. So wherever only Linux is supported, Linux will be the one default option and Windows will be grayed out. And if there is anything wherein only Windows can be supported, then in that case, only Windows would be selected and Linux would be grayed out. Wherever it is possible for you to have both as the platforms, then you can choose according to what you need. So I have selected Linux because I don't have any other option. I will go with Central India. That's the region. You have to create a plan. Okay, what is a plan? A plan is what defines the capacity that you would be having. Capacity in the sense when you deploy this app service, how much RAM capacity, how much utilization, etc., can be provided onto this app service. Okay, that's what we are defining on the app service plan. So here, if you click on create a new app service plan, you will have the option to give it a name. After which you will have the option to choose from a pricing plan. I mean, from this plan, you have to select one tier that you need or a SKU that you need, which matches with your requirement. Just like VM size, there are various sizes or capacities available for you. You could choose any of them. For example, premium are required for high-end workloads. Wherever high-end workload you have, you will go with premium. Basic ones will be mostly the ones wherein you are doing only development and testing kind of activities, which is not for production. And for production, yes, premium we have and standard versions also are available for you. I will go with standard S1. That's more than enough for the demo. I'll continue with the select. I have selected standard S1. I'll click on next. Networking, nothing to change. Just continue with the review plus create and have it created. So now you can see the app service has been deployed. So I can go to this resource. So when you go to the app service, now you can see there is a backend platform created for you with whatever the capacity that you defined. I mean, within the app, if you look at it, there is something called as an app service plan that's visible for you. So you can click on this app service plan. When you click on the app service plan, you can see the memory, CPU, etc., how much it is getting used in the backend that you can see currently for your application. How much storage has been utilized out of the total capacity that is available for you. Standard S1 gives you 50 GB. So within that 50 GB, how much has been utilized can be validated from the file system storage section. Right now, there is no utilization because we have not deployed any code over here. Now you can also have the options for looking at what are the apps currently running on your plan. It is possible on a single plan to host multiple applications, right? For example, you go with a powerful plan, which will give you good capacity VMs in the backend. In that case, you can have multiple app services created on them. And when you come to apps, you will be able to see them as different applications. Coming on to scale out and scale up options. So scale up basically is increasing the capacity. Okay, increasing the capacity, overall capacity of your queue, of your selection that we have made while creating the resource, right? We selected, for example, standard S1. So from standard S1, if you wanted to move on to a higher SKU like standard S2 or maybe premium SKU, then in that case, you can move to this scale up option. So this is actually your vertical scaling. This is what we refer to as vertical scaling or beefing up the overall compute capacity. Scale out means you increase the number of instances. Okay. So in each of these plans, you would get a default number of instance or a maximum number of instance for you. For example, standard S1 allows you to have with that specified capacity total 10 virtual machine instance in the backend, right? So that number can be defined from here. Currently, you can see here it is set to instance count as 1. And since it is standard S1, as I told you, you have up to 10, which means if you change the slider, you can go maximum to 10, right? You can have maximum 10 instances, in the sense 10 virtual machine instances in the backend part of this particular plan. And each of these instance would be having the capacity that has been defined in the SKU. So increasing the number of VM instance in the backend to support your application is what we refer to as horizontal scaling. Okay. Now, you can also enable auto scaling, just like in the case of VMSs, you can enable auto scaling as well over here. Then what is this scale up and scale out? We'll have to define it manually. I mean, you can decide. See, you're not controlling the VM. You don't get access to the VM. You don't get to log into the VM, right? It's something that, okay, you define how many, what is the infrastructure that you need. End of the day, your application code is actually going on to some VMs in the backend, right? They are just creating a additional management layer and they are saying, okay, we will take care of this backend stuff. You focus on hosting your code onto this. I mean, hosting your code onto this runtime environment, what we have created, and we will paste it onto the respective backend servers and so on, and make your application ready, right? So therein you have to tell them like how much capacity you need. That has to be defined. Or can they go and randomly decide what capacity we would need? No, we have to tell them because it's our code. We would know how much resource it would take. So as a developer, for example, Shadil has to decide, okay, this much capacity is required for my application. These are the number of VMs I need. These are the number of, this is the amount of resources I need. So these things I will have to define. So I will define these aspects, and that's exactly what we are doing. Initially, while creating this, we specified whether you want Windows operating system environment in the backend or Linux operating system in the backend. You choose between any of those two. After which you go and specify what is this capacity that you want, which we refer to as SKU. Standard S1 we selected. We said I need this much vCPU, I need this much RAM capacity, I need this much storage capacity. Okay, so that we selected. After which, once after it is created, also you can modify that sizes. I mean, you can go from your standard S1 to a higher size if you want to altogether, or within this standard S1 app service plan that you created, you can go and increase the number of backend VM instances. That does not mean you have control of them or you have access on them. Whatever the deployments and all will be taken care by Microsoft. Okay, or according to how you configure it, they will place it into the backend respectively. That's what it is. Is there a limitation of running an application? See, you can create as many applications onto the app service plan that you created, but you should remember the capacity what you have allocated. And these applications should be demanding only that much capacity what you have allocated within your app service plan. That's all the condition. But also remember, since we selected the runtime environment as PHP, any additional application that you're deploying should also be PHP onto the same app service plan. If you wanted to deploy a .NET application, then you should have a different app service plan altogether. I think that's what you were asking, right? We selected PHP, so which means any additional application that you're doing deploying onto that particular app service plan should also be PHP based only. Only that will be supported. That is true. So for instance, I go home, I want to deploy another app service. I will click on create. I'll call it as Intelli Test App 2. Select your resource group, web app name Intelli Test App 2 .azure websites.net. Runtime stack is PHP. PHP 8.1, that's what I selected. Central India region. Okay. You can see Linux plan Central India ASP demo RGAAE2 S1. That is the app service plan which we have already, or which we are having already, wherein one application is running. Let's validate that. I'll go to Azure portal. I'll go to app services, existing app service. I'll click on it. You can see here ASP demo RGAAE2. So here, what is the meaning of it? You are creating to the same, you are creating the second application also onto the same set of VMs in the backend. That's all the meaning. ASP demo RG, or this app service plan, defines a set of VMs in the backend for you. So you are doing a second deployment also onto the same set of deployment that has been created for you, same set of VMs that has been created for you in the backend. That's all what the meaning of this. So I have selected the existing app service plan, which will give me standard S1, 1.7 GB of memory and one virtual CPU. Okay, I'll continue with the next and say review plus create. Click on create. So once after it is created, we'll be able to see that. In any case, we will see that later. Our first application, now you can see it is currently running, right? So we know it's running in Central India in the backend infrastructure. Azure is taking care of their VM and so on. And we will just manage the code part. Now here, how do you add your code onto your test app? Currently, there is a URL for your test app. If you copy that URL and try to browse it, you will be able to see the default page. Let me share that with everybody. Just check if you are seeing a default page wherein, hey, app service developer something, they will show you the default page. That's what we call as the default page. So you could replace, I mean, you should get your PHP code now and replace this whole thing with your PHP code, and then you will be good. You will be able to see your website running perfectly. So now let's see, what do I do? You can see already, right? Your web is running and waiting for content. I mean, if I click on the URL, you can see that, right? It's good. So now what I need to do, I need to host my code over here. What are the methods with which I can host the code? So there is something called as deployment sender available for you. Deployment sender, one option is available for you. So you would do your code deployments via the deployment sender console. So you can go to deployment sender, and from there you can choose what sort of deployment you want to do. So from deployment sender, there are options available. Like for example, under settings, you have the option to specify, okay, your continuous deployment, continuous integration, continuous deployment, CI/CD methods. We know CI/CD or DevOps is a platform that is available from Azure, plus other cloud components also have their own DevOps platforms as of today. Microsoft is also having a DevOps platform which they refer to as Azure Repos. Plus GitHub is also a DevOps platform, right? So streamline your operations. I mean, you can push your code and all that in a much automated way, right? That's what we have with respect to a CI/CD automation pipeline and all that. So you can choose any one of these options can be chosen, and through which you will be able to connect on to this particular app service and get your code over there. Apart from this, you can also do manual deployment. I mean, you can have this FTPS URL. You go to this FTPS endpoint, log in with your username and password, whatever has been listed over here, and you will be able to see, like, you can go ahead and do the data copy. I mean, you can send your data onto this, whatever application code and files that you have onto this app service via FTPS. So just in case to show you that, first of all, let me copy this FTPS endpoint. FTP is basically SFTP only, file secure file transfer protocol. So I'll go to WinSCP. You can use WinSCP or you can use what is that, FileZilla server, right? So these kind of applications and all can be made use of. Give the username and password. So what is the username and password? You can get it from here. Here is the username. Copy that. Here is the password. I mean, you can see the password over here only. Copy paste it. Click on login. Okay. So when you go to this path wherein this your code files and all will get saved, that's actually www root folder. So there in a hosting start.html file is there. So this file is the default page, which basically gives you the hey app service developers, that basic thing, right? So that's the hosting start.html. So I simply have to replace this with my code and then I'll be good. Okay. So either I can copy, if I have it on my on-premises server, I can simply copy it over here onto and then replace this particular file. I'll be good, right? Or if not, what do I have to do? I can set up CI/CD. So if I come back to CI/CD settings now, I can choose one source from where the code will be pulled. So you have various options. I'm going with GitHub. I'm going with GitHub, for example. You will have to authorize GitHub. Sorry, I have selected Bitbucket. You will have to authorize it. GitHub, I have already authorized it and I have logged into GitHub earlier. And because of that, it is automatically detecting my account and then showing me additional options now. You can log into your GitHub separately. I mean, if you have a GitHub account, go to github.com and you can see I have created a organization within GitHub known as Shadil NKN007. And within that, there are multiple repositories, right? Hello World and so on and so forth, etc. For instance, if I go to Hello World 1, this actually contains a index.php file. This is the updated app. I mean, let me just go ahead and edit this. I will just write over here, Hello World 1. Okay, just in case, just to, and I'm just updating this file. I'm committing the changes onto the master file only. I'm not creating any secondary child files. Okay, I'm just click on commit. Okay, so now how do I fetch this file from my app service? So to do that, you go to deployment center, select your organization, select your repository, Hello World 1, branch, there is only one branch, and click on save. Once after you have selected the code and deployment has been done, you have to give it some 2-3 minutes for that changes to sync. Maybe you can also initiate a sync operation from here. Not necessary, but if you just give it some 2-3 minutes, it should be done. There is a sync option just in case if you want to. Okay. Anyway, so let's just wait for it. Okay, currently it is deployed. Website has not changed yet. As I told you, you need to give it some time. I will initialize a sync now, just in case. Click on sync. Yes, Santosh, that's exactly what I told you. It will take some time. I mean, it will take some time, few minutes, and then after that, it will make it available. It's just that you have to give it a few minutes. Maybe here, if I go have it changed, let's see, I'll refresh it. I'll just try this from an incognito window once. Not yet. So as I told you, you just need to wait. Okay, this is in progress. Yep. So here you go. Hello World 1. Okay. So in this way, now you could replace with your code, whatever your respective codes that you have, you can add it over there. In which case now you can see your application would be represented with what you have specified. Okay. So this is how a method with which you can go and do your deployments, but rather you don't have to, wait for any on-premises environment to be set up, etc. if you decided to do the application deployment. So this is what we have with respect to Intelli app. There are a couple of other app options as well within app service, which I want to talk to you. And yes, changing domain name and all, we can do that. The GitHub file, this is the index.php. And within index.php, I have simply written, okay, print hello world. If you want to, you can fork this hello world one. If you want it, let me give you the URL. Simply go and fork it, create a repository by yourself, and that can be used for your practices. So I think once you log in for sign up, you have the option of creating a new repository, and that is where you have to specify that URL. I mean, if I go here, if I go to repositories, I click on add a new repository, and you can simply say here import a repository. Click on import a repository, specify the URL which I gave you, give it a new name, and then click on begin import. So this will go and import the specified repository onto you, and now you can go and use this repository with your CI/CD deployment.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, which Azure service is used for message queuing and reliable messaging? Please mention your answers in the comment section below, and your options are Azure Logic Apps, Azure Service Bus, Azure Event Grid, or Azure Functions.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
With respect to high availability, so again, remember this availability sets and availability zones are primarily applicable onto VM and storage, right? Availability set is only for VM, but availability zone, we have it for VM and storage. So now, with respect to providing high availability architectures for your virtual machines deployment, now you have these two solutions available, known as availability set and availability zone. So let's see what exactly they are. So now remember, in Azure platform, with respect to the Azure platform, there are two types of events that is expected. I mean, which can cause a downtime for you, for your virtual machine that is running, or for your service that is running in Azure. There are two types of downtime that can be expected. There is something called as a maintenance activity. First one is a maintenance activity. I need to enlarge this. Okay, first one is a maintenance activity. Second one is unexpected downtime. Okay, a maintenance activity and an unexpected downtime. What exactly these two are, right? So with respect to a maintenance activity, now remember, we know we have this Azure platform, and in the backend of Azure, we have all this physical servers. That's where our VMs are getting deployed. We have discussed it earlier that we have compute clusters and storage clusters, and we have our VMs created on the compute clusters and storage going on to the storage clusters. So where these VMs are running, these backend physical hardwares, they also would require periodic updates. So these updates has to be initiated by Microsoft Azure, because whenever there comes any security issues or any new vulnerabilities are found, in such cases there would be new patches or updates available, and this needs to be installed on your underlying physical infrastructure, right? So when they go ahead and initiate a installation of these updates or patches, of course a reboot would be required on the servers. If they reboot, then all the VMs running on that particular hardware would be affected, right? So this is why we say a maintenance activity can cause you a downtime. So how do they approach that? So that's the first thing that we have to understand with respect to maintenance activity. With respect to unexpected downtime, we know end of the day, it's all hardware. It's all physical hardware, electronic equipments in the backend who is supporting this complete infrastructure. So it's possible that any of these components can fail, right? It's very much possible, right? So when that happens, that is calculated or that's identified as an unexpected downtime, something which we could not foresee and something which happened unexpectedly. So that's what we call as an unexpected downtime. With respect to, not intentional, but accidentally or unexpectedly, some downtime is getting caused. For example, couple of years ago, there was a problem when I was working in Microsoft. One of the Azure data centers in central US region, I think central US or West US 2 something. So therein, all the services started to go down. Everything went down, right, within that region. So what was happening is somehow the cooling facility had some problems and the cooling facility was not working as expected. What happens if the cooling facility is not working? Of course, all your servers start to overheat and eventually they will, there's a high possibility that even they can explode, right? It's also possible. Plus, or they will simply get damaged, etc. Short circuits and all can happen. All these possibilities do exist. So what Azure has done, I mean, they do have a mechanism built in. If at all these kind of scenarios, why I mean, which kind of scenarios, like unexpected temperature rise, I mean, if all the systems are, operating at a higher temperature, then in that case, Azure platform, I mean, that data center itself will initiate a automatic shutdown for all the servers, for all the devices, right? He will automatically shut down all the devices. That is actually a way of preventing, a huge loss. I mean, if at all you continue to run in the same manner without checking on the temperature and so on, then probably you would be having very large outages, because these devices, if they explode, that's a huge loss. There is a data loss, etc. All this is associated. So at least if you go and proactively shut down them, then in that case you can preserve your data, you can preserve your services, etc. You wouldn't be having much of a problem. So this is what happened, in the sense, like, whenever there was some unexpected thing happening like this, Azure platform identified the temperature raising beyond certain point for all the devices, and then he initiated the auto shutdown action for everybody, right? So this kind of issues and all can happen. So this all are falling into what we call as unexpected downtime, during which we can expect our VMs to go down. So Azure has given you solutions for this. I mean, there are one or two solutions minimum which you can go and uh, employ with respect to creating your resources, deploying your resources, and once you have that, it will make sure, okay, at least certain services are available in the event of any failure like this. So now, keeping this mind to address these problems, the first option that we have from a virtual machine perspective is something which we call as availability set. Availability set. What exactly is availability set? I'll tell you. So with respect to availability set, now what happens is, whenever you are doing an application deployment, let's say for high availability, I mean, this availability set also, you cannot use it with single instance deployment. You have to deploy at least 2 instances, minimum 2 instances you have to have. I mean, the way how we configure application would be, you will create minimum 2 VMs. So this is your first VM. This is your second VM. And these two, both of them will be hosting your application same. Identical application, same application will be hosted on both of them. They will be created within what we call as availability set, within an AV set. Okay. And then to distribute the traffic onto this guy, you will use a device called as LB. LB will have a public IP. A public IP will be there. And your users, they will be connecting onto these particular public IP that we have. Okay, they will reach the LB. LB will distribute the load either onto the first VM or onto the second VM. So this is the way how you would be configuring your application when we go with virtual machine. So now here you can see these 2 VMs I told you, they are getting created onto availability set. First of all, forget about availability set. You are deploying 2 VMs in Azure. Okay, when you deploy 2 VMs like this, what are the possibility that it can go onto the same server? Is there any possibility that it can go onto the same server in the backend? I mean, you have a physical rack. Within that rack, you have multiple physical servers, right? So is it possible that both of the VMs are getting created on the same rack itself? Is it possible? That's a possibility, right? Both of these machines can get created on the same hardware. It is possible, right? Or on the same rack, or on the same server itself, it is possible that both of your VMs got created. I mean, you are creating both of them onto Central India only. So when you are doing this deployment onto Central India, it's possible that both of them getting created on the same physical hardware in the backend. So now let me ask you. So if there is this same physical hardware, you have 2 instances of your VM. The reason for creating 2 VMs were that you wanted some high availability. If both of them are created on the same physical hardware, now do you have any benefit? Is there any benefit if both of them are created on same physical hardware? Of course, there is no benefit, because we know the single hardware goes down, both of your VM went down, right? So there is no benefit. So we have to overcome this. So that is where when you deploy onto availability set, what Azure would do, they will go and assign to you something called as FDs. Okay, they will give you FDs. So which means now you will have two FDs available. Okay, within within each FD you will have servers. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you have servers. So this is your FD. What exactly is an FD? FD0, FD0. This guy would be FD1. Okay, FD0, FD1, two FDs. Okay, two FDs. What is an FD? An FD is full form of FD is equal to fault domain, which is equal to a rack. A rack is actually a fault domain. A fault domain in the sense, remember, the rack will contain something called as a top of the rack switch. Here there is a switching device, which is actually distributing the traffic and interconnecting all these devices. So that's what we call as a TOR switch, top of the rack switch. Okay, so it's the top of the rack switch goes down, the entire rack is down. All servers, all the VMs within them, everything is down if the top of the rack switch goes down, because network connectivity. And now to the rack you have power supply, redundant power supply will be there. So if both of these power supplies are also disconnected, then also there is a problem. Your rack will be affected. Okay, so a rack is a potential place wherein failures can occur, and that is why we call him as a fault domain. Now, what Azure would do here is whenever you create an availability set, right, or whenever you do your deployment onto something what we call as an availability set, they will go ahead and create, or they will go ahead and assign you two different racks. And within them, first of all, first rack will be called as FD0, second rack will be called as FD1. Then they will go ahead and select individual, servers like this. I'll tell you what exactly is this. Hold on. Okay. So this is called as now UD, UD0, UD1, UD2, and then UD3. So UD means full form is update domain. So now you have update domains and fault domains. So what happens now when you do deployment of your VMs, you are finally deploying your VM, then how the VMs will be placed? First of all, the first VM will be created on this guy, on your first FD, also on your first UD. I'll tell you what is a UD. And second VM now will go to second rack and at the same time onto second UD. If onto the same availability set you were deploying a third VM, then it would go back onto FD0 and then onto the third availability set. Then a fourth deployment will go onto your next FD, which is FD1, and next UD. If you have fifth deployment, that will get repeated. Okay, I mean, it will go to FD0 again, and then it will go to UD0 as well. So in this way, whatever number of VMs that you have will be distributed accordingly by the logic of availability set. What is the benefit? So when you have distributed your VMs like this, if a rack goes down, which is an unexpected downtime, would you be having at least some VMs to continue with your operation? Would you be having some VMs available even if one of the rack goes down? So you can see now in this case, when you went with availability set, your VMs are spread across multiple racks. And because of that, if one single server goes down or one entire rack goes down, that won't affect you because you have your deployments spread across availability zone, which will ensure that your VMs are spread across, multiple racks. So this is what we have with respect to update domain concept. Whereas what is UD? So for unexpected downtime, you have FDs, FD0 and FD1. And for UD update domain, what do we have? For UD for update domain, now what we have here is, first of all, let's try to understand what is meant by update domain. Update domain basically means a logical group of servers which will receive the update. Okay, that's what the meaning of update domain. I told you about the maintenance activity in Azure platform. So they will go and do the maintenance activity. That is not something which they can stop. They will have to continue with it. So when they are doing this maintenance activity, what they will do, they will notify you, and then as a account admin or somebody, you will be getting the email address saying, okay, for this environment, we have one VM, maybe one of your VM that you have created. And this VM is actually on a server which has pending maintenance activity on it. So now what you need to do is you just need to restart the server once. So when you restart the server, automatically Azure will reschedule that server onto a different physical hardware in the backend altogether, wherein the problems are of updates and all are there, right? So in this way, they will let you know. So as a customer, you will come to know, okay, there is a maintenance activity that you have to do. And either you do it, if you don't do it after a specified period of time, they will forcefully do the reboot. Okay. So this is what happens. Now it's just a reboot. Even when, remember, if you have gone with availability set concept, then the updates would be happening only UD wise. In the sense, the first set of people to receive the updates would be platform updates would be UD0. Only after complete process of UD0 updation as complete, only then it will move on to UD1, and then on to UD2, and then on to UD3. So in this way, you can be sure that in the event of a unexpected downtime, or in the event of a uh, failure with respect to, or in the event of any update related issues, etc., in such cases, now we can clearly see, even if one of the server hardware goes off, or let's say one entire rack itself goes off, we will be having alternate options available because of the availability set concept that we have just discussed. So the concept of availability set is to provide you high availability for the VMs that you're deploying, right? So now you are deploying VM for your application. You wanted to deploy your app. That's why you're creating VM. So now if you go with single VM deployment, the problem is Azure platform can update. I mean, Azure platform would be doing any update activity, which we refer to as maintenance activity for the backend hardware. Or sometimes it is possible the backend hardware can fail unexpectedly, which we refer to as an unexpected downtime. So both of this is possible when you create Azure VMs within Azure infrastructure. So now what do you do is whenever you deploy VM, you go ahead and deploy that onto something which we refer to as availability set. So when you deploy this onto availability set, what Azure will make sure is that these VMs are deployed across FDs and UDs. Okay, this VM that you're creating, maybe if it is two, these two will be created across two different FDs and UDs. If it is four, it will be created across again FDs and UDs only. In this way, the VMs will be getting deployed for you. What is the benefit? So first of all, when we say it is getting deployed across FDs, FD meaning of FD is equal to one rack. One FD is equal to one rack. We know what is a rack, right? Within data center, you will be having the rack. Within rack, you will be having the servers. That's how it is. And on these servers, that's where your VMs are getting created. So now when you go with availability set, and when you're deploying two VMs, in the backend in Azure data center for these availability set, Azure will go ahead and select two different racks. Okay. And they would refer to it as FD0 and FD1. FD0 means fault domain 0. FD1 means fault domain 1. I told you what exactly why we call them as fault domain, because a rack can fail, right? Because there is redundant power supply coming onto it. There is network connectivity coming onto it. So if there is any problems with it, then in that case, yes, you can have unexpected downtime. So that's why we call a rack as FD or fault domain. So now you can see your first VM got deployed onto something called as FD0, the first FD, which is the first rack. And the second VM got deployed onto your second FD, which is the second rack, right? Now what happens? Let's say something is happening, some problem is happening. Maybe as I said, the power supply to the rack is failing. In which case, let's say the first rack, for some reason, the first rack went off, FD0 went off. If FD0 is going down, now will both of your VMs be affected? Will both of your VM go down if you have created them to availability set? Will it go down now? Both of them? I mean, you have created them onto availability set. I explained you the logic of availability set. So now when you go and have the deployment like this, when a single rack is failing, will two of your VMs go down at the same time? No. Why it is no? Because I told you, whenever we have this availability set concept, the VMs will be deployed across multiple FDs. So of course, first VM, we had two VMs. First VM will go to FD0, a second VM will go to FD1. Then I explained you, if at all you had a third and fourth VM, I mean, it's also possible that you can have multiple VMs with your deployment. So if you had a third and fourth VM, since they will allow you to have only two racks or two FDs, your machines will be spread across these two only, which means first VM will be created in FD0, second will be in FD1, third one will come back to FD0 only, and fourth one will go to FD1. So which means now in each FD you have two VMs, which also means if one rack goes down, two VMs will be affected and two VMs will continue working. Okay, so this is the first thing with respect to unexpected downtime. We have addressed unexpected downtime by having multi-instance deployment in an availability set. Second thing is that whenever you go with availability set, Azure will also create a logical grouping of these servers, physical servers, and we refer to it as update domain. Update domain. So what they're doing over here, within this availability set configuration, they're choosing the servers who will be receiving the updates first, meaning they are not applying the updates for everybody together. They are not applying updates for all the VMs together, but rather I'm talking about the maintenance updates, right? The backend maintenance updates, they are not doing it for everybody together, but rather they will do now, for example, in a UD wise. Okay, so the first maintenance activity of Azure will go through UD0. Once it is completed, it will move on to UD1, UD2, and UD3, which means at a given time, how many VMs are getting affected or how many servers are getting affected with this will be reduced if you deploy them onto your update domain concepts. Now you don't have to do anything. Azure will do it automatically for you whenever you have selected the availability set option. Okay, so which means all your maintenance activity will be carried out on servers which are part of this UDs respectively. First, he will do on UD0. Second update they will release on to UD1. Third update they will release on to UD2. Fourth stage of update they will release on to UD3 and so on. Okay, so in this way, this will be created. So now let me ask you, but if you deploy only a single VM onto availability set, do you get any benefit? You are deploying only one VM, just one VM onto an availability set. Do we have any benefit in that case for our application? Will our application be highly available? Of course, no, right? There were cases like that because Microsoft said if you go with availability set, you will have higher availability. Then one guy, what did he do? He created a single VM onto availability set, and then one random day that VM went down. Some problem happened, then VM was down. He raised a case with Microsoft, and said, we are not, you are not meeting the SLA. You are breaching the SLA. Right? Whatever availability guarantee that you set for availability set is not working out. I'm having downtime. Who is to blame? Either Microsoft or that guy. What he had done, he has just created only one VM within an availability set. He had just created only one VM within an availability set. Whom you will blame now? I mean, it was clear that you will not, or if you just create one VM, there is no high availability. That was clear from very beginning. That's the concept of availability set itself, is that you need minimum two, right? Two instances you would need, only then you will be able to get the higher availability guarantee. Because it's clear that, I mean, these hardwares could have potential failures. So it's your responsibility when you go and deploy your infrastructure on Azure provided environment or infrastructure, you have to take care of, or you have to use all the availability options that is available for you and build redundant architectures according to your requirement. Okay, it's not a complete responsibility of Azure to provide you, redundancy, high availability and everything. They will give you all the options for it, right? They will give you an infrastructure and they will give you options with which you can achieve high availability guarantees and so on. But it's your responsibility to have it configured accordingly. Okay, so that's what you have. So now I'll give you one example. The VM placement will go. Okay, look at this. You have 10 VMs. Okay, forget about 10. That will become too long. Let's take 5 VMs. 5 VMs. And now you are deploying these 5 VMs onto an availability set. You have your FD count, FD0 and FD1. And you have your UD count as, for example, 3. Okay. How the VMs will be placed? These 5 VMs. One or two examples I'll show you. Plus, in the event of any failure, either an unexpected downtime or a platform provided maintenance, in either of this case, what will be the number of VMs that would be affected and what would be the number of VMs that would remain? You have to tell me. So first of all, I'll give you 1 or 2 examples over here, 5 VMs, right? So with respect to these 5 VMs, the first VM will be deployed onto which FD? FD 0, UD 0, correct? Second VM will be deployed onto second FD and UD 1, right? If there is a case, third VM will be deployed onto which FD? FD 0 only, because clearly, look at this, I have told you, FD number is only 0 and 1. You have only 2 racks. Look at here also, you have only 2 racks, right? So which means once you have done the deployment onto first rack and second rack, the third deployment will go to the first rack only, right? So that will go to FD0. Tell me what would be the UD? UD you have 0 is done, UD1 is done, and then UD2. You will have UD2. Okay, you will have UD2. Fourth VM placement, you tell me. FD for fourth VM, FD, FD1. Okay, UD number is equal to 3. When you count 0 including 1, 2, or including 0, 1, 2, when you count, how much it becomes? It becomes 3. So which means UD is already 3. It is done. So which means now you would have the deployment going back onto UD 0. Okay. So our 4 VMs we have done. The fifth VM placement, you tell me now. It goes to which FD, the fifth VM? Fifth VM goes to FD0 only. It goes to UD. Okay. So in this way, the VMs will keep on getting placed. Okay. So what is the question? How many VMs would survive? 2 possibilities are there. A rack can be affected. Okay. A rack or individual server can be affected. So in the event of a FD level failure, how many VMs we have in FD0? In FD0, how many VMs you have? 1, 2, 3. In FD0, you have 3 VMs. In FD1, how many VMs you have? You have 2 VMs. Okay. In UD0, how many VMs we have? In UD0, how many VMs we have? We have 2 VMs. In UD1, how many VMs we have? There also we have 2 VMs. UD2, we have 1. And then UD3, sorry, UD1, UD2, 2, 1, that is 5. Okay. So this is the numbers that we have. So which means if it was a platform provided maintenance activity, if it was coming on to UD0 or UD1, maximum 2 VMs would be affected, which means 3 VM would survive still. If there was a downtime on FD0, the first rack, then in that case, all total 3 VMs will be affected and 2 will survive. My question was, in the event of a failure, what is the maximum number of VMs that will survive? So you already have the answer. If it is UD having problem, then you would be having 2 VMs remaining surviving. Or if it is having FD the problem, the maximum number of VMs that can get affected and the surviving one will be 3 and 2. Maximum can get affected. If FD0 goes down, 3 VMs can get affected. And if it is only FD1, 2 VMs can get affected. Okay, so in this way. So this is how you understand the availability set concept. In certain regions, it is also possible for you to have FD number is equal to 3, which means you can have FD0, FD1 as well as FD2. It's a possibility. It is a possibility. Where it is possible? 3 racks are possible in any region wherein availability zone is supported. Which is the region in India wherein availability zone is supported? Central India location is where we have availability zone feature enabled. So if you are deploying an availability set onto Central India, then in that case, you can choose for availability set FD is equal to 3. That is possible. So wherever availability zone feature is enabled, then in that case, you can have FD is equal to 3. If not, FD would be 2 only. So that has to be remembered. You will not be having any protection. So how do you give protection in that case? Data center level failures, if it is happening, how do you provide protection for your VMs? What will give you protection in that case? Another VM in another region, that is okay, but you don't have to go to another region. That would be, creating or introducing latency problems and all when you go to another region. But within a region, now you can have one possibility. That's actually what we refer to as availability zone. Availability zone or AZ, zonal deployment. Okay. So what availability zone would do? Think of any region wherein availability zone is supported. Let's say this is one region which we refer to as Central India. In Central India, we know availability zone is supported, right? Now, here, when availability zone is supported, we also know you will be having minimum 3 data centers, which we also refer to as zones. So you would be having a zone 1, you would be having a zone 2, and then you would be having a zone 3. Okay, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, 3 different zones will be available for you. Zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. What are this zone 1 and zone 2 and zone 3? It's nothing but 3 different buildings, 3 different separate data center buildings that is available for you, physically separated. But all of them are located in Central India, which is in Pune. Now in Pune itself, are they kilometers apart? No, they're close by only. They're in close premises. Maybe you have a couple of meters difference between them. That's all. They are not some buildings, which is kilometers away. No, it's in the same premises itself, but simple logic. They have 3 separate physically separated buildings. That's all the point that we have here. Why physically separate building? Because any problems, any power outage, any network disconnectivity problems, etc., that is happening one data center or one zone should not be affecting another zone, that is zone 2 or zone 3. That is a logic over here. So with respect to zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, for each of these zones, they will be having separate power supplies, cooling facilities, and all this. They will be having separate power supplies, separate cooling facilities for each of these zones. Benefit is, even if any one of them is failing, only that respective zone will be affected. Other zones, zone 2 and zone 3, for example, or your secondary and tertiary data center will not be affected. So this is what we have with respect to availability zone concept. So when you go with availability zone, for example, your company decided to use availability zone because it gives you higher level of redundancy. Now, in that case, what you need to do is, it's similar what we did in availability set. You have to create minimum 2 instances of VMs or more than 2. When you deploy them into Central India, you can say that the first VM I want to be deployed it onto zone 1. This is the first VM. The second VM, you have to deploy it onto zone 2. If at all you are deploying a third VM and fourth VM and so on, you will have the option to choose into which zone you want to deploy this machine. You can choose that. Like you select Central India, then you can choose zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, etc. You can choose, and then accordingly to any of these zone, your VM will be created or whatever based on what you selected. So this is what the concept of availability zone that you have. One entire data center is failing or one zone is failing. Still, even in that case also, you have protection. this entire region is failing, right? Is that a possibility? Of course, that is also a possibility. Entire region, if it fails, do you have any protection in that case? In that case, there is no protection. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to availability zone. Availability zone does not give you protection, beyond zonal level. Okay, he won't give you any protection from entire region collapsing. Okay, if that happens, then you should have, again, like for example, you should have some backups taken for your VM, or you can replicate a VM to secondary region that is available. You have an option to replicate your virtual machine to another region, or whenever you go with a collective application architecture, in the first place, the collective application architecture itself would be done in a manner. There would be two deployments. One we call as primary deployment. Okay, you would be having also a DR, disaster recovery deployment as well. So the same things, whatever you deployed on primary, you will have it deployed on your DR side as well. So which means now any of the things fails over here. I mean, as you said, entire region, etc. fails over here. Then in that case, you will be redirecting your entire request and so on onto the DR side. So this is how you create it instead of going with availability zone or something beyond that. Okay, so what availability set does, we know. What availability zone does, we know. And even if entire region is collapsing, for that I told you should have a DR created for your application infrastructure. That's all what we have. Okay, so while creating a virtual machine, remember, a VM, once after it has been created, you cannot place them onto availability set unsupported. Once a VM has been created, after that you cannot place them onto availability set. While creating, then and there itself, you have to specify the availability set or availability zone that you want. Okay, that's it. So during the creation process, let me first of all select the subscription and resource group. I'm creating a RG called as demo RG. I'll give the VM name. I'll just call it as VM1. Location Central India. Select your image. Okay, give the username and password. But before that, here is the availability options. Infrastructure redundancy options. So you can see, you can choose availability zone or availability set. First one, I'm creating an availability set, and I'll go ahead and have a availability set created. There is no existing AV set available. So I'll create a new availability set. I can choose a fault domain, FD count. As I told you, in certain regions, it will support you up to 3. Here we have 3 fault domains support available. So we can set it as 3 if you wanted, or you can keep it with just 2. Update domains. I have not told you what is the maximum number of update domains that you can have. Remember, you can have a maximum of 20 update domains. 20 update domains you can create. 20 is the maximum value. The average value that we typically use is somewhere about 5. But if you have more number of VMs, like 50, 100 VMs and so on, it is better to increase the update domain count also to match with the number of VMs. Why is it so? If you have 50 VMs, and you have 20 UDs, let's say you have 20 UDs, in each UD, how many VMs you have maximum? 20 and 20 is 40. So in each UD, you can have 2 VMs. Then in 10 UDs, you will be having, 20. So that's okay. In first UD, you have 20 VM. Second UD, you have 20 VM. Remaining 10 VMs, right? So they will be placed on either of these UDs. I mean, you will be having 3 VMs, the 10 VMs also extra coming on any of them. So which means at any given point, the maximum number of VMs that can get affected is only 3. In the event of a maintenance activity. If at all you had gone for a lower UD number, then there would be more number of VMs getting affected in the event of a platform provided maintenance activity. Why we have less FD compared to UD? See, UD is a logical thing. UD is just a logic. There is no physical component getting associated for it. Okay, they are just grouping logically. Software will do that. Logically, they're grouping the servers wherein you have done the deployment or within the racks. They will map it and say, okay, these are the UDs. but FDs are representing your actual physical racks in the backend, right? So when you are representing something actual physical, you have to be careful. I mean, that's not something which you can create unlimited or you can specify unlimited. So there are limits with it, right? So when there are so many customers creating FDs, sorry, availability sets, and each of them go with higher number of FDs, then you would have a problem wherein Azure would not be able to assign FDs for any new customers. Okay, so that is where FD number is limited to 2 or in some regions 3 maximum, whereas UD number can be up to 20. Okay, so I'm selecting this, I'm creating availability set. Okay, I have to give it a name. I'll call it as AV set 1 and continue with it. Just give the username and password. So name and password, confirm password. Okay, and you can just create it. Review plus create. Click on create. Wait for it to get completed. So how many VMs are going to get created once after choosing availability set? See, I told you clearly, choosing an availability set and all does not create the VMs automatically. It's you who has to deploy the VMs. So you decided, for example, with your application, you wanted to have 2 VMs. Then what do? You go to Azure portal, you deploy your first VM. While deploying your first VM, you would specify, okay, this is the availability set. You will mention an availability set. Within that single VM will be created. Then you go and deploy the second VM. This time when you do second VM, you point to the same availability set which you have created earlier and make the second VM also part of it. So it's all whatever the number of VMs that you need, you are manually creating it. So according to what you need, you can go and specify that number. Okay, so now you can come back and see I'm just deploying only one VM. So we just wanted to verify, right? So now let's go and see availability set. You can search for availability set. Go to the AV set 1. Now you can see here VM1 is actually created. It's part of fault domain 0, update domain 0. Okay, if you were to deploy a second VM as well, now you would see that is going on to fault domain 1, update domain 1, and so on and so forth. It will keep on rotating. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to availability sets. Now, if you wanted to deploy onto availability zone, there is nothing much to see. While creating virtual machine, instead of selecting an availability set option under data redundancy required, you will select availability zone, provided your region is Central India. It has to be a supported region. So I'll choose Central India, and then redundancy options, I'll select availability zone. So when you select availability zone, you can choose between zone 1, zone 2, or zone 3, to which zone you want to do the deployment. So you select zone 1, you complete the deployment, and you will be good. Then you go and do the second deployment onto zone 2 VM. Okay, if you need a third VM, you can deploy that onto zone 3 VM, and so on and so forth. So that's all what you have to do. I mean, creating this one, you wouldn't have to see anything, but rather you can just go back to Azure portal and see that, okay, this VM has been created, it's running, it's on zone 1, and whatever the second VM that you created according to what you have placed, like zone 1, zone 2, or zone 3, he will be getting the VMs placed. So that's what we have with respect to these two features. Okay, so with that getting completed on the VM perspective, let's move on to now the app service. What exactly app service is all about. So remember, Azure app service now is something which is be referred to earlier. Like when we had the initial discussion, we talked about what is infrastructure as a service, what is platform as a service, and then SaaS, right? So then I gave you the example of PaaS. And one of the example of a PaaS service was nothing but your app service itself. So now with respect to deploying a code, with respect to deploying an application, you could deploy this application on your on-premises environment, first of all, which is the traditional method, in which case you will set up a server. You know that, I don't have to explain you. You will set up a server, physical server. You will have the operating system. You will have whatever middleware, the runtime that is required. On top of it, you will host your code and then you will make your website work. So that is one thing. Now, when you move on to Azure Cloud, you can do it on infrastructure as a service. I mean, you can deploy a VM, and within that VM, you will go and deploy your operating system will be there within the VM. Therein you will deploy the runtime, and then you will go ahead and deploy your code. Okay. Now the third level, that is PaaS. You don't have to maintain or manage a VM. You directly deploy your code onto a runtime that you can create within Azure. So that is what we call as an app service. So basically, Azure App Service allows you to do code deployment onto your infrastructure. You could go ahead and deploy onto your Azure infrastructure. You could go ahead and deploy any from any supported language. We have, for example, .NET, C Sharp, Java, Python, Node.js, Go, etc. These all are some of the supported languages that we have, PHP, right? So in any of this language, you can develop your application and then you would be able to deploy them onto Azure App Service. What is the benefit from a customer perspective? From a customer perspective, now they have a scalable solution that is having very less management overhead compared to managing a VM and for deploying your applications, mobile backends, and so on, or websites, whatever, right? So now a easy to go solution will be created for you wherein you don't have to worry about the operating system management and any stuff related to the operating system. You don't have to take care of it. So this is what happens with respect to Azure App Service. Okay. So now let's go ahead and see how you can deploy a simple Azure App Service deployment and how does it work. So what do I do with respect to app service? First of all, I'll go to the app service section within the Azure portal. I can look up app services, go to app services and click on create. You have to specify your resource group, subscription, etc. As usual, you have to give your name for the application. I'm just calling it as Intelli test app. Okay, so you choose, okay, how to deploy a code. Now here is the supported runtime stacks that's available for you. Various versions of .NET are supported. Go is supported. Java, Node, PHP, Python, Ruby. These are the supported languages. You can choose from any one of this. I'm going with PHP 8.1. Now they have given you an option to choose operating system, right? Remember, when you go with PHP, the latest versions of PHP has a requirement that it has to have Linux in the backend, right? Here also you have VMs. I mean, all these deployments are going on to VM itself, but Azure is managing them for you. So in this backend environment that will be created for you, which of course would be managed by Azure, which operating system you want, whether PHP or sorry, whether Linux or Windows. So that choice is what they're giving to you. So wherever only Linux is supported, Linux will be the one default option and Windows will be grayed out. And if there is anything wherein only Windows can be supported, then in that case, only Windows would be selected and Linux would be grayed out. Wherever it is possible for you to have both as the platforms, then you can choose according to what you need. So I have selected Linux because I don't have any other option. I will go with Central India. That's the region. You have to create a plan. Okay. What is a plan? A plan is what defines the capacity that you would be having. Capacity in the sense when you deploy this app service, how much RAM capacity, how much utilization, etc., can be provided onto this app service. Okay, that's what we are defining on the app service plan. So here, if you click on create a new app service plan, you will have the option to give it a name. After which you will have the option to choose from a pricing plan. I mean, from this plan, you have to select one tier that you need or a SKU that you need, which matches with your requirement. Just like VM size, there are various sizes or capacities available for you. You could choose any of them. For example, premium are required for high-end workloads. Wherever high-end workload you have, you will go with premium. Basic ones will be mostly the ones wherein you are doing only development and testing kind of activities, which is not for production. And for production, yes, premium we have and standard versions also are available for you. I will go with standard S1. That's more than enough for the demo. I'll continue with the select. I've selected standard S1. I'll click on next. Networking, nothing to change. Just continue with the review plus create and have it created. So now you can see the app service has been deployed. So I can go to this resource. So when you go to the app service, now you can see there is a backend platform created for you with whatever the capacity that you defined. I mean, within the app, if you look at it, there is something called as an app service plan that's visible for you. So you can click on this app service plan. When you click on the app service plan, you can see the memory, CPU, etc., how much it is getting used in the backend that you can see currently for your application. How much storage has been utilized out of the total capacity that is available for you. Standard S1 gives you 50 GB. So within that 50 GB, how much has been utilized can be validated from the file system storage section. Right now, there is no utilization because we have not deployed any code over here. Now you can also have the options for looking at what are the apps currently running on your plan. It is possible on a single plan to host multiple applications, right? For example, you go with a powerful plan, which will give you good capacity VMs in the backend. In that case, you can have multiple app services created on them. And when you come to apps, you will be able to see them as different applications. Coming on to scale out and scale up options. So scale up basically is what basically is increasing the capacity. Okay, increasing the capacity, overall capacity of your queue, of your selection that we have made while creating the resource, right? We selected, for example, standard S1. So from standard S1, if you wanted to move on to a higher SKU like standard S2 or maybe premium SKU, then in that case, you can move to this scale up option. So this is actually your vertical scaling. This is what we refer to as vertical scaling. You're beefing up the overall compute capacity. Scale out means you increase the number of instances. Okay. So in each of these plans, you would get a default number of instance or a maximum number of instance for you. For example, standard S1 allows you to have with that specified capacity total 10 virtual machine instance in the backend, right? So that number can be defined from here. Currently, you can see here it is set to instance count as 1. And since it is standard S1, as I told you, you have up to 10, which means if you change the slider, you can go maximum to 10, right? You can have maximum 10 instances, in the sense 10 virtual machine instances in the backend part of this particular plan. And each of these instance would be having the capacity that has been defined in the SKU. So increasing the number of VM instance in the backend to support your application is what we refer to as horizontal scaling. Okay. Now, you can also enable auto scaling, just like in the case of VMSs, you can enable auto scaling as well over here. So now, then what is this scale up and scale out? We'll have to define it manually. I mean, you can decide. See, you're not controlling the VM. You don't get access to the VM. You don't get to log into the VM, right? It's something that, okay, you define how many, what is the infrastructure that you need. End of the day, your application code is actually going on to some VMs in the backend, right? They are just creating a additional management layer and they are saying, okay, we will take care of this backend stuff. You focus on hosting your code onto this. I mean, hosting your code onto this runtime environment, what we have created, and we will paste it onto the respective backend servers and so on, and make your application ready, right? So therein you have to tell them like how much capacity you need. That has to be defined. Or can they go out and randomly decide what capacity we would need? No, we have to tell them because it's our code. We would know how much resource it would take. So as a developer, for example, Shadil has to decide, okay, this much capacity is required for my application. These are the number of VMs I need. These are the number of, this is the amount of resources I need. So these things I will have to define. So I will define these aspects, and that's exactly what we are doing. Initially, while creating this, we specified whether you want Windows operating system environment in the backend or Linux operating system in the backend. You choose between any of those two. After which you go and specify what is this capacity that you want, which we refer to as SKU. Standard S1 we selected. We said I need this much vCPU, I need this much RAM capacity, I need this much storage capacity. Okay, so that we selected. After which, once after it is created, also you can modify that sizes. I mean, you can go from your standard S1 to a higher size if you want to altogether, or within this standard S1 app service plan that you created, you can go and increase the number of backend VM instances. That does not mean you have control of them or you have access on them. Whatever the deployments and all will be taken care by Microsoft. Okay, or according to how you configure it, they will place it into the backend respectively. We selected PHP, so which means any additional application that you are doing deploying onto that particular app service plan should also be PHP based only. Only that will be supported. I hope that makes that gives you the answer that you're looking for. If it's not clear, we will be. I go home. I want to deploy another app service. I will click on create. I'll call it as Intelli Test App 2. Select your resource group. Web app name Intelli Test App 2. Azure websites.net. Runtime stack is PHP. PHP 8.1. That's what I selected. Central India region. You can see Linux plan Central India ASP demo RGAAE2 S1. That is the app service plan which we have already or which we are having already wherein one application is running. Let's validate that. I'll go to Azure portal. I'll go to app services, existing app service. I'll click on it. You can see here ASP demo RGAAE2. So here, what is the meaning of it? You are creating to the same, you are creating the second application also onto the same set of VMs in the backend. That's all the meaning. ASP demo RG or this app service plan defines a set of VMs in the backend for you. So you are doing a second deployment also onto the same set of deployment that has been created for you, same set of VMs that has been created for you in the backend. That's all what the meaning of this. So I have selected the existing app service plan, which will give me standard S1 1.7 GB of memory and one virtual CPU. Okay, I'll continue with the next and say review plus create. So once after it is created, we'll be able to see that. In any case, we will see that later. Our first application now you can see it is currently running, right? So we know it's running in Central India in the backend infrastructure. Azure is taking care of their VM and so on. And we will just manage the code part. Now here, how do you add your code onto your test app? Currently, there is a URL for your test app. If you copy that URL and try to browse it, you will be able to see the default page. Let me share that with everybody. Just check if you are seeing a default page wherein, hey, app service developer or something, they will show you the default page. That's what we call as the default page. So you could replace, I mean, you should get your PHP code now and replace this whole thing with your PHP code, and then you will be good. You will be able to see your website running perfectly. So now let's see, what do I do? You can see already, right? Your web is running and waiting for content. I mean, if I click on the URL, you can see that, right? It's good. So now what I need to do, I need to host my code over here. What are the methods with which I can host the code? So there is something called as deployment sender available for you. Deployment sender, one option is available for you. So you would do your code deployments via the deployment sender console. So you can go to deployment sender, and from there you can choose what sort of deployment you want to do. So from deployment sender, there are options available. Like for example, under settings, you have the option to specify, okay, your continuous deployment, continuous integration, continuous deployment, CI/CD methods. We know CI/CD or DevOps is a platform that is available from Azure, plus other cloud components also have their own DevOps platforms as of today. Microsoft is also Microsoft is also having a DevOps platform which they refer to as Azure Repos. Plus GitHub is also a DevOps platform, right? So streamline your operations. I mean, you can push your code and all that in a much automated way, right? That's what we have with respect to a CI/CD automation pipeline and all that. So you can choose any one of these options can be chosen, and through which you will be able to connect on to this particular app service and get your code over there. Apart from this, you can also do manual deployment. I mean, you can have this FTPS URL. You go to this FTPS endpoint, log in with your username and password, whatever has been listed over here, and you will be able to see, like, you can go ahead and do the data copy. I mean, you can send your data onto this, whatever application code and files that you have onto this app service via FTPS. So just in case to show you that, first of all, let me copy this FTPS endpoint. FTP is basically SFTP only, file secure file transfer protocol. So I'll go to WinSCP. You can use WinSCP, or you can use what is that, FileZilla server, right? So these kind of applications and all can be made use of. Give your host name, give the username and password. So what is the username and password? You can get it from here. Here is the username. Copy that. Here is the password. I mean, you can see the password over here only. Copy paste it. Click on login. Okay. So when you go to this path wherein this your code files and all will get saved, that's actually www root folder. So there in a hosting start.html file is there. So this file is the default page, which basically gives you the hey app service developers, that basic thing, right? So that's the hosting start.html. So I simply have to replace this with my code and then I'll be good. Okay. So either I can copy, if I have it on my on-premises server, I can simply copy it over here onto and then replace this particular file. I'll be good, right? Or if not, what do I have to do? I can set up CI/CD. So if I come back to CI/CD settings now, I can choose one source from where the code will be pulled. So you have various options. I'm going with GitHub. I'm going with GitHub, for example. You will have to authorize GitHub. Sorry, I have selected Bitbucket. You will have to authorize it. GitHub, I have already authorized it and I have logged into GitHub earlier. And because of that, it is automatically detecting my account and then showing me additional options now. You can log into your GitHub separately. I mean, if you have a GitHub account, go to github.com and you can see I have created a organization within GitHub known as Shadil NKN007. And within that, there are multiple repositories, right? Hello World and so on and so forth, etc. For instance, if I go to Hello World 1, this actually contains a index.php file. This is the updated app. I mean, let me just go ahead and edit this. I will just write over here, Hello World 1. Okay, just in case, just to, and I'm just updating this file. I'm committing the changes onto the master file only. I'm not creating any secondary child files. Okay, I'm just click on commit. Okay, so now how do I fetch this file from my app service? So to do that, you go to deployment center, select your organization, select your repository, Hello World 1, branch, there is only one branch, and click on save. Once after you have selected the code and deployment has been done, you have to give it some 2-3 minutes for that changes to sync. Maybe you can also initiate a sync operation from here. Not necessary, but if you just give it some 2-3 minutes, it should be done. There is a sync option just in case if you want to. Okay. Anyway, so let's just wait for it. I'm giving this URL with you guys and see what do you get. Okay, currently it is deployed. Website has not changed yet. As I told you, you need to give it some time. I will initialize a sync now, just in case. Click on sync. So now let's validate if the changes have been picked up or not. So let's click on browse. So in this way, now you could replace with your code, whatever your respective codes that you have, you can add it over there. In which case now you can see your application would be represented with what you have specified. Okay, so this is how a method with which you can go ahead and do your deployments, but rather you don't have to, wait for any on-premises environment to be set up, etc. if you decided to do the application deployment.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of Azure Site Recovery? And your options are to replicate and recover virtual machines and data in an event of a disaster, or to provide application hosting services, or to monitor and optimize Azure resources, or to provide machine learning capabilities. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Identity management system. So now let's go ahead and try to understand about the basic concepts about the identity management system. And then we will move towards the basically lab part. So when I say identity management system, the most important section comes over here is the identity. What is this identity is? Identity is nothing but an object that can be authenticated. We are talking about a particular object like a user, computer, application. These are considered as an basically, object over here, isn't it? So if this object can be authenticated, then it would be considered as an identity. All right. Now, when I say that we are going to associate certain data, consider I am taking the example, a basic example as an user. So a user is an object because we can authenticate user. Now, when we associate certain data with this particular, user, for example, the password, the name, the personal information, designation, and other permission details as such, we associate set of data with the basically identity, and then this particular identity becomes an account over here. And at the same time, when we create this type of account in the Azure Active Directory, then it would be considered as an Azure Active Directory account. Now, there are a lot of applications, or you can say Microsoft Cloud services like Office 365 is using, again, at the backend, Azure Active Directory. So even if you go ahead and create account in the Microsoft cloud services that like Office 365, it is also going to be considered that it is a Azure AD account. When we go further over here, we are talking about a dedicated and trusted instance of Azure Active Directory, a dedicated and trusted instance of Azure Active Directory. Yesterday, I have explained you that when you talk about the Azure infrastructure, we have the first layer as in service, and we create the instance of those services, and that is considered as a resource. That is the exact resource which is going to help us to ease our life in the cloud world. So the same thing happened over here. Azure Active Directory is again a service. We can go ahead and create multiple instances of the Azure Active Directory. For example, suppose we have an Infosys Active Directory, we have Wipro Active Directory, and then we have other Active Directories also. For each and every organization, they go ahead and basically consume the service, they go ahead and create the instance of the Azure Active Directory, and that would be considered as an organization Active Directory. This particular word, Active Directory, is also known as by the term tenant over here. So what is tenant? Tenant is nothing but a dedicated and trusted instance. Now, what is the meaning of dedicated and trusted? Why they have used the word dedicated and trusted? So consider that if I say that within a particular, IT infra like an Azure, we have, Active Directory of Wipro as well as Infosys, or maybe like any other organization. Don't you think it is a security concern? Because within the same infra, you have the Active Directory where we are going to basically save the data of the employees, of the clients, or maybe like other sort of information as such. So there would be chances it would be go ahead and compromise the information as such, isn't it? So to go ahead and take care of these, definitely Azure came up with a solution. So I was talking about this particular diagram that I have actually shared yesterday. So similarly over here, suppose we have a service AAD, that is nothing but the Azure Active Directory. And when we go ahead and create multiple instances of this Active Directory, we say that there is a first instance that is nothing but, suppose, Wipro Active Directory, second instance, Infosys Active Directories, third instance, maybe Bank of America Active Directory as such. So we have a lot of instances over here, and we can say these instances are nothing but the tenant. So we say tenant 1. Similarly, we may have tenant 2, tenant 3, tenant 4, like that. Whenever we wanted to actually go ahead and create the Azure Active Directory, we need to go ahead and create tenants over here. Okay. Now, if this is the case, and this is happening under the same Azure infra, then definitely there should be security concern. There would be chances that the information would get compromised. So to take care of this, what they have done, they said that, okay, these all instances individually are going to be a dedicated and trusted. They are not going to share any piece of information with each other. So I will give you a live example. So I am, as a trainer, I train, suppose in the Wipro. I train Wipro employees. I train basically Infosys employees. I train basically, suppose, Bank of America employees. Okay. Now I train all in all these companies. Definitely they share, some kind of credentials that is basically part of these Active Directory, right? Same person is going to be present in 3 different Azure Active Directory. There would be chances that I am the, my credentials are getting created under the same infra. There would be chances that I say that I have this particular, credential, you can go ahead and utilize it, right? But I don't do that. And again, they could not technically do that. Why? Because they could not say that a user could be the part of, all these tenants, and a user can share their credentials, same set of permissions in all these tenants. I am, as in, Piyush over here, a user. Maybe Infosys, I am going to be an admin. In BOA, maybe I am a trainer over here or consultant over here. But my identity would be different in each and every Active Directory. Number one. Number two, no tenant is going to share any piece of information about me with each other. They are the dedicated and trusted instance of the service known as Azure Active Directory. So what is tenant? Tenant is nothing but the Active Directory itself, and these are the dedicated and trusted instance of Azure Active Directory. See, this is nothing but a simple, this is a Azure infra, and this particular part is the Azure service. So whatever services we provide in the Azure infra, we have basically this in this layer, and these are the Azure services. Now, like suppose we have virtual machine, so we have virtual machine instance, that is basically DB. So services are nothing but the set of, you can say, templates which is defined over here, and we create multiple instances of these services. That's all it is. Okay, great. So what is AAD? Azure Active Directory. That's what in short we say. What is the exact Active Directory? Okay, yesterday we have learned about the Active Directory, right? So, okay, so more than one tenant under same company's AAD. Wait, again, is it an Azure account? No, guys, no. Again, understand this. Okay, you guys have, okay, let me go ahead and explain again. You guys have created Azure account. You got an account. Now, if you got an account over there, then you have multiple services that you can utilize under the account. One of the services, Azure Active Directory, that is the identity management service. So suppose tomorrow you are going to start a company or you are a consultant. Now, if I tell you that you need to go ahead and manage 50 users, what you should have? You should have something as an identity management system. What is that identity management system? Azure Active Directory is the identity management system. Now, for your organization, you will go ahead and create, one tenant over here, one Active Directory over here. And you as a user, basically going to use the Azure Active Directory, instance. That is, suppose you are the admin of the Wipro, and Wipro said that, we are going to have a cloud movement now, and the identity management system, we wanted to move to the cloud. So what you will do, you will go ahead and check what is the identity management system that Azure provide. That would be Azure Active Directory. You will create an instance of name Wipro over here, and that's what your Active Directory. So either you use the word Active Directory or you use the word tenant, both are same. All right, so first of all, you need to understand what is Active Directory, what is tenant, and that is, I think, very much clear now. Now, when I say a dedicated and trusted instance of Azure AD, a tenant is automatically created when your organization sign up for the Microsoft Cloud Service subscription. So you create an account where you got a $200. The moment you do that, you will able to see the screen that I have shown you yesterday. That is nothing but the Azure portal. The moment you will able to see the Azure portal, Azure says that now the first thing that you need to do, where there would be no charges, we will give you a Active Directory to you as an individual user, as an organization. That is absolutely free. Now, what you can do over here, you can basically create user over there. You can create groups over there. You can create, user and password, and you can create multiple accounts over there. All right. That type of tenant or that type of Active Directory is known as default Active Directory. I'm going to show you in next few minutes before we, go ahead into the next slide. So we could have any number of Active Directory we can create over there. And we can manage multiple Active Directory also. However, every Active Directory would have their own scope. They could not share any information with each other. Simple. This is what the tenant, this is what the Active Directory. Second is, we have something as an Azure subscription. When I say Azure subscription, subscription is nothing but the used to pay for Azure cloud services. Microsoft is not going to give you anything free. They are going to charge you something. So definitely Azure subscription is a basically account management system, the payment management system, where you can go ahead and basically see how much amount you need to pay every month, and they will give you the calculation and all the details. Okay. Now I'm going to show you that how this Azure Active Directory looks like, and then we will come to the licenses part. So whenever you go ahead and basically open the portal.azure.com, suppose you got a account like this. I'm trying to log in over here. The moment we will go ahead and log in, so this type of screen is going to be come over here. You can go to home basically. So you will get something like this. I'm going to the top in the search bar. I'm writing over here Azure Active Directory. I'll go over here and you see that it is showing as an default directory. This is the Azure Active Directory, and the instance name is default directory. You can see at the top right corner, it's showing as a default directory. You will also get the same thing. This is the blade, the word they use as in blade of the Azure Active Directory, and the name is basically Azure Active Directory. So where is the tenant here? Guys, Active Directory is the only tenant. You can see over here, it's mentioned as a tenant ID. That is nothing but the Active Directory ID. Either you use the word tenant or you use the word Active Directory, it's same. All right. So we don't have something as an, Active Directory ID. They say over here tenant ID. So either you use the word Active Directory or tenant, it's the same. Again, I'm repeating the thing. Okay. So you see the basic information. We have tenant ID. This is a unique ID given to each and every tenant or the Active Directory. The name is default directory. Primary domain, I have something like this. However, I have customized this. So there is a default primary domain that you get that I am going to show you in few minutes when we will create our own first tenant. Okay, again, I'm just repeating the word. Either you say Active Directory or tenant, it's the same. Okay, simple words. Tenant ID is instance ID. Okay. You can say Active Directory ID, that is also right. You can say tenant ID, that is also right. Okay. For every Active Directory, there would be a tenant ID or directory ID. This is the particular thing. Now we have the users, we have the groups, we have the application, we have the devices. These number of basically objects that I am basically, managing over here. You can see the user groups and multiple options are there, devices and all. We are going to learn all these things. Now, when I say that I could have multiple tenants over here, where do we see that? So at the top of the page, you see something as in manage tenants. Okay. You can click on manage tenants over here. When I say manage tenants, then you may see a lot of tenants over there if you have created in the past. Like in my case, you will see there would be a lot of tenants over here, a lot of directories. Sir, my yesterday's question, if Azure AD is free, till how many objects? I haven't explained that. I'm going to come. Okay, I'm going to give you that details very soon. Okay, so Intellipaat is our organization, or Swara told yesterday. So do Intellipaat has any tenant in Azure? We are not going to talk about that, Rajesh. Please, Intellipaat is not your organization. Okay, you are going to create your own, basically, tenant IDs. All right, thank you. All right, so you see that you have basically, multiple, you can say, tenants I have already created. I always take a lot of trainings and consulting I do, so I have a lot of over here. Similarly, even you can, like when you log in, you go to the default directory and you see the managed tenant. Over there, you may see only one tenant. That's fine because you have only default tenant at that point of time. You can create multiple tenants over there. How to create the tenant? Each tenant is a AAD. Yes, that's right. So when you actually go ahead and create a tenant, how you can create? You can click on create button over here. And you see that it is giving tenant type. Okay. What type? Basically Azure Active Directory and Azure Active Directory B2C. B2C is business to customer. And over here, Azure Active Directory, the normal Azure Active Directory is nothing but the, you can say the employees. Suppose there is an organization and you have a lot of employees and you need to manage the basically information of the employee. So that would be considered as an Azure Active Directory. So any device, if you use, that has to be registered as an object in AD. So over here, the second option is Azure Active Directory B2C, that is business to customer. So let me give you an example. Suppose you develop a social media application and you need to basically, sign up users over there like Facebook or LinkedIn and other things. So you are basically dealing with a lot of, direct customers over there, isn't it? So if you're dealing with a lot of customers over there, then it would be considered as a business to customer, right? So in that case, if you wanted to manage those users, you can go for the Azure Active Directory, B2C over here. So this is the case. So right now I'm going to the simple Azure Active Directory option as in tenant type. I will say configuration. So it will ask you that what is the name of your organization over here. Okay, so you can put the name of an organization. Suppose I say AZ104 over here, and B2C is business to customer. So you need to maintain, suppose you have developed a social media application and you are going to basically manage the users over there, right? Like so you can say Facebook you sign up. So generally you sign up means what? You are creating user for yourself, isn't it? And next time whenever you log in, it will again ask you for the username and password. Who is going to check that? Tenant. The tenant that you are going to create over here, they have the database of the username and password. They will go ahead and check over here. So that's what the B2C basically. Okay, great. Only Azure Active Directory is for company specific resources, right? company which wants Azure setup or its own operation. Yes, that's right. That is the Azure Active Directory. Okay. But there is a Azure Active Directory B2C that is for the generic one. Okay. Again, I repeating the same sentence. Azure Active Directory or tenant, it's the same thing. The new term is tenant over here. That's it. Nothing else. Okay. So AZ104 weekend batch test 80. Something like this I have created. This is my organization name. Just consider. I will put over here. The moment I will put this, it will take the initial domain name as in my organization name .onmicrosoft.com. Okay. It is taking the initial domain name, something like this. Later, you can go ahead and convert as in branded name. Now, location, where you wanted to locate this particular Active Directory. It's a global resource, guys. Okay. But you can put you can say like geographical location where you wanted to add basically host basically. So I have selected US over here and I'm going to click on review create and then I'm click on create. So this way my tenant is going to be created. Okay, fine. So let me go ahead and put it over here D4SGV and then we can click on submit. And let's wait for a few minutes. Over here, this is the create button at the bottom, number one. Number two, you need to make sure that when we say tenant is the Active Directory that we have created right now. A simple tenant, if you are getting validation fail, something like that, please don't use the same tenant name. If it would be same, it will give you validation fail. You can go to previous and check the particular name what you have given over there. All right. So guys, the tenant has been created. I'm going to click on this tenant over here, the name, and you see that there is a new tab will be open over here. So this is the old one and there's the new one. I am going to sign in over here with the same credentials basically. And we are going to get into the new tenant. Okay. So you see that now there is a new tenant name as an AZ104 weekend batch test AD. Azure Active Directory is a service. Instead of default word, now the tenant name is showing over here. Okay. If you go over here, you'll see that this is showing on a default tenant and there's a new tenant they have created over here. Now, over here, you see that there's a user 1. Again, group 0, application 0, devices 0 over here. Okay. So what does it mean? It's a completely different set of Active Directory or the tenant. The tenant ID is also different over here. So they are not going to share any piece of information. It's a different ID, different tenant over here. All right. When we are talking about this type of tenant, you see there is one option over here. License as an Azure AD free. When we say Azure AD free, what does it mean? The license is free over here. So we are going to see that how many types of licenses do we have, and then we will proceed. So let me complete this slide about the licenses, and then we'll keep 10 minutes before we proceed for the next topic as such. Okay, or next step over here. So I'm coming with the Azure Active Directory additions. So we have 4 types of licenses, guys. When we say 4 types of licenses, that depends upon the features basically. So in the left side, we have list of features and leftmost column basically, and we have free Microsoft 365 app, premium P1, premium P2. These are the 4 types of licenses. Right now, we got basically, free license. So the someone was asking how many objects we can create. The first feature you can see directory object. So under the free license, we can create 500,000 objects basically. Okay. Now, when we talk about the paid versions like Microsoft 365 app, premium P1 and premium P2, we can create unlimited objects over here. Then someone asked about the single sign-on. Definitely, we can deploy the single sign-on also. When we say single sign-on, hope everyone understood what is SSO, what is single sign-on. We are talking about that if my users would log in to the system and open, first application, and at that point of time, the user will type in the username and password. After that, the second application, third, fourth, fifth, he or she doesn't need to type again and again the credentials. That's what the single sign-on. So we can keep unlimited applications, unlimited number of applications in the single sign-on list of applications over here in all the versions. Then we have core identity and access. So when I say core identity access, we are talking about identity and access means authentication and authorization, configuration. For example, creation of the user, creation of the group, then assign the permissions. So all those things are basically present in all of these licenses. Then we have B2B collaboration. When I say B2B collaboration, we are talking about basically business to business collaboration. So consider that I actually invite users, guest users over here for the B2B collaboration. Suppose I'm a trainer and I go to as a consultant maybe to Infosys. Infosys will not go ahead and create an account for me with a domain name @infosys.com. They say that give me your email address and we will invite you. And I will give maybe piyushrajk@gmail.com. Once I give the email address, they will invite me over there. So they are basically collaborating over here with the Gmail and their Azure Active Directory, isn't it? We are also going to do the lab and I will show you how does it work basically. That's what the guest user concept is. And that is also available in all the licenses, all the versions. Then we have something as an identity and access for Office 365. What is Office 365? It's a, Office suite basically from Microsoft, isn't it? Now, Office suite means you can use Outlook, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint, Teams, and also definitely to use all these applications, you need to authenticate yourself. There would be permissions, a lot of permissions available over here. So if there would be a system which is going to manage all these, that is nothing but the Azure Active Directory. But definitely this feature is not available under the free license. For that, you need to have a Microsoft 365 app license P1 or P2. Then we have certain premium features. There are a lot of premium features that even we are going to discuss, and you can do the lab. I will show you how you can do the lab. So premium features are definitely available only with the P1 and P2 licenses. It's not available with the Microsoft 365 and definitely not in the free license over here. So there is something as a self-service password reset. That's a premium feature. Okay, so that you could not get in first two licenses. You need to have a P1 or P2. Similarly, there are couple of them we are going to see with example. Then we have hybrid identity. So someone was asking me yesterday, suppose I need to use both of these basically, on-premises Active Directory as well as the Azure Active Directory. So let me give you a basic, story behind that. So when actually the Azure Active Directory or maybe cloud, you can say cloud identity management system has been introduced, that time clients were not very much convinced the way that, cloud service provider has they have actually put effort in the identity management system. They were, telling that ultimately cloud is available in the internet, that is the, open, you can say, open network as such. There would be chances of compromise of the, again, user details and the employee details or the client details that they keep in the Active Directory as such. So they were not accepting the offer from Microsoft or AWS or GCP about that. Then they came up with the solution as a hybrid identity. They said that, okay, you don't need to worry. you can go ahead and utilize this feature, where what will do, all types of basic identity, core identity access operations will happen in the on-premises. However, you need to go ahead and sync the encrypted copy of those details with the Azure Active Directory or respective identity management system. That will give you extra advantage over here. This is going to help us in terms of managing application identity management. So that's what the hybrid. So there is a core concept of the hybrid identity management system that's not a part of this particular course. You will learn in the architect. In the AZ-104, you don't have to learn what are the basically concept behind the hybrid identity. So again, this particular hybrid identity feature would be available only with the P1 and P2. Then we have advanced group access. When I say advanced group access, so there are some automation in the group that we are going to see that is again available in the P1 and P2. We have conditional access. So on the basis of certain conditions, the access is going to be changed. That is also one of the features that is available with P1 and P2. Then definitely we have identity protection and governance. These are available only the P2 license. So this is the basic idea about the licenses. Now we are going to deal with these in next few minutes. All right, guys. So when we are talking about few things related to the Azure Active Directory, we will go ahead and as I have already shown you how to create an Azure Active Directory over here, we will go ahead and try to understand that how we can switch from one Active Directory to another. Number one, do we have any option to go ahead and remove the Active Directory which we have created? So those things, let's go ahead and understand. Now, I went last time to the manage tenant. I am right now in the new Active Directory that we have created. I can click on this. And then I again see a lot of Active Directories over here. Now, I suppose I need to go to my default Active Directory. What I will do, I will write over here the default Active Directory name. Suppose I say default. This is my default Active Directory. There would be checkbox. I will click on this, and there is a button as in switch. I can go ahead and click on switch, and I can again get back to my default Active Directory. Let's click on switch over here. Once I will go back to the default Active Directory, we will have the same default Active Directory details, and we can see all my objects, or you can say default Active Directory blade over here. Now again, suppose I need to switch over there. Again, I will go to manage tenant, and then I will go ahead and try to search that Active Directory and switch over there. So I say AZ-104 weekend. I will select this and click on switch. Why I'm going back over there? I wanted to show you how you can go ahead and basically remove or leave from the Active Directory. When I say remove, delete, leave, there is multiple again options over here, and there would be multiple meanings of that. So if I say this is my Active Directory, again the new one that I have created, I will click on manage tenant. I will go ahead and basically select the particular tenant which I wanted to remove. Suppose I wanted to remove this particular tenant. I will select this, and there is a meaning of leave tenant. Means tenant would be there, but I am leaving from this tenant. That's what the leave tenant. Delete. The moment I will click on delete, now I wanted to delete the tenant itself. So when I actually select the delete, if there would be resources available in this tenant, it will give us the list of that. And you need to first delete all the resources, like a user, suppose. The objects, see, now you can see over here, they have like users, LinkedIn application, then app registrations. So all these options are there. They are showing, okay, tick, 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 tick. All right. but there are some users over here. They're telling you need to delete the user. You can click on delete all users over here. The moment you will go to delete all users, you will see like, a lot of users over here. So let's go ahead and start deleting the user, but you could not delete the main user. So suppose this is my main user. I'm not going to delete that. It is going to give us error message because you have logged in with that user, isn't it? So I have selected like 1, 2, 3 users and I'm trying to delete that user. And I can say selected user, please go ahead and delete. The moment I will do that, I will go ahead and refresh and confirm that. You can see it's successfully deleted. I will go ahead and click on this. It has been deleted. Now I'll go back over here and I will refresh that. And I say, see over here, these all are selected. Now I can delete my tenant. I will click on delete option over here. So if you create a active directory, you can go ahead and delete also, isn't it? Now this particular active directory has been deleted. All right. So I'll go to the home basically. And you see that this is my active directory. It has been deleted. I will go back to the active directory. I say Azure active directory over here. You see that this portal is having issue getting authentication of token because it's not there. I'll go to the just this manage tenant and I will move to the default and then we will check over here. So till the time you are in this particular interface, you may able to see that, but later once you go out of this, the information would be clean for this tenant. Okay, so suppose I say over here default, I'll switch over here and I have basically again default active directory. Now I need to check the particular active directory that I had deleted, is it still showing over there or not? It was AZ104 something 83. I don't. So let's go ahead and check. And you see that that is not in the list. It was somewhere over here. So it was AZ104 and then 83 was there. It's not there. Okay. So that particular active directory has been deleted now. Similarly, you can see like, this 11 p.m. maybe or this afternoon batch Jan. So you can go ahead and basically delete by deleting the users as such, and you can switch. So hope you understand the meaning of switch, delete, leave tenant. Next one is make default tenant. So right now, my default tenant is this one. Okay. If I need to make this one as my default tenant, I can just click on make a default tenant. Now, what will happen with the default tenant? So next time, whenever you log in the particular, Azure Active Directory, the default is going to be load. Okay. And under the tenant, under the default tenant, you should have always a subscription. The $200 subscription that you have, that is under the default tenant. So suppose tomorrow you wanted to make something over there, like in any other Active Directory, and it will say that you don't have the subscription. So you need to come over here and check, are you really under the default tenant or not? If you will not able to basically utilize that $200. Okay. So these are some basic information that I wanted to give. Let's take questions. We have 13 questions over here. I will quickly address all these. So, sir, only default tenant deleted. So only default tenant deleted? No, you can delete any tenant. How can restrict the user permission for my AAD? I will come to that point, Muthu. We haven't covered that. How to recover the leave tenant? So you need to contact to the basically user admin and you can tell them to add you over there. Leave is basically you are leaving from the Active Directory as a user. When I say switch, you are switching from one Active Directory to another Active Directory. Switching means what? Just the page, basically. You are still the part of both of the Active Directory. You are able to see one Active Directory at a time. So you are switching from one Active Directory to another Active Directory. That is what the switch. Leaving means you are not going to be the part, no more going to be the part of the Active Directory. Try to understand over here some couple of concepts related to the password. So do we know what is something as a self-service password reset? So self-service password reset, I hope you must have heard about that earlier. In the help desk environment, generally what happens that a lot of people forget their password. And like a Gmail, you see that you have the option to go ahead and reset the password yourself as a user. So those options are also you can set up over here in Azure Active Directory for your user. They don't need to call to the help desk to reset the password. However, they can reset the password themselves. So how you can provide this particular power to the users? For that, you can click on password reset under the manage section basically, and you will have these options. But what I'm going to do, I told you earlier that this self-service, there are some premium features. So self-service password reset is also a premium feature. Since I have the license, that's the reason I'm getting this option. So I will go back over here. I will switch to the particular tenant which I have created just now for you guys. And then we will see how the self-service password reset option generally work over there. And what is the restrictions that you will get over there in case you try at your end. Okay, so just a few minutes. You can typing over here, suppose AZ104 weekend batch. So this is the one I had created. I'm going to switch over there. Now, when I actually go ahead and log in over here, or switch over here in my new tenant, in the left section, again, I will go to the password reset under the manage. Once I go over here, you see some messages like get a free premium trial to use this feature. When I'm talking about that, get a free premium trial to use this feature, it means that this is a premium feature and it is not available with the free account. Now, as a new user, they are telling you that you can get a trial version of the premium. Okay, how do you get that? So first of all, let's see how to check the license in your Azure Active Directory. So again, under the manage section itself, you have something as a license option over here. You go to the licenses and we have something as an all products. You can click on that. The moment you will click on all products, at the top you have try and buy option. You can click on this try and buy, and then you have Azure AD Premium P2. However, you have option as in free trial also. So for a new Active Directory, you will get the free trial option. You can click on activate over here. The moment you will click on activate, you will see it will activate your P2 license in some clicks. There would be chances you need to go ahead and basically refresh the page over here so that it will load properly. You are in the cloud world. There may be, sync issue. So you may need to, wait for a couple of minutes and you will see that you have the premium P2. Now, if you have the premium P2, you will again go to Azure Active Directory over here. And then you may see over here, okay, still it is showing Azure AD free. So you can again go ahead and refresh the page couple of times and you may see the Azure P2 license in few minutes. Okay, still it is showing Azure AD free. That's fine. So it is going to take little time to go ahead and update over here. Okay, finally. Nice. So you see that license is showing as an Azure AD Premium P2 over here. Now I will go to the password reset option again over here. And you see that this is something available, which is under the password self-service password reset. You can see the top, it's showing as an self-service password reset enabled. Now, do you want to basically actually apply this for your users? If no, you can select none. If you wanted to apply only to a specific set of users, you can select that group and you can put it over there. If you wanted to apply to all the users, you can select all over here. So I'm going with the all option and I will click on save. And the notification will come saving password reset policy, and it's coming over here. Changes to the password reset policy were saved successfully. Great. Now I will go to the certain policies over here that we are going to create. First is authentication methods. When I say authentication methods, we have number of methods required to reset. We can select one, and out of this one is going to be used, or maybe two. Suppose I say two over here. Now, as an user, whenever you are trying to reset your password, like your Gmail password, it is very important that you authenticate yourself, because there would be other person also try to reset your password, isn't it? So we as an admin will go ahead and set up a rule or the policy over here that how we will go ahead and authenticate the user that he is the right person to reset his password. This is what the number of methods. I will go ahead and suppose select security question over here. Email security question, two options. When I say email, or maybe like, mobile phone, SMS only, suppose I'll uncheck email and SMS, it means that it is going to send you the OTP and it will try to authenticate you. That is, again, OTP will go ahead and send in the registered mobile phone. Now, number of questions required to register. So at the time of first login, they will tell you that, they will tell the user, I wanted my users to go ahead and basically registers 5 questions over here. And out of that 5, at the time of reset, the user needs to answer 3 questions. Now, if the user will able to answer 3 questions, then the password reset, he is the right person who is going to perform the password reset. So how to register the questions and what are those questions? Basically, definitely at the time of login, it will give the options. But as an admin, we need to go ahead and select the security questions. So we can click on this. We have some predefined questions, the list of questions. So we can select, like, suppose 10 questions. Out of that, they need to go ahead and select basically 5 questions. Suppose this I have selected. There are certain customized questions also. Means you can create, like, who is your first mentor, something like this. You can click on OK. So we have customized questions as well as these questions. So I have 11 security questions selected over here. Out of that, they need to basically select 5 questions, and out of that 5, they need to answer 3 questions to get eligible to reset the password. I can select this and click on save. It's getting saved right now. So this is the one option that you can get. Now it is getting saved. The moment it will get saved, then only we can proceed ahead. So just wait for a few minutes. While if you are not getting the license option, it is under the manage in the left section, guys. The premium is going to be for 30 days. Okay, this has been saved, you can see. Now you can click on registration. So the first policy I have set. Then we have registration. What is this registration? Require user to register when signing in. So designated whether unregistered user are prompted to register their own authentication information when they sign in for the first time. If set to no, administrator must manually specify a necessary password reset authentication information in the properties for each user in the directory or instruct user to go to the registration portal URL directly. So the basic idea is simple. Do you want users to register themselves to create a username and password, or you don't want? You wanted to give that credentials. You wanted to basically create the username and password and provide the user. So generally, if you talk about the enterprise environment, generally admins go ahead and create the user credentials and the password and provide the employees as such. So you can click on no over here and click on save. However, in the B2B environment, you know very well there is a sign up process where user need to do that. So on the basis of that requirement, you can set up that. Then we have notification. Now, what is notification? You must have reset the password many times of your Gmail, isn't it? Or any other, email client. What happens? You get the notification through the email, right? Your password reset has completed. So do you want to send, automatically that type of email to your users? That's what notify user on password reset. If yes, then you can select this, otherwise no. Notify all admin when other admins reset their password. So admin credentials are very important, we know very well. So consider that there are 3 shifts going on, and in every shift we have 5 admin. So if the first shift, admins will go ahead and reset the password, definitely the second shift admin should be aware of that. When they will come, either that communication go through automatically, or maybe they will send email or communicate through phone or whatever it would be. So Azure says that we will take that responsibility. You don't need to worry. Anytime and every time when any admin will try to reset the password or complete the reset process, all the admins could get the email notification that this admin has reset the password. So you can select that yes and click on save. So this is also one of the important, rule over here. Then we have customization. Now, what is this customization? So suppose you have given the option to reset the password, self-service password reset to the users itself. Still users not able to reset the password because of XYZ reason. You can click on yes over here and you provide the help desk email or URL as such, where users could contact the help desk. So I'm keeping as a no as of now. Then we have on-premises integration. So this is a part of the hybrid identity. We have administrator policy, the policy that we have set just now. Everything would be showing over here, that as in summary, that these things you have basically selected. So this is what we have in the password reset. And on the basis of that, users are going to get the options to reset their password themselves. Significance of the primary domain. You don't need to purchase a domain name. They are going to give you a specific domain that ends with on Microsoft.com. And this domain is going to be utilized when you create the user, because the username would be XYZ @ primary domain name. That's what the significance. And domain is a concept which is going to be considered as in, within that particular unit, you will have all the objects basically. How to change the license? So you need to go to the license part, and then you can click on try and buy under the manage section. So over here, again, under the manage, you need to go to the license, and then all products. Under that, you will say try and buy. This is what you need to do. Once you click on that, you have the try license, and you can go a little down and click on activate. This is all you need to do. That's it. When you say user page and admin page, it doesn't matter you are a user or you're an admin, number one. If you are in an admin page, or like user could also come to this particular page, and that user would have the access to the Azure portal. Okay, the number of users that I have created, everyone, all the users could go ahead and open this particular, portal.azure.com and log in. Basically, with the help of user ID password we have created. Now, if user would have the portal access, definitely he would not be the normal user. He would be, the user who would have certain level of access in the Azure Active Directory, isn't it? So I'm talking about the user who is basically the admin, who is the basically contributor, who is the owner, administrator. Only those type of users are going to be use the leave option. So we will have two types of users basically. One is the, normal user that we are going to create. And second is something as a guest user. You can see new guest user. So, and again, we can create single user at a time, or we can create bulk user. So that's why you see over here, bulk operation over here. Okay. So these are some options which is going to help us to understand what are the options available in the user. Now, once we'll go ahead and create a new user, you'll see that you will get something as in create user option and invite user. Invite is basically the guest user. Create is the new user as such. And then you can see must be a global administrator or a user administrator to manage users. Number one, user profile like picture, job, contract is optional. Deleted user can be restored for 30 days. Sign in and audit log information is also available for the users. So let's go ahead and start with that, and then basic users, single users, and then we will talk about the bulk user. So again, for the creation of the user, you need to come to the user section under the manage first option. And now over here, you have the basically option as a new user. Right now, you see that there is only one user. That's nothing but the super user, the admin user, which actually created this Active Directory. You can go to the new user. You have the create new user, invite external user. You can click on create new user over here. And you have basically option, select a template like create user, and second option as an invite user. By default, since I have selected create new user, by default, the radio button is on the create user. I will go down over here, identity. So I'm going to create a new user. Definitely, I need to have an identity for that user, isn't it? So I will give the name as in suppose CHRISP, and then you see the domain name as an @ AZ104 weekend batch tested. Weekend batch test AD dot on Microsoft.com. This is what the significance of the initial domain, sorry. Now you need to provide the name. So name, they say that example as in first and the last name. So you need to provide the name in this way, like it's a full name basically. So I put over here Chris P, the first name as in Chris, last name as in P. I'll go over here. The password, you have the option as an auto-generated password. Also, let me create the password. I can go with either of that option. You can click on show password in case of auto-generated password. Otherwise, you can click over here. Let me create the password. I'm putting over here as in ready to go with capital R. So you see that the password length should be at least 8. One capital letter should be there, and there would be few special characters. Now, how to set all these things? I'm coming to that point in few minutes. Now, we have this default password policy that we will follow, and then we're going down. Now, we can go ahead and define the user within a group also. I haven't covered group option as of now, so I'm going to just skip as of now this group. Otherwise, you can select this and you can assign the user to a particular group. Now, there is a role. Role is what? So by default, there is user role. However, we have non-admin and admin roles for the user. There would be list of roles. Predefined roles would be over here. Apart from that, there would be custom defined roles also. Now you see that these roles could be admin role or non-admin role. So you can select any of these. I'm not going to select as of now. First, we will create a user, and over there, I will show you how to assign it. By default, it is assigned as a user. Then there is an option as in settings. Under that, we have block signing and uses location. Now, block signing, they have given to go ahead and restrict the user if the user would be in a specific geographical location as such in a specific country. So suppose I say block signing, yes, and I can select any of these countries over here. There are a lot of countries, listed over here. Suppose I wanted to block all the users who would try to use their credential in from the Afghanistan location. Okay, so we could do this also. Then I'm giving the job title. Suppose I say IT manager, department as an IT, company name as an AZ104, week end, batch, test AD. And we can select the manager. We can click on no manager selected. And there is a manager over here. We can select and click on create. The moment we'll do that, you see that within few seconds, my user has been created. We can click on refresh and my user is ready over here. So this is the basic way to create the user. Okay. So Crispy and Piyush Academy, there are 2 users has been created over here. And we have basically, these type of users we can create as in single user. Then we can go with the external user. Before we go ahead over there, I wanted to show you something as in bulk operation. So when we go to the bulk operation, we have bulk create over here. When we go to the bulk create, it means that definitely I'm talking about a lot of users going to be create together. So there are 50 users has been given to you and you need to go ahead and create those 50 users. So definitely to handle a single user at a time is going to be time consuming. So you can go ahead and go for the bulk user creation. Download CSV template, you can click on download over here. The moment you will click on download, a CSV template is going to be, download over here. And you can open the CSV template that will open in the Excel format. We'll see what all information we need over there. So over here, we can, just align properly. Now you see over here, you have the, a lot of fields like name, we have username, we have initial password, then block sign in, then first name, last name, job title, department, users location, then street address, state or provision, country, office, and city name, and other details basically, including the mobile number. So you can basically mention or collect all the information over here for 50 users, and you can save it. And finally, you can go ahead over here and you can upload that particular file, that CSV file basically over here. The moment you will upload that CSV file, suppose from the, File Explorer, Windows Explorer, and click on Submit, the 50 users are going to be created over here right away. So this is the way that you can create bulk users over here in the Azure. As simple as that. Okay, so great. So this is the basic way. Now I'm going towards the bulk user, to the invite external user. When I say external user, so definitely you can understand I'm talking about basically the guest user. So you're not going to create the user as such. You are going to basically invite the user. When I say invite the user, so definitely again, we need to write the name. Suppose I say Rajesh, Raj, something like this. And then email address, I'm putting my email address so that I can show you basically how does email look like, the invitation email. And then I'm putting the name as in Rajesh, last name Raj, and there's a message, welcome to the cloud world. Again, same thing. So settings, I'm not going to make any change. Job title, I say, suppose IT manager again, and department IT. Company is E104. Weekend batch, test AD, and click on invite. The moment I will click on invite, again, the email will shoot to the email address. I will just wait over here, inviting user. And finally, it has done. I'll click on refresh. And I have the Rajesh Raj over here. Okay. Okay. So I will go over here in the inbox, and you see that there is a Microsoft invite. You can click on this. This type of email user will get organization name, domain. This message was provided by the sender and is not from Microsoft Corporation. From the organization name, welcome to the cloud world. If you accept this invitation, you will be sent to this particular link, accept invitation, block future invitation, and all are there. So I'll click on accept invitation over here. The moment I'll click on accept invitation, you will see it will take you to the new tab altogether. It's loading, and it will give you some message, something like this: permission requested by, this is the organization name. By accepting, you allow this organization to receive your profile data, collect and log your activity, then data and all those things. So you can click, you must be familiar with this type of messages. In your mobile phone, you regularly get this type of messages. You can click on accept. It will take few moments, and it will take you to a screen, a page basically, where you will able to see what licenses and application access has been given to you. That is nothing but the myapplication.microsoft.com login. So you can see the dashboard, something like this over here. So this is what you have. You can basically click on this also. So this is unavailable due to your account permissions and company setting and all. So we have just invited and given the details. So this is one of the ways. Now, if you go to the, again, this user. So user is all set over here. So this is the way that you invite any user, and in the right section, you see that there would be creation type mentioned as an invitation. Now, if I wanted to create in bulk these type of users, I will say bulk operation and bulk invite. The moment I will say bulk invite, it will take me to the, again, similar type of, screen where I have used to create bulk users, and then again, download CSV template. I can click on this. I will double click on this over here, and I will get something like this template. Now, again, we have invite, email address to invite, redirection URL. If you remember, I told you myapplication.microsoft.com. Send invitation true over here. Customize invitation message, that is over here, basically. And it's mentioned customize message body. So basically in the, in the brackets, it mentions that exactly what is the meaning of this, nothing else as such. Okay. So this is what it is. Now, once you again fill these and then upload from here, the CSV file. Now, once you upload, definitely you will see that bulk users are getting the invitation. Okay, so this is what we have in terms of the users. Now I'm going to get inside the user basically. So suppose I'm going to check the Chris P over here. You have this user. I'm going to assign certain roles to this user. You have a assign a role over here. You can click on that. And then you have add assignments. When we say add assignments, you have multiple roles again over here. You can select multiple roles and click on add. The moment you will click on add, there are 6 roles are getting assigned. And you have these roles over here. Okay, so like that, you can assign like multiple roles to any of the users. Under the manage, like under the users, blade, under the manage, we have deleted user option that is under the preview. So we are not going to check that because that's preview means it's not suggestible to use in the production environment. We have password reset. So we can go to password reset and we'll get the self-service password reset enable from here. Then we have user settings. When you go to the user settings, then it will give you app registration. User can register application. Yes. Tenant creation. So restrict non-admin user from creating tenants. This is again in the preview mode. Administration portal. Restrict access to Azure AD administration portal. Yes, no. Over here, LinkedIn account connection. Show keep user signed in. Show option to remain signed in, basically. Then we have definitely external user manage external collaboration setting. User feature manage user feature setting. You can go to the user features over here. And again, user can use preview feature for my app. Administrator can access my stuff. So these are the options you have that you can go ahead and use it. Now, again, we have something as an audit log over here. So you can get the, which user has been created and other details under the audit log. Then we have sign in log. So any user would be sign in with the credentials. So those details would be there over here. So these are the options that you have and you can utilize it. This is what we have over here under the users. Now, when we are trying to create a user, we have 2 options over here. First option, I have shown you the normal creation of the user. Second, about the invitation of the user. I'm moving ahead with the option as in groups over here, where I will group is nothing but the logical grouping of users, basically. What will a guest user do after login? Okay, so guest user will do after the login. They could do a certain, definitely there would be some restrictions, but we can go ahead and give the permission to do any and everything, whatever you want. As simple as that. For example, the contractors, we can assign certain set of applications to him and he can go ahead and basically, performs, task of development or support or any other thing as such. So it's a normal user. It's however, we are not creating the user ID and we are not giving the domain name as such. Okay. So for a certain level, the guest user could go ahead and, get your set of job and they can perform over there. As simple as that. Okay. So this is the basic concept. Now, when we go to the groups over here, so groups are nothing but the logical grouping of users. Definitely we can have group of basically applications or maybe other things. Now we have 2 types of groups. Basically, you can click on new group. There are in the when I say 2 types of group in terms of creation of the groups, basically. So we have security group and we have Microsoft 365 group over here. When I say security group, we are talking about a set of information that we can define in the security group are, you can see it's mentioned security group are used to give group members access to application resources and assign licenses. Group members can be a user, devices, service principal, and other group also. However, the other option is Microsoft 365 group are used for collaboration, giving members access to a shared mailbox, calendar, files, SharePoint sites, and so on. Group members can only be users over here. So I hope you must have got the idea when we are talking about the security group. The security group is some kind of like, group where the application accesses and resource and licenses are going to be assigned to the group members. And this is a nesting group also, means within a group we can have other group also. However, the Microsoft 365 group is something where the Microsoft Office suite we are going to share with multiple users. So suppose there is a team and I say that within a team, I am going to share a mailbox. So the email will, whenever the email will come to that mailbox, maybe like, 50 people in a team, everyone get the email and everyone would have access to go ahead and basically open that email. Similarly, calendar file is there, then SharePoint access would be there. So all those things we can get easily in the second Microsoft 365 group. So these are the two options that we have, and on the basis of that we go ahead and create the groups over here. Great. How devices can be user? No, devices are not the user. Basically, I'm telling the members are going to be the part of the security group over here in the security group, basically to authenticate that device, basically. Okay, so they are telling that group members can be user, devices, service principal, same as AWS security group. Yeah, you can say. Let's go ahead and create a security group. You may understand. So first group I'm going to create as a security group. I'm giving the name as in test SECURITY group GRP. Now description I am putting over here, this is a test group. Then we have something as an Azure AD role can be assigned to the group. I say no. As if you say yes, so you can assign multiple roles. I'm telling no right now. Now there is again, in terms of the, initially I told you we have two types of group. Now I'm talking about on the basis of membership type. We have assigned option, we have dynamic user and dynamic devices. Now, this is a premium feature. If I would not have the premium P2 license, it would have shown something like, membership type as an assigned, and it would be grayed out. You could not make any change. But this is the P2 license that we got. And for the, again, membership type, when I say assigned, it means that the members are going to be assigned manually to that group. However, when we say dynamic user, what does it mean? Dynamic user is nothing but consider on a certain, basically, you can say like certain conditions. If I say dynamically, I'm assigning the user to a particular group, then it will be considered as a dynamic group. So let's go ahead and create an assigned normal group first, and then I will come back to the dynamic group. So I am trying to select the owner over here. Suppose I say this user is owner and then member. So I will select the member over here. So if I select the member, any user, suppose other groups also we can select, something like this. And I say create, simple. This is what the security group is. I will click on refresh over here. So my security group has been created. I can get inside that and click on members. We have one member, and click on owners. We could have one or more than one owner also. So this is what the simple security group is. How come we have all those members we did not create? Those are the predefined users and groups there. We explain membership type again. I haven't explained completely. So this is the first membership type where users are getting manually assigned. Now I'm coming back to that group. I'm going to create a new group altogether. Now you will understand the membership type in detail. So we can select again the security and all, and membership type. The second one I'm selecting as a dynamic user. Now, what is this dynamic user? I'm taking one example. Okay, suppose there is a group of IT managers, and we have like 3 managers who are working within the organization. Now, organizations thought of, let's hire one more manager. So there would be new, like, manager will join over here. And this manager, manager's username and the password has been created. And again, like when it has been created, if the designation I'm putting as an IT manager, and with the help of dynamic group, I will say that if the new user credentials would be new user, again, credentials we will create, and we will put the role over there as in suppose IT manager. And in the dynamic user, I will define that, yes, there is a particular, any user, any new user whose designation is IT manager, please go ahead and take that particular user to be the part of the group. So the IT manager, new IT manager will automatically the part of the IT manager group, because that's a dynamic group over here. You don't need to go ahead and manually assign. And the moment he will be the part of that group, he will have automatically all the level of accesses, and you will start basically, working. So the question is that how this rule, how this group could be created. So for this, you need to select the membership type as a dynamic user, and owner you need to select over here. Suppose you select the owner. However, the dynamic user members, you don't need to assign the user because it's a dynamic user, right? So you need to click on add dynamic query over here. When we say dynamic query, you need to go ahead and define certain conditions. So property would be, suppose, job title, and you say equals, and over here you say IT admin, and then just click on add expression. The moment you will click on that, you see that user.job title equal IT admin. If this would be the case, it's going to be basically create the dynamic user members query. Again, I can click on this and I can see these things. Now over here, still this create option is not there because the group name I did not mention. So I suppose I say test dynamic group, and you can click on create over here. So the moment you will click on create, this dynamic group is getting create over here, and you can click on this. Now I'm going to create a new user, and I will show you what is the basic difference between the dynamic membership and the assigned membership. Okay, so I will go back, click on user, and I'm going to create a new user altogether. I will say create user, come back, come over here. I'll put over here, suppose John J. No, not copy. We are just going to create a new user. I'll come over here, and under the groups, we will click on 0 group selected. So we have 2 groups. Now you see, you may understand what I mean to say over here. The first is showing as a test dynamic group, and they say dynamic group are not allowed. Means you could not manually assign the users in this particular group. However, the second one is showing as a test security group, where you can assign this user basically. So definitely I'm going to have use dynamic group over here. So I will go ahead and basically close this, and I will come directly to the job title. I'll put the same job title as I have mentioned in the dynamic query, that is IT admin. I want this user to be the part of, that particular group automatically. So company is again over here. Click on create. So the new user is getting create right now. Okay, do you see that user over here? Yes, John J. I'll go over here. I have not added this user to any of the group as of now. I'll go ahead and click on groups. And I see that user is not showing automatically, that group is not showing over here. So that's fine. It may take little time. That's okay. We will go back and we will go to groups. Yeah, dynamic group. Under the dynamic group, we can go ahead and test also. Okay, just to verify that everything is fine, I will go to the dynamic membership rules, and then there is something as a validation rule. It's in a preview mode right now. It means that you could not use in the production, but still this is there. You can click on add user. Okay, now you see over here we have which user we are talking about, John J. I will select that, and it is going to show the status. So it's showing, yes, view details, particular, condition is getting satisfied over here. Okay, so this is the basic option that we have, and through that we make sure that yes, everything is good. If I click on add user, suppose I select this, and over here it may show view. You could not be the part of this particular. So there are certain basically limitations. Through that we can see that we can test over here. Let's go to the dynamic test group, and we'll see members. Under the members, still it is not showing. That's fine, but you understand this. We are in a right path. Maybe it is the sync issue. In few minutes, that user will start showing over here. So real world example, I've given you the real world example as a manager. So suppose there is a manager joining in the company, and you have already one group where 5 managers are working with a special permissions. So at the time of creation of the user and profile of this new manager, you can just add the job title as an IT admin as such, or IT manager. The user will automatically, be the part of that, and that group, and user would have the same level of accesses.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Guys, what is multi-factor authentication? So I hope everyone, almost everyone must have used somehow like, multi-factor authentication in your Gmail account also. Level of security, great, security access through multi-authentication. Right, so first authentication method we have seen, that is nothing but our normal username and password. But that's not enough in these days, isn't it? So we need one more authentication method over here. And that's what we came up with, the multi-factor authentication option. Now, when we are talking about the multi-factor authentication, how we can go ahead and deploy in the Microsoft environment. That's the main idea over here to learn. Did we not have the multi-factor authentication before cloud has been introduced? We had earlier also. In fact, we have this time also, right? So it was still there, but the only, you can say difference over here, it was not a part of Active Directory. We used to basically, have a separate, yes, RSA token were there before. Yes, absolutely. So we had a altogether separate, you can say MFA, multi-factor authentication server. And that is also over here. I'm telling you, in the cloud. You can go ahead and have a hybrid kind of, mechanism also you can set up. But if you're trying to set up a new infra, in that case, the best part would be you can go ahead and adopt the Azure Active Directory multi-factor authentication. Let's see how does it work. So I'm going to the Azure Active Directory right now. And over here, I'm in the default directory, as you can see. I'm going to move to the, or you can say switch to the other Active Directory. So we can move over there, suppose, and I'm going to authenticate myself over here. I'm getting over there, and then I will go to the multi-factor authentication option. Now, the question is, first of all, do we need P2 license over here? Is it like a premium service? Absolutely, this is a premium service. You could not use without the premium license. How to go ahead and check over there? So I will go to the, under the manage section, we have something as in security as in last option. Once we go to the security options, apart from the basically, you can say multi-factor authentication, you have premium services over here like conditional access, identity protection, security center, verified ID, and multiple things are there. Definitely, we are not going to cover all these because that's not a part of AZ104. In fact, let me tell you, MFA is also not a part of AZ104. You won't find any questions. But that's the part of, something that you should know. That's the reason I'm covering over here. Under the manage again, you will have a multi-factor authentication. You need to go over here. And once you reach the multi-factor authentication page, or you can say blade as such, we are over here multi-factor authentication, and over here we have something as in configure additional cloud-based multi-factor authentication settings. You need to go over here. This is an additional setting. Once you go over here, it will again ask for the credentials. You can click on that and you can go to the multi-factor authentication page. It will take you over there. Definitely, it's a separate website, and you need to basically log in over there. So my page is loading right now, and here we go. You see multi-factor authentication. You have multiple options to set up, to configure multi-factor authentication under this tenant right now. So you see at the top, you have multi-factor authentication user and service setting. So if I switch to the service setting, it will take me to the basically, sorry. Yeah, we can switch from user to the service setting, or you can see this is what the service setting is, where we have, a couple of users, and we can do multiple services over here. I will come in this part later. Let's go ahead and first jump to the basically over here. So right now we are in a service setting, and we can move to the user, and we can basically, deal with the individual users also if you want. So let's go ahead and cover this first. So first option is app password. What they are talking about app password? They say that you have two radio buttons over here. Either of that you need to select. They're telling the first one is allow user to create app password to sign in to non-browser app. Do you want to allow non-browser app? First is basically browser app, like web applications. So suppose there is a non-web applications. Do you want to allow to set up the app password over there for the multi-factor authentication? Is your organization allow that? If yes, you can go ahead and select. Otherwise, you can keep it do not allow user. Okay. That's one of the things I'm keeping as an allow. After that, we have trusted IP. So when we talk about the multi-factor authentication, there are certain things comes in mind. Suppose I am in the corporate environment. You are in the basically office, and you are using office laptop. Now, do you really need multi-factor authentication over there? Because you are already in a secure zone right now, isn't it? So it depends. That's the reason Microsoft says that we have given you the option as per your convenience. Okay, you can go ahead and basically set up this. So if you really want that multi-factor authentication I need to have for my users, for my employees, even in the secure zone, like in my office network itself, then you can basically leave this as it is. However, if you don't want that, you say that, yeah, my organization network is very safe. I don't need over here, because it is again a little bit time consuming thing that anyone will go ahead and basically try to log into the system, or maybe application. He or she needs to basically put the credentials twice over there, right? So if you don't want, you can check mark this particular checkbox. It says that skip multi-factor authentication for request from federate user on my intranet. Skip multi-factor authentication for request from the following range of IP addresses. So in that case, you need to put the range of IP address of your office network. So what will happen? If anyone will come to this particular range of IP addresses, then they don't need to go through the multi-factor authentication. It is going to be skipped. All right. So this is one of the things. So I'm going to uncheck this. I will go down over here. Federate user means that basically the authorized users. Okay. They are the authorized people. They are not the guest user actually. Okay. They are the people, tenant user, you can say. Yeah. So they are the users basically. When we talk about basically the other part over here, verification options means the authentication options apart from the username password. What basically MFA give you the options over here. So first is you have multiple options again. Okay, so I'm keeping, like, suppose text message to the phone, that's a OTP, isn't it? You have notification through mobile app also. You have verification code from mobile app or hardware. Token also, like token, RSA token concept is still there. Okay, if you want, you can use it. So you can select over here. Then we have remember multi-factor authentication on trusted device. Like trusted network was there, similarly now trusted device. Now what does it mean? So in the Corona period, people actually work from home, isn't it? Everyone, we work from home. Every day, if I say that I turn on the laptop, the same corporate laptop I'm using, and I don't want the multi-factor authentication every day basically. Okay, definitely it is required for the security purpose, but not every day. So they have given you this option. If you want your employees to give leeway over here, you can give them. So allow user to remember multi-factor authentication on device they trust. So if there will be corporate laptop, the device they trust basically, over there we can allow them to remember the multi-factor authentication from 1 to 365 days. So number of days user trusts the device. So suppose I'm putting over here 15. Now what will happen? Today I log into my system with multi-factor authentication. Then next 15 days, it is not going to ask me the multi-factor authentication if I use the same device. Okay, 15 days not required. Okay, as you wish, like, they have given option 1 to 365 days. Even if you don't want this, you can uncheck. That's fine for your users. If you want, you can basically, put it over here that next 15 days, they are not going to ask you. However, 16th day, they will go ahead and again ask you. And from that day, again, next 15 days, they are not going to ask. So like that, it generally works over here. Now, if I say save over here, so my multi-factor authentication is getting done. It's Telecom Regulatory Authority of India rules. Yes, that's right. Thank you. So updates successfully, and I am going to close this one. So my multi-factor authentication has been configured now. Now I will go back over here. What is apps? If you ever use basically, Microsoft Authenticator app, MFA app, so that's what the application is. So you can basically, install that app and configure with your account. It will, like, if I will, give you, then it was going to work. Now, verification code to the mobile app or hardware token. So we have, like, token machines, basically, you can say kind of a pan drive. This is a RSA token. If you guys haven't used ever, you can just search in Google about the RSA token. You will understand what I'm talking about, where there's an algorithm mentioned over there. Through that, they generate the token and we can use it. So there are a lot of organizations before cloud has been introduced for the multi-factor authentication. They used to use that. Okay, so right now also they have given the option, you can use it. All right, guys. So these are the three options. So this is, we have how to configure the MFA. Then we have, under the settings, we have account lockout. So suppose multi-factor authentication has been done. The users are there. Now the users are there and we need to go ahead and, provide support to the user in terms of there would be any issues as such. Okay. First is basically account lockout. So what is this account lockout? How the account lockout will happen in terms of the, again, multi-factor authentication. So you can, as an admin, you can set up over here number of multi-factor authentication denials to trigger account lockout. So I say, like, let's put it 3 over here. So 3 times, if it is going to be, denial, then it is going to be locked. Then minutes until the account lockout counter is reset. I say, like, keep it 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. And the minutes until the account is automatically unblocked. So suppose I say 10 minutes as such. Okay, automatically unblock. Okay, if it does get locked after 10 minutes, let's go ahead and unblock. So these things we can put it over here. We can click on save and it is going to be saved. Then we have something over here, block, unblock user. So consider that you are traveling and by any chance you lost your phone, you lost your laptop maybe, isn't it? You will directly call to your help desk right away, and then it is going to basically, they will, I'm coming to the account lockout again in that case, Bajrangi. So if I say block and block user, so you lost your phone, you lost your laptop, and you need to go ahead and basically, inform your help desk that, we lost this, and there would be chances someone misuse my, credentials as such. So the admin people will click on add over here. They'll find you as a user. They'll put the, reason why you wanted to lock it and click on OK. The moment you will do that, your account is going to block over here. So this is the way that you can help the user, you can protect your asset, and you can block the user. So definitely after that, they are not going to use it. Right, I mean over here, lost phone, and I say, okay. So I'm trying to block this user, guys, okay? Because John has reported that, I lost my phone and the laptop. or maybe phone as such. Okay. So this is the way that we can block the user. If I block the user, definitely you can understand, like he would not able to access anything as such. And when he says that, no, I got my phone, everything is good, you need to go ahead and unblock me. He is calling, I need to click on unblock. I will say all good, something like this, got the asset, and click on, or got the phone or something like that, and unblocking. However, definitely the details would be captured in future. Anyone can go ahead and check. So this is what we can do over here, block, unblock user. Then we have fraud alert over here. Now, what is this fraud alert? So you must have noticed whenever you generally go ahead and try for login in your corporate account, they give you the message that if you haven't requested for this, you can press 0, something like this, isn't it? So they say that allow user to report fraud if they receive a two-factor authentication verification request that they did not initiate. Okay, that they did not initiate. So if this is the case, then definitely user would be surprised that why I'm getting call for the MFA if I have not requested. So they say that please press 0 if you have not requested. So what will happen? Allow user to submit the fraud alert. I say, let's keep it on. User can go ahead and basically submit the fraud alert over there. Automatically block the user who report fraud. So again, if your company policy says that if anyone would go ahead and report the fraud alert, right away, automatically go ahead and block that user. Maybe there would be highly critical data, would be accessible after that. So you can put it on if this is the case. Otherwise, you can put it off also. That's not a problem. And you can basically have over here code reported fraud during the initial rating. So you can, but generally, like people say 0 over here, put 0. So you can put it, or any number if you wanted to put, you can put over there. That's not a problem. And then you can click on save. So in the initial greeting itself, it is going to give you option to set up a particular code, and your users are going to get a very good option to go ahead and basically submit the fraud alert. Then we have notification, guys. Now, notification is what? This is basically a recipient email address that you need to put over here. And through that, you can send a lot of notification to the users. OAuth token. Now, here we go. I was talking about the basically pen drive like a device, the physical device. I was talking about RSA token. So if you wanted to set up that for your users and distribute that RSA token, or maybe like these days, there are RSA software tokens also available in the market. So you need to go ahead and upload those details over here. You can see name, username, serial number, model, manufacturer, activated or not activated, those details. So you can click on upload and basically upload that details. So generally from wherever you will purchase that, they send you all those details, and accordingly you can upload over here. We have next one as in phone call settings. So when we say the phone call settings, you have a multi-factor authentication caller ID. As I was telling you, this is US phone number only. Okay. So this is one of the thing. Operator required to basically transfer extension. Then we have a number of PIN attempts allowed per call. That also, like, again, at least 1 on 99, whatever you want to set over here. So caller ID is going to be given by whom? It is given by the, like your, you can say, again, telecom provider, multi-factor authentication provider. Then you can add the greeting basically over here, add greeting. You can record certain messages, and then you can put it, like you can see sound file over here, application. So those things. So generally this is for the calling, and you can put it over here. Okay. So this is one of the things that is phone call settings that is generally help you by the telecom provider. So suppose you are getting the calls over there. Okay. That is only for US phone numbers. Again, I told you earlier also, again, I'm specifically repeating, it's only US phone number. So you can put the multi-factor authentication caller ID over here, and US phone number you can put. The telecom provider will go ahead and give you, instead of basically, you can say, putting the like messages or app or token. Suppose you wanted to keep over here very simple in terms of the calling. So you will get the OTP through the call. You will have a certain, pin attempts allowed per call, like how many pins are going to be attempt over there. So that also you can set up. You can put the basically greeting messages over here. Welcome to the XYZ company. Your multi-factor authentication message is this. You can press 1 to this, 2 for this, 0 for the fraud alert, like that. So those messages you can, put over here, and you can say operator required to transfer extension. So it's very simple. Like operator required to transfer extension means there would be chances that, when you set up the IVR, press 0 for this, and after that there would be like you press 1, 2, 3. So that is what the operator required to transfer extension. So those things you need to actually define over there. So that's what it is talking about. Fine. The last not the least part is provider. So provider is what? So adding new providers disable as of for September 1st, 2018, see the licensing document for the details. So this is something related to the licensing and all. So definitely this is going to be set up by your, again, multi-factor authentication provider. So don't see your provider list. Please check the following. Providers are associated with a specific subscription, each of which is associated with a tenant. Switch to the tenant associated with your provider subscription to view that provider. So this particular thing actually come with the subscription itself, and they give the details over here. You don't need to do anything over here as such. Okay. So this is the multi-factor authentication related to the Azure. Now there is server settings also, one-time bypass and cache-in rules. So again, I'm just quickly going to show you a few things over here. However, this is again, something you can try maybe in your organization if you have this type of setup. Two-way text message timeout seconds. Then we have one-time bypass details are there. So these are basically related to the information that you will get your multi-factor authentication server, and you can sync from there. So right now we are in the end of the first, you can say, first module over here. So we are in the Azure Active Directory. We are over here. Suppose there are a lot of users over here. Okay. And he is asking about Azure role assignment. So again, inside the user, if we'll go over here, we have role assignment. So we go to the role assignment over here. Now, when we go to the role assignment, we have add assignments. So we have a lot of roles over here. These are the admin and non-admin roles. You can assign multiple roles to the user. Now, these are the predefined roles, and the descriptions has been given about the role. Explanation has been given. You can have the customized role if you have. You can create a customized role also if you have the P2 license, basically. So suppose I have assigned a lot of roles to the user, and these are the basically roles. This is basically Azure role assignment on the basis of the subscription, basically. Okay. So they say that if this identity has role assignment that you don't have permission to read, they won't be shown in the list. So for this particular, so again, there is something as in like, role assignment you can do on the basis of the subscription. Over here, they say that if this identity has, so which identity? This identity has the role assignments permission that you don't have permission to, read. Right now, this user would not have. Let me show you something else. I will go with the, basically this user. So this is the user who has the basically user access administrator role. This is the user who has, okay, one below the, below device. Correct. So over here, this particular role assignment has been given under this subscription to this particular user. He is the user access administrator. So there are few users who would have basically, access and like admin access, you can say, user access administrator, owner access. So those roles we are able to see for this, that users basically. So that user will able to, see. And again, it is on the subscription level. When I say subscription level, it means that under this subscription, this user is basically user access administrator. Now, when I say user access administrator, what he can do, we can click on this user access administrator. You see that this user can create the other users. This user can make, owner, someone. A lot of permissions would be have that kind of, owner permissions. So this you can see over here. So you will have like, you can say administrator role on the basis of subscription over here. Okay. If I go to the second subscription, like pay as you go, now you can see there's a subscription base. As I told you, you have a user access administrator as well as I'm the owner of this pay as you go under the resource name, that is IT over here. So that I'm coming actually to the, second module about the management group and all basically. So this is the under the, you can say, one Active Directory, I could have multiple subscriptions and we can go ahead and basically check those roles on the basis of the subscription. So definitely, like even if you did not, get it properly right now, that's fine, because we haven't covered right now a couple of things which is going to be, answer these questions. Okay, so just wait for a few more minutes, maybe like a couple of more, you can say modules, and you will able to understand exactly what I mean to say over here, because I hope I have not covered the subscription concept entirely right now. Okay, because it's related to the subscription. On the basis of subscription, under one tenant, we could have basically, multiple roles as such for the identity. Now, when we are talking about the module 2, we are going to cover something related to governance and compliances, guys. So when I say governance and compliances, we have concept of the subscription that I was talking about just a few minutes ago. We are going to cover about the configuration of the Azure policies. We are going to talk more about policies over here, how to configure, how to use the inbuilt policies and all. We are also going to cover role-based access control, RBAC. That's one of the concepts that we should aware of. When we talk about the configuration subscription, we are talking about basically over here region concepts. We are talking about over here Azure subscription concept. We are talking about subscription, how to obtain a subscription and other details. So let's go ahead and start. When we talk about the regions, guys, region is nothing but it's a collection of data centers. The Azure has presence in 140 countries right now, and these 140 countries has been divided into 60 plus region. When I say Azure has presence in 140 countries, it means that they have data center in 140 countries as of now. When we talk about that, where we need to go ahead and deploy our resources, we will select the location that would be considered as a region over there. Why this region? What is the benefit of these regions? So as you can see in the slide, it's mentioned as it provides flexibility and scale. When I say flexibility, it means that you are working, suppose, from India. However, your customer base is US. You can deploy the servers in the US and you can go ahead and manage from India, isn't it? It's a flexibility, isn't it? It doesn't matter where you are located as an admin. Your servers are going to be deployed wherever you want in the world in 140 countries. Scaling, consider that, let's take an example. Consider that you have developed a social media website like a Facebook or LinkedIn, and you thought of like, let's go ahead and start with one region first, with one country as such, like from India itself. Will open my social media website only for Indian customers for first 1 year. We'll see like how's the response, and then we will go ahead and scale up to the US market or maybe any other market as such. So you can start with small, and after a year you feel that yes, the business is going good, people are accepting my social media website, let's go ahead and scale it up. The second region which I wanted to approach, maybe North America. In that region, we'll see like which is the best data center as per our budget, and then we can go ahead and scale our business over there. We can replicate the similar set of servers and the infrastructure maybe over there in their East US or maybe West US data centers, and then we can deploy our application. So we can scale maybe in a day as such, or maybe in 15-20 minutes also if it is a small infrastructure as such. So this type of feature the region concept carry. We have preserved data residency. We have data over there in a local area basically. We know that there are a lot of data compliances. Like if you talk about China, the data that you are keeping over there in the China data center, Azure China data center, you need to follow certain compliances on the basis of government. So you can preserve the data over there itself and follow compliances. Select regions close to your user. Always this is one of the best strategy, because anyhow, if you are going to have users in a specific geographical location and you want to have a good, you can say low latency, high performance, good performance as such, you need to keep the infrastructure near to your users basically. So which market you want to tap, on the basis of that, you have locations over here. Now, be aware of the region deployment availability. This is a very important concept. So let me tell you guys that Microsoft has not invested same capital in all the data centers. There are some small data centers. There are some big data centers. And if there are small, big, in terms of the availability of the infrastructure. So if you are aware of that, okay, in a certain region, we could not get a certain set of maybe services, or in certain region, we will get these services, right? That is going to help you. So you need to be aware of region deployment availability also. There would be chances that you will get a message, in this region, this service is not available, please try any of the alternate region. That type of messages you may get. So you need to understand that point of time, okay, there are some limitations over here. There are global service that are region independent. So there are a few global services also. And a lot of global services in these days actually came up with. For example, Active Directory is a global service. It's not region dependent basically. Then we have regions are paired for high availability. Now, when we talk about region, it has been deployed in such a manner, it has been planned in such a manner that every region would have a pair, or you can say a backup. So I'm giving you one of the example. East US is the pair of West US. Now, who is going to decide this pair? Basically, Azure themselves decides this pair, and they put it in a public domain. This information you can check, like region pair of Azure's. Like that, you can Google and you will see the list over there. So what is the benefit of this? Suppose I am putting certain set of data and resources in the East US region. The moment I will put it over there, automatically there is a copy of that resources and the data will be created in the West US and vice versa. Now what will happen? It is going to basically, region, it is going to help us at the time of some disaster situations, like, war over here. We have these things. Basically, region pair concept, which is going to help at the time of war like situation, at the time of environmental, disasters and all basically. Now, we are going to talk about Azure subscription. So you guys have created a subscription over here, and before got the $200 of subscription, that is free trial subscription, you guys must have created the Azure account. Under one Azure account, you could have multiple subscriptions. So they say that only identities in Azure Active Directory or in the directory that is trusted by Azure AD can create a subscription. Logical unit of Azure service that is linked to an Azure account, that's what the subscription is. It is going to give you security and billing boundaries. Now, let's try to understand in a simple words. We are going to have our account management under the subscription. It's a simple billing management system. As I told you in the first session, we are going to follow the pay-as-you-go system, isn't it? When we go ahead and follow the pay-as-you-go system, it's very clear that we could have multiple options. Then we could go ahead and like multiple options over here, as in we can create a virtual machine, we can create a database server, we can create a app services. Like that, suppose I'm using thousands of services of Azure. There is no time consumption over here matches basically. When I say times are not basically same, for example, virtual machine I'm using for 1 hour, database server I'm using for 5 minutes, app services I'm using for 20 hours. So who is going to manage all these? Who is going to calculate all these? This is what the subscription job. Subscription is going to basically manage all these things, and they will send us monthly bill over here that this is what within a month you have utilized this services for this much of time, and this is what the complete bill. Now, if I say that as an enterprise, I have one account that is basically Azure account, and I have multiple departments. For example, we have dev subscription, test subscription, production subscription, where the development team, set of people in the development team is using one subscription, testing team is using second subscription, production team is using third subscription. There would be stakeholders who are going to take care of all these bills. And ultimately, at the end of the month, the finance team who is taking care of the Azure account is going to check all the subscriptions and pay the single amount for all these subscription to the Microsoft. So in case there would be extra cost, or maybe it's going out of budget as such, account teams check with the stakeholders of each and every subscription, and they try to find out what are the challenges over there. Is there any analysis required? Is there any chance, like, do we have any alternate resources which is available with a lesser cost that they can use? Trust me, like, this happens a lot. Like, we get the consulting job where people say that, Piyush, I'm we have a consultants, they are trying to set up our architecture, and for last 3 months I am paying 60,000 per month bill to Microsoft, and we don't know how to reduce that. We get this type of consulting work also. So we go ahead and generally review the services and try to reduce that, and we have seen that a lot of time we reduce by 30%, 40%, 50% sometime, and this way, like, it's going to help them. If you know the technology, if you know one of the best service for a specific job, you could do that, and that's what we try to do. Okay, so this type of work also needs to be done, and review the monthly bill. I will come to the cost management analysis part in next few slides, and I will show you that. This is like the security and billing boundaries. So security and billing boundary that we can define over here through the subscription. Now the next slide is going to talk about the how to obtain the subscription. First of all, the fun way, that is the last one over here, personal free account. You guys already got it, where you guys got $200. However, the first one you can see enterprise agreement. So enterprise companies could go ahead and approach Microsoft, and they say that we need the subscription. However, we will go ahead and give you monetary commitment over here, that I'm going to consume services throughout the year, or maybe 3 years. In that case, Microsoft thought of, why don't we go ahead and design something? Not only Microsoft, in fact, AWS does the same thing in terms of the enterprise agreement. There is a program, first of all, as in pay as you go. Second is 1-year program. Third is 3-year program, and there is a reserve program also. The client will give the commitment. Big enterprise companies, they know that they are going to consume a lot of IT infrastructure within a year. They have a lot of projects. They make an upfront monetary commitment. They pay a certain amount also, and they get good discount right away from 13% to 40%, you can say. And Microsoft would more than happy to provide those services and those discounts because they have done the investment. And if there would be commitments like this coming, it's going to be good for the business for them. Similarly, we have reseller program. In IT world, we know that reseller programs are very famous. In the software world, in the IT world. So resellers provide a simple, flexible way to purchase cloud services. You can become a reseller and you can earn certain commissions. Then we have partner program. According to that, you can design and implement your Azure cloud solutions for your clients. You are the expert. And for that, you can get a subscription, as in partner subscription. A lot of companies in India, like HCL, Cognizant, Wipro, Infosys, provide these services. They are the gold partner. We have personal free account, as I told you earlier also. You are the new in Azure world, so you will get $200 for 30 days. So that is also one type of subscription. Now, identify subscription users. Again, the first one that you guys got, $200 credit for 30 days, free limited access for 12 months. Then we have pay as you go. I told you, like normal newspaper vendor in India, or maybe, milk vendor in India, they deliver milk or newspaper daily at your doorstep, and you need to go ahead and pay the, monthly bill to them, monthly amount. So similarly over here, pay as you go. Monthly, they will calculate how much services, how much infrastructure you have consumed. On the basis of that, they would be bill generate, and you need to pay for that. That's what the pay as you go system. Then we have CSP, again, cloud solution provider partner. So agreement with possible discount through a Microsoft, and you will get the discount. You will become a partner, typically for small and medium businesses. We have enterprise, again, come up with the same thing. One agreement with discounts for new license and software assurance, targeted at enterprise scale organizations, big organizations as such. Then we have a student account also. If you are student, university or school student as such, you need to identify yourself, verify yourself as a student, and you will get $100 for 12 months. You need to use the email address of your university or college, and you will get this particular subscription. So these are some basic concepts related to subscription, how you will get and what are the options do you have available. I'm coming directly to the cost management right now. I was talking about the cost and analysis just a few minutes ago, 2-3 slides back. If you go, you must have noticed. We have, again, subscriptions like pay as you go. Over there, there would be definitely bills are going to be generated, and give the proper dashboard to go ahead and check how the bill has been generated, for what services, how much has been charged. And there's a complete accounting system that they have over here. That's what the subscription is. Under the subscription, we have cost management, where you can go ahead and basically go ahead and check all the details. You can analyze the cost on month basis, how much cost is getting generated. And if it is possible, after analysis, you can try to reduce the cost. You can help your company for that. You can create a budget also. Suppose you give a certain budget for the production team, you have given the budget of suppose $200, for the testing $100, and for the development team you have given suppose $100. So if it will be goes near to the budget, you should get certain alerts and all. So that we can definitely go ahead and do. Let's go ahead and see in the portal itself, how does it work and how does it look like. So I will go to the portal over here. I'll go to home. So you have two options to check the cost analysis. First, you can click on this portal menu, and at the bottom, you have this option as in cost management and billing. Or you can go ahead and typing over here cost management, and you can see over here you have cost management. You can click on this. Now, under the cost management, you will able to see a lot of options. Also, you can see over here the scope is pay as you go. You can change to other subscription also if you want. Right now, I have pay as you go, where you can analyze the cost. For the free subscriptions, you don't see this option. Maybe at your end, you will not able to see that. Let's go ahead and try to analyze it. To analyze the cost, I am in the cost management right now. Under that, we have a cost analysis option. We have cost alert, budget. So we will go ahead and try to cover all these. We have billing like payment method, invoicing, product and service, Azure subscriptions, and other options are also there. I'm going to come right away over here, cost analysis first of all. Now, when I come to the cost analysis, it is going to give me like almost, you can say last 2 to 3 years I am using and like pay as you go. Mostly like you can say 2 years on a regular basis I'm using. So I have over here invoice Azure. You can see like last 7 days, then current billing period, last 3 months, you have current billing period, last invoice, and all the details are there. Custom date range also option is there. So suppose for this period, I have certain bill over here. You can see 664.55. This is what I need to pay in rupees. And if I go down, you have, this is for the backup. This is for the storage account. This is for the virtual machine. This is for the basically virtual network. So this is what the amount is. This is location wise details. Then we have resource group. So there are certain categories over here. On the basis of that, we have this. So if I charge subscription from free to pay as you go, I will get a charge only if I utilize resources. Am I correct? Yes, Sunil, you are absolutely correct. That's what we say, pay as you go. So over here, on the basis of service name you are getting, you have multiple filters over here. You can go ahead and check on the basis of that also. So right now I filtered as a service name. Similarly, we have location and multiple options we have. We can go ahead and check that. And over here, resource group. So you have a lot of options available over here. You can click on subscribe. You can click on share, refresh, download, and other options. Cost by resources. Then you have other options also. You have basically, you can click on this, try preview, configure subscription. You can click on this. And then you have a like budget, export, and other things, connector for AWS. So like we are going to cover a lot of things over here, but not right now. Gradually, we will go ahead and cover that. So basically, when we go to the cost analysis, you will have a clear picture for what you are actually going to pay over here. Okay. So this is one of the things that we have. Now, second is cost alert and budgets. This is what has been done and what has been forecast, you can see. When we are talking about basically our budget, so suppose I can have a budget over here. All right, so we can create the budget system over here. And when I say budget system, it means that suppose for a specific subscription, you have given the budget of certain amount, as I was giving you the example some time ago. How to do that? So there's an option as in budget. And at the same time, in the budget, I'm going to explain you the cost alert also. I'll go to the budget over here. When I go to the budget, you see that a lot of budgets I have already created, a lot of trainings I take. So I have just show them that how to create a budget and all. So let's go ahead and create a budget over here. So when I go to the budgets, at the top, you have basically add option. You can click on add. When we are in a basically budget, you have two options, as I told you earlier, create budget and set alerts. Why we set alerts for the budget? First, we create the budget over here. Once the budget would be ready, I wanted that if I'll reach to the certain point of my budget, for example, 70%, 80%, I should get certain alerts so that I will get, I would be ready if there would be anything, misuse would be happening. I could go ahead and check that and stop that. Certain virtual machines, maybe I have created and it is getting crossed, and I came to know later that this virtual machine should not be created. So how I will get alerts for that? That's what I'm trying to show over here. So first, to create a budget and alerts, we need to have a create budget. We need to define the scope that, okay, for this particular scope, I'm creating the budget. For this particular subscription, I'm creating a budget. So budgets are always on the basis of the subscription. And you need to make the budget for individually for all the subscriptions. Now I'm come over here. You have budget details. So first you need to define the name. Suppose I give the name as an AZ104 weekend batch budget, something like that. Then they are telling over here, reset period. Do you want to reset monthly, quarterly? What is your strategy over here for budgeting? Bill, quarterly, monthly, yearly, you can set it up over here. I say over here, I have monthly bill, and then I will put it as in monthly. Then creation date. So I'm telling over here from this month itself, creation date is 2023 March 18th. And every month I need to follow the same budget till 2025 March 17th. That you can definitely change as per your requirements. Now they're asking how much is the budget. There is a suggestion also, 218 based on forecast. So as per my last uses, as per my last invoices, they may got certain average and all, and they came up with a figure over here as in 218 rupees, 218 INR based on my forecast. I say, okay, no problem. I'm putting as in 1,000 rupees of budget. So people who are out of India, they understand I'm talking about Indian currency as in rupees over here. Now we have over here certain figures, like last month I have paid 515 rupees. In last 7 months, I have paid maximum 515 rupees, and max monthly forecast is 218. That's what they have calculation. You can see over here, Jan, Feb, March, they are showing details over here. September, I have paid some amount. October, November, they have given over here. Then I will click on next. Now the budget tab is over. Everything we have done in the budget tab. Now it's time to talk about alerts basically. When we are talking about alert, guys, we need to send the alert on the basis of our budget, as simple as that. So they are asking you, are you talking about the actual or the forecast? Means actual cost or the forecast. I say, suppose actual. Means my actual bill, how much has been generated. I say that I have put the budget for 1,000 rupees. If it will reach the 70% of the 1,000 rupees, that is nothing but 700 rupees, please send me alert. Now, where to send alert? That also very important to understand. So we have something as an action group over here. I've already created one action group. I'm going to just skip that. I will create a new action group for you guys. Action group is something, a planning, a strategy over here to go ahead and send the alert basically. So we have manage action group. We'll go over here and we will go ahead and set up the strategy about my action group. I will just go ahead and delete the earlier one that I had created. I'm going to create a new one altogether. I will click on create. And then I need to define the action group over here. Now, action group is also a service. So it is chargeable. I need to select the same subscription for which I'm going to create the action group, like pay as you go. And there is something as in resource group. It's nothing but the, you can say, logical grouping of multiple resources. This is one of the resource I'm creating. So I need to put in always a resource group. I will go down and you see that it's showing as in, it's a global. It could be a global resource. I'm putting as in global. Then action group name, I'm putting as an alert note, something like this. Resources meant multiple resources. We are going to discuss a lot about resource group. Just right now, understand it's a container where we can keep a lot of resources. Okay. We will go ahead and create, put the action group name. I will click on notification. Now, what is this notification is? This is the main part of this, lab scenario, you can say. We have option as in you need to notify to the email Azure Resource Manager role, means the admin of this Azure account, or you wanted to email, SMS, message, push, voice. I say this one, and I put it over here as in note important, something like this. And I will put it over here, my email address. Suppose I'm telling that, please send me notification in case it will reach to 70%. You can send me SMS also. Definitely it is going to accept my India number. You can go for the Azure mobile app notification, where you need to put the Azure account email address if you want. If you have the Azure app installed in your mobile device. You have voice. The only thing is that voice is available right now only in the US phone numbers. If you have the US phone number, you can set it up. Otherwise, you could not do. Then click on OK over here. Now, this way, okay, so now you have the note important over here. That's what we have the notification details done. Then we'll go to the action. So when we go to the actions, you have basically multiple action types, guys. Now, when we talk about the action type, you have secure webhook over here, logic app. So these are the multiple services in Azure. Definitely, it is a little difficult to explain all of these, but I will quickly go ahead and tell you a few things. We have, suppose, Azure function. When I say Azure function, it's again like a function. You have a basic code, block of codes that you can go ahead and basically, create in the Azure, and then you can define certain action over there as an alert. Then you have ITSM option over here. So when you go to the ITSM, you know very well what is ITSM. If you don't know, it's kind of a like service management, you can say tools are there like Salesforce or maybe Maximo, Remedy. So these are a ticketing tool, basically service management tools. So there are, generally services team, alert teams, monitoring teams are there. They get the alerts on a regular basis. So suppose I'm just giving you an example. You have put a budget of 1,000 rupees over there. It reaches to suppose 700. Alert will get generated and it will go to the ticketing tool. People generally work 24/7 over there. They go ahead and check that, and on the basis of that, they go ahead and take action. They may go ahead and check the resources or involve the technical team, and they will go ahead and try to check why it is reaching 70%, is it a genuine cost, or there is anything they can do, they can reduce the damage over here, then take care of the damage in advance. So there is something as an install ITSM connection solution that you can download, and then you can put it over there in the ITSM server, where the ticketing tool server would be, there. So these are so there are two things. Notification is just to notify, and action is before anyone will go ahead and take any action, there are some automation actions are, there you can take help. So similarly, like Azure function, we have something as a logic app over here. It's a workflow management, you can say service, where you can define certain workflows that, okay, if this would happen, please do this. Like that, you can define, logic app on the basis of certain logic. So again, secure webhook is there, and webhook, that is the, certain actions that you can take on the basis of certain inputs. So I'm not going to, use anything as such as of now. I'll go to tag and then review create. And this way, I'm going to create the action group basically. See, basically it's something as in resources, guys. You need to understand this over here. There are a lot of things that will come, up and down. Service, I meant, okay. See, when I say resource group, take it like this. Consider that you are working in a project. Now, the word project, if I say that, what is this project is, it's a unit of multiple informations, multiple services that I am going to work on. Similarly, the resource group is, when I'm talking about, there is a host in that I need database, one of the resource. I need, suppose, firewall, second resource. I need maybe like, Active Directory, consider that, the other resource. So these are the resources, and the goal of these resources are same, to deploy the hospital management system. Okay, hospital infrastructure, you can say. So what I'm doing over here in Azure, basically, I'm telling that I will create a resource group, and I will keep all these resources inside that resource group. This is what the basic concept. All right. So instances you say, or resources you say. So when I say the instance word I use, I say that in even I have used earlier also, Active Directory instance is nothing but the tenant. So any service would have certain instances that would be considered as a resource. Resource is nothing but the instance of services. Simple. So I will click on refresh over here. I hope my one of the resource as in what is this basically? What we have created? Action group. Action group has been created. I will go back over here. I'll click on add over here. Basically, again, put it over here again. AZ104 ALERT monthly March 1000. Come over here. Next, I'll put actual 70%. And if I click on over here, I have created this particular action group, that is test action group AZ104. They're showing over here. Now, there's an alert recipient email address we can put over here, suppose, and we can go down, and then we have default language, and you can see that there's a last month and all are given. I can click on create. So this is the way that I'm creating the budget and the action group as well as alert. If I'll refresh over here, you will see my budget would be showing over here. If I put it over here, AZ104, sorry, weekend. What name I have given? I think something like this, AZ104 alert. 1000 budget, right? So this is my budget has been created over here. You can see creation 3/18/2023, 3/17/2025, and this. So this is the way it works over here. We have created the budget as well as we have created the alert. You can go ahead and change the payment methods also. Suppose I have certain payment method over here, you can change it. You have the invoice details. So you have multiple invoices. Suppose you can go ahead and basically check all the invoices. You can see like these are the invoices, my invoices over here. So these are the things that are available. How can I see resource within resource group? Over here, we have the subscription, and you can see like cost management. We have covered the cost analysis, cost alert, budget, invoice details, payment, and again, product and subscription. You can go to the Azure subscription. Like I have 2 subscriptions over here. You can see inside the cost management, as well as you can type in the subscription. You can see the subscription. Also, manage subscription, export options are there. That also you can see. So when I go to manage subscription, again, you have budget and other things are there that you can manage for that specific subscription. So these are the options available under the cost management. Now, I will come to the basically next part over here that is related to the tag. When I come to the tagging, it's as simple as putting the reference value. So every resource that you are going to create, you are going to basically get the option to tag that resource. Now, why it is important? So it provides a metadata for your Azure resource, number one. Suppose I have 3 departments, development, production, and testing. And every department would have servers over there. When I create the server, I say that I need to go and tag it that for which department this server belongs to, for which department we have created this server. I say department as in marketing. I say department as in like, maybe sales as such, or maybe environment. I say like environment production, environment testing, and environment development. So at the end of the month, when the bill comes, in the bill, we can go and export with the tag values also. Finance team will able to recognize that, okay, this server is for the marketing department, this is for HR, this is for IT. So that's the reason logically we can organize the resources. It consists of 2 values, name, value pair. As you can see, it's mentioned as in department marketing. The examples has been given as I have given to you. Environment production, and also cost center kind of marketing. It's very useful for rolling up billing information. This is what all about tag. You will always get a tag. Definitely it's optional. Even if you can skip, there would be no problem by default. But there are certain policies we can put it that it's mandatory. So these, like everyone needs to put it over there. We'll see in some time in the policies basically. Next slide is about applied cost saving. So far, I told you about the cost management and other things basically. But what are the options do we have to save certain cost? There are certain options that Azure gives. If you take care of that, you may go ahead and save around 10 to 20% of cost of your IT. Azure reservations. So if you feel that a certain set of resources you are going to actually use within a year, then you can go for the reservations option. It will help you to save money by prepaying for services. Then we have Azure hybrid benefit. So according to that, suppose your client is in a phase of migration from on-premises to Azure. When you have deployed the IT infra in the on-premises, that time you purchase certain licenses like the SQL Server license for 5 years. And after 2 years, now client is telling, no, I need everything on the cloud. So you can go ahead and try to deploy the SQL Server in the Azure environment. You can provide the SQL Server license details they will give you right away discount around 39 to 40%. Because license you don't need, you had already those licenses. That's what the hybrid benefit is. Then you have Azure credits. Like you guys got $200. Me as a Microsoft certified trainer, I get credit from Azure on monthly basis. Every month we get the credit because we use it for the training purpose and all, for the experiment purpose, for the few testing purpose of new resources. So monthly trade benefit that allows you to experiment with, develop, and test new solutions on Azure. Similarly, you have regions. Just some time ago, we were talking about this particular cost-saving option. As I told you that Microsoft has invested different set of capital to multiple, again, regions as such. So there would be chances the cost would be high for a specific resource in one region, and in other region it would be low. So this type, we can go ahead and select the lower cost locations and region if it helps us, if there would be no compromise in terms of the performance, we can use it. So this is the way that we can save the cost basically. So these are some details, theoretical concepts that you should be aware of. And that's the reason we have covered this. Now, which option is most cost effective? Hybrid benefit is most cost effective because a lot of migration is going on in these days. And companies generally purchase long-term licenses in terms of the operating system, in terms of SQL servers. That is going to help you. Hybrid benefit, that's a like actual practical. So if you come over here, there's a pricing calculator, guys. Now over here, you can actually go ahead and check the unit price or total cost of any of the resources. We have featured like all the categories over here. There are a few showing over here. I'll click on suppose virtual machine. I'll click on view. Now on the basis of region, definitely I'm going to get the cost because every region would have a different set of cost. Suppose I have selected East US over here. Then we have operating system, which you want, Windows, Linux. Then you have basically with the help of, with this particular, again, virtual machine, you want SQL Server also, BizTalk also. So I say no, OS only. Tier standard basic over here. Then category, you can select over here, like what type of virtual machine you are looking for, like GPU, high performance and all over here, So on the basis of that, you can select the category. Then instance over here, you can see like these are the instances. These are the, you can say, type of virtual machine you want. So when we will come over there to the virtual machine, I will explain you all these. But right now you could understand that on the basis of certain configuration, they have divided the types. And on the basis of these types, they would be cost depend. You can see like instances, we have 0.75 GB RAM, 1 core, and 20 GB temporary storage and all those things. So this is what the configuration is. How many virtual machines do you want? Suppose I need 2, 3, 4, and how much hours do you want to use tentatively? Then they will ask you like compute, that is pay as you go you want. Saving plan, 1 year plan, 13% discount. 3-year plan, 32% discount. Or maybe reserve, 1 year reserve, 21% discount. 3-year reserve, 31% discount approximately. Compute payment option, suppose you say monthly, you say upfront, then upfront. So on the basis of that, there is certain calculation they are giving you. Average per month bill is this much, whatever I have selected on the basis of that. These calculations seem to be based on the standard price. In case of price negotiation, how does this work? They should be only pay as you go. No, there are basically, see, again, negotiation would be there, no doubt in that. But at least you can come over here and these are the standard prices. You can check over here. And after that, you can select, the option of negotiation with the Microsoft. You can talk and they may go ahead and give you better one. What are reserve instances? Reserve instances means you are reserving something. So this machine, whatever like you have selected, you're reserving for 3 years over here. So this machine you are reserving for 3 years, and then you are getting certain discount. Now you can see 62% discount if you are coming to the Azure hybrid benefit. So if you go to hybrid benefit, you are seeing 3 years 62% discount, and the cost you can understand how much it would be now. So this is what the benefit of the hybrid benefit. So you have the OS license and all, you can put it over there and you are definitely going to get the cost. This is one of the example I have given, and you can add multiple resources basically like that over here as per your requirements. You can go ahead and export that, save that, share these costs with your clients, and you can go ahead and repeat reserve instances. So reserve means what? Reserve means what? Something you are reserving for certain number of years. You have a certain set of infrastructure that you are reserving for 1 year, 3 year. Basically, they have given 2 options. So if you are reserving, it means that you are definitely going to utilize and they are going to pay you. Okay. And you are paying certain upfront money also for that. That's what they're reserving. This is what the Azure calculator that we have. We can utilize it to estimate our cost. Basically, some example scenarios are also over here that you can see for architectures. Then saved estimations, I don't have any, and the FAQ also mentioned. You can go ahead and check all these and try to find out more detail. So this is what we have, the Azure calculator, and through that you can find out the options. So what is policies, guys? Okay, before policies, let's go ahead and understand first of all what is management group, and then we'll go ahead and deploy the policies over here. Now, when we are talking about the management group, consider that for enterprise companies, they may use hundreds of subscriptions. When we talk about hundreds of subscriptions, it's not easy to manage, isn't it? For the finance team, hundreds of subscriptions, what are the bills coming? Then they need to go ahead and pay every month, or maybe they need to check in terms of the enterprise agreements as such. So they came up with a solution, a hierarchical solution over here. Microsoft says that you don't need to worry. We will, make a hierarchical solution, hierarchical architecture that you can follow, and it would be easy for you to calculate and manage the subscriptions. It's not only about subscriptions, however, certain level of policies also. If I need to deploy certain policies on the basis of departments, on the basis of projects, we can define the scope over here with the help of management group. So hierarchy is there, and these hierarchy is going to be utilized for multiple purposes. Scopes are defined. So they say that management group provides a level of scope above the subscription. Above the subscription, right? So above the subscription, we have something as a management group, which is going to provide a scope over there, level of scope. Now you see that always we have over here root management group. Under the root management group, we have multiple management groups again, that is the sub-management group. Consider that we have 3 departments, human resource, IT, marketing, and under the human resource, we have an application team, and they are developing applications. For example, payroll application or employee engagement application, salary related applications and all. Under the IT department, we have again sub-management group as in production. and we have production going on in 2 geographical location. For each of these geographical location, we have again sub-management group. And over there are a lot of, again, teams, and we have assigned the subscriptions over there. Same goes with the marketing team. We have a couple of people, they are using Azure, and we have given free trial subscription to them. Now, these management group are going to be help you in terms of the policies. I will give you an example. Suppose human resource department, they keep a lot of confidential information of employees, isn't it? Like payroll, salary details, and all. If they are using this, it's very clear that there should be something as a data policy, data related policy need to be deployed over here. But that is not required in the IT department. So we can apply the policy in the human resource level itself. If I apply the policy, and definitely it is not required for throughout the organization, we need only human resource. If I apply the policy in the level of human resource, below the human resource management group, whatever subscription will come or the sub-management group will come, they will inherit that policy. That's what the beauty of the hierarchy over here. Same goes with the IT. Again, we have 2 locations. In one location, people work for the healthcare client, and other location, people work for the maybe, FMCG client. So let me go ahead and first show you how to create the management group, and then we will come to the policies. That's the next slide, actually. Okay. Let's go ahead and see that, and then we will go ahead and talk about policies. Don't worry. So first of all, this is just a hierarchy. Okay. Now you see that when we go to the management group, we have this management group, and there's a default directory you can see under that. Now, when I wanted to create the management group, whenever you guys will come to the management group, you will get an option at the bottom, create a management group. The moment you will click on that, you will get something like this screen. Always you will have a tenant root group, and inside that you can create multiple management group. For example, I have created over here, suppose this is one of the management group. Inside that I have HR and IT. So similarly, let me go ahead and first delete all these quickly, and then I will show you from scratch. I'll delete this one. Suppose we can go ahead and suppose it has been created already. We can go ahead and basically move to some other option, say, and I'll delete this one also. Just give me 1 minute. I will explain you just in 1 minute what I'm exactly doing, the proper options. When we are talking about the management group over here, you see that you will get something like this. And definitely these are subscriptions which has basically no use. So just, ignore this part. You will not get this. So when we are talking about the management group, we have this type of, window we will get. Now I need to go ahead and create sub-management group inside the tenant root group. This is one thing. Second way people generally, follow that. They keep the tenant root group over here as it is. Inside that, they will create a new management group with the name of the organization. Suppose I say AZ104 weekend batch. This is the group ID I'm talking about. Okay. Same thing, we can put it over here and click on submit. So you see that we have one of the management group has been created under the tenant root group. You can get inside that. And now I'm going to create, suppose, management group for multiple departments. I say create. I'll put it over here IT, and again IT over here. And I have requested to create the first department over here as an IT under this management group. Similarly, I can create basically next one like HR. I can put it HR over here and submit. So there are 2 sub-management group are getting created over here. We need to wait for a few minutes. And I think one of them has been created. I can go inside and click over here. I see the IT has been created. So we'll wait for a few minutes and then I will. Okay, here we go. So HR is also created over here. Now, for the IT and HR, I need to assign a few subscriptions. So I will click on HR and I will say add subscription over here. So whichever subscription would be available, suppose this one is there, I will click on save. So I'm assigning a subscription to this particular management group. So you can understand that when I say the management group is nothing but one level up of the subscription that is defining a certain scope, then this is what it is happening. Similarly, I will go to the, again, management group over here and we'll go to IT and I will assign the other subscription to the IT that is nothing but the pay as you go. So you could not assign the same subscription to the multiple management group over here. So I have assigned the different subscription and it has taken, even if you able to assign the same subscription, it will go ahead and move from one resource group to another. You can see this is the way that it works. Basically, this way we can have lot of sub-management group and management group we can create. Now the question is, till what level we can go? So as per update, recent update, we can go till 6 levels below, basically. That's what has been defined by Azure. Now, let's talk about the policies, basically. When we are talking about the policies, first of all, what is policy, guys? It's nothing but a set of rules, as simple as that. In a generic, you can say, as a generic statement, we can say it's simple, a rule. That rule we will go ahead and create, and we say that everyone needs to follow. Simple. Okay, that's what is the policy is. First of all, hierarchy is not over. We need to, we are still have multiple levels over here. We will talk about that. So implement Azure policies, definitely firewall rules are there. There are certain, again, rules are there. We are going to talk, we are talking about that. However, there are certain standard rules that we generally try to follow. Why are we creating the management group? Is it equivalent to VPC? The basic statement I have given over there at the time of management group to define the scope. When I say scope, it means that a certain boundary. Okay, that's what the purpose of the management group. And now where we are going to use with the policies that I'm going to show you and subscriptions. So there are certain statements has been mentioned. A service is to create, assign, and manage policies. That's what the Azure policies. Runs evaluations and scan for non-compliant resources. Advantages, enforcement, and compliance. So certain rules we will create and we'll put, we need to go ahead and enforce, and we need to follow that. Simple. Apply policies at a scale. We can apply, throughout the organization. Remediation, if there are certain remediation required, there are certain fixes required, we can go ahead and try to fix that issues related to the policies. Now some use cases. So first one is allowed resource type. So I'm giving you, one example over here, with all the use cases. That will maybe go ahead and clear your idea related to the policy. So suppose I have started a company and I say that in this company, we are only going to deal with Azure virtual machines. Our job is to provide Azure virtual machine to anyone and everyone who requests us. Only Azure virtual machine. That's it. I don't need anything else. I don't sell anything else. So for that, I have a team of 50 people, And these 15 people get a request on day basis. Whoever wants to create a virtual machine, they call to a toll-free number, and these 15 people get a call and they create the Azure virtual machine. They say that on the basis of number of hours you are going to utilize the virtual machine, you need to pay that. You need to pay the amount for that. Suppose people say like, okay, I need just for 2 hours. I have certain work and I will go ahead and use it for 2 hours, and then it needs to be deleted. Then other people say, okay, I need just for 1 day. Few people say like, I need a Linux machine for 24 hours, 48 hours, like that. So what is the job of these 15 guys? They go ahead and create only and only virtual machine. That's it. However, they must have got portal like this, and over there, they must have got a lot of options to create a lot of services. And they could go ahead and misuse the resources. Am I right? I wanted to restrict over here from the policy that all these 15 people could create only virtual machines. If they try to create the firewall, Azure firewall, if they try to create Azure database server, Azure database, then they should get a specific error message that as per the policy, under your subscription, you can create only virtual machines. You could not create the other resource, and it will not allow them to create any of the other resource. So allow resource type. So what was the resource type? That was basically the virtual machine. So when we say the virtual machine is a resource type, this is the resource type basically. I will restrict from the policy that this. So I hope this is going to basically help us to understand what is the policy. And when I say allow resource type, I need only, virtual machine. That's it. Now I'm coming to the second example, second use case. They say that allowed virtual machine SKU. SKU stands for stock keeping unit. This is the FMCG term basically that is getting utilized over here in IT nowadays. So stock keeping unit is simple. We say that a certain product would become in multiple flavor with multiple feature. That's what the stock keeping unit. If I say virtual machine SKU, so suppose I have different types of virtual machine over here available, and this virtual machines are going to be on the basis of the you can say configuration. So Azure has that set of virtual machine types over here. So that type is not the word that they haven't used. They use the word over here, SKU. We are talking about basically virtual machine SKU in the normal scenarios also, in the physical scenarios also. You must have noticed that there is a corporate. Within the corporate, you say that you're working on a certain kind of projects and you need a certain set of configured virtual physical laptops, isn't it? Suppose people work in the designing and all, they need always a Mac machines. People work on maybe infra, they may need little higher configuration of machines. So according to that, your organization go ahead and select the manufacturer like Dell or maybe Lenovo and a certain model number. Definitely model number directly represents the configuration of the laptops as such. Same, you can imagine a relate over here in the virtual machines. When I say allowed virtual machine SKU, so you can understand we are talking about basically a different configurations over here. Definitely brand is not the concern over here because we are talking about the virtual machine. But SKU is on the basis of the, you can say, configuration. So if I say that within my organization, I will give you one of the SKU name as in D2S. So I say that within my organization, any employee and every employee is going to use a Azure virtual machine. And the SKU is D2S. I will set up the policy over there. So tomorrow a new employee joined the company. He would have requested that I need a virtual machine. The IT people try to create a virtual machine for him. Unfortunately, IT guy has selected B2S instead of D2S, a different SKU. He would get the error message right away that this is not allowed. As per the Azure policy, your subscription policy, you have to use only B2S. Then this IT guy will go ahead and try to create the new virtual machine altogether with B2S, and it will create successfully without any error message. So this is what, again, the policy that at the backend we have defined. On the basis of that, it works. Now, the third one and very easy one is allowed locations. So you saw that we have selected the region whenever we go ahead and create any resource. It has been also mentioned that keep the location, keep the region of the resources near to your users, isn't it? Near to your customers, so that you will get a better performance, low latency. So if this is the case, then why don't we go ahead and create a policy that whatever resources we will create from now onwards within my organization, it should be near to my customer location. So suppose my customer is in India. So I say that whatever resources I will create, it is going to be created under our data center, that is India location. If by mistake I will select any other location, it would have give the error message right away that your location is not showing correct as such. All right. So these are the few options, few use cases related to the Azure policies. When we say how to create these policies, so we have two types of policies basically. One is built-in policy, that Azure has created certain standard policies on the basis of, you can say, people use certain rules in the IT world. Definitely Microsoft would have a good idea about that because they are in a business for long term now. So they have their set of standard policies they have already created and given to us. We can use that. But it doesn't mean that we could not create our own policy. We can also create our own policy. That is what the custom policies. So a lot of policies has been defined, and after definition, even if we are creating our own policy, we can go ahead and assign that policy under the management group, under the resources, under the users, basically. So this is one of the Azure policy workflow. You can see create policy definition, create initiative definition, scope the initiative definition, determine compliances. This is the flow that we generally follow over here.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
So let's start with our first question. And the question is, what is Azure Cloud Service? It is a very simple question, and the answer to the same question is, Azure Cloud Services is a platform as a service, for example, and it is a technology like Azure App Service which is intended to provide scalable, dependable, and cost-effective apps. If I talk about the cloud service, it conveys multiple web applications in Azure, characterizing a number of parts to disseminate, such as handling and permit adaptable scaling of your applications. A cloud service comprises a minimum of one web part as well as a specialist part each with its own particular application documents and design. The fundamental favorable position of the cloud service is the capacity to help more complex multi-level structures. So this all encompasses what is Azure Cloud Service. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is Azure Active Directory? The answer to the same question is, Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based IAM solution and directory by Microsoft. It brings together application access management, core directory service, and identity protection and turns them into a single solution. It helps employees of an organization sign in and access resources such as the external resources including Microsoft 365, the Azure portal, and big number of SaaS applications. And there are also some internal resources such as apps on a corporate network or intranet, as well as any cloud-based apps built by that organization. So basically, Azure Active Directory is intended for use by IT admins, app developers, Azure Office 365, Microsoft 365, or Dynamics CRM online subscribers. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is Azure Data Factory? This is very important question, and generally it's a beginner level question which an interviewer can ask in the initial phase. So the answer to the same question is, Azure Data Factory is a serverless and cloud-based data integration service and platform used for creation of ETL and ELT pipelines. It helps in creation of data-driven workflows for planning and execution of data movements and data transformation at scale. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Azure Databricks? It is very important question. An interviewer can ask this. So be prepared with this. The answer to the same question is, Azure Databricks is a data analytics platform that offers two environments for the development of data-intensive applications. First is Azure Databricks SQL Analytics and Azure Databricks Workspace. Azure Databricks integration with the security, compute, analytics, storage, and AI services that are natively provided by the cloud providers facilitate the unification of data and AI workloads. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Azure Data Lake? Azure Data Lake is a cloud platform that supports big data analytics through its unlimited storage for structured, semi-structured, or unstructured data of all types and sizes. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are Azure resources? This question also comes in the beginner level, and the answer to the same question is, any entity managed by Azure can be referred to an Azure resource. The following are some of the examples of Azure resources, such as storage accounts, virtual networks, virtual machines, etc. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the roles implemented in Windows Azure? And the answer is, the roles implemented in Windows Azure are as follows. The first one is the web role. Next is the worker role. And third is the virtual machine role. If I talk about the web role, it gives a web solution that is front end. This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating Azure gives an IIS and required services. If I talk about the worker role, it gives solution for background service. It can run long activities. The next is virtual machine role. This role of both web and workers are executed on machines. The virtual machine roles gives the client the capacity to modify Azure virtual machine on the web, and worker roles are running. I hope so you got the answer to this question. This is very important question, so please make a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the three principal segments of Windows Azure platform? And the answer is, Windows Azure has three principal segments. And the first one is Windows Azure Compute. Windows Azure gives a code that can be managed by hosting environment. It gives the calculation benefit through parts. Windows Azure backs three types of roles. The first one is web roles utilized for web application programming and upheld by IIS 7. The next is worker roles utilized for foundation handling of web roles. The third is virtual machine roles utilized for moving Windows Server applications to Windows Azure in simple way. Next is Windows Azure Storage. It gives four types of storage services. The first one is queues for informing between web parts and worker roles. Next we get its tables for storing the structural data. Third is the binary large objects to store content, records or vast information. And fourth one is Windows Azure Drives to mount a page blob. These can be transferred and downloaded by the means of binary large objects. Finally, we have the third one, which is the Windows Azure App Fabric. This fabric provides 5 services. The first one is Service Bus, Access, Caching, Integration and Composite. This forms the perfect answer to this question, and this is also one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer. Now, let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, define Windows Azure App Fabric. Basically, Windows Azure Diagnostics empowers you to gather diagnostic data from an application running in Windows Azure. Diagnostic data is used for capacity planning and evaluation. I hope so. It's clear to you, and this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is the difference between Windows Azure Queues and Windows Azure Bus Service? Azure Queues gives a solid, intelligent messaging within the services. They also highlight a very straightforward, REST-based get, put, peek interface, whereas bus queues are a part of more extensive Windows Azure messaging framework that supports the queuing. I hope so. You got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the deployment options provided by the Azure? This is a kind of an intermediate level question, and the answer to the same question is, the deployment options provided by Azure are as follows. The first one is the staging environment. It is used to validate the changes of an application before making it live. The next is production environment. This is where the applications go live and can be accessed by target users with DNS-friendly URL. I hope so. You got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Azure Blob Storage? Blob stands for Binary Large Objects. The answer to the same question is, Azure Blob Storage is an object storage solution for the cloud. It is capable of storing large unstructured data in text or binary format, and it is suitable for serving documents, media, or text to the browser directly. The data is accessible from anywhere. The blobs are grouped into containers and tied to user accounts. This service actually has 3 components. The first one is a storage account, which can be general storage account for the blob storage account registered in Microsoft Azure. Next we get containers. Containers are used for grouping blobs, whereas each container can store an unlimited number of blobs. The container name should be in lowercase. And next comes the blob. A blob is a file or document of any type and size. 3 kinds of blobs are supported by Azure. The first one is block blobs, which supports the text and binary files up to 195 GB. Then we have append blobs. Appends operation such as logging data in log files. And finally, we have the page blobs for frequent read or write operations. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is the role instance in Azure? The answer to the same question is, role instance is a virtual machine where application code is run using running role configurations. Multiple instances of a role are also possible according to a definition of cloud service configuration files. I hope so you got what is exactly role instance in Azure. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Windows Azure Portal? And the answer to the same question is, to run application, a designer gets to the Windows Azure Portal through his or her web program by logging in a Windows Live ID. The user at a point chooses whether to create a host account for running application, a storage account for storing data, or both. Once the designer has host account, he or she can utilize Windows Azure Portal to submit the applications to Windows Azure. I hope so you got the idea what is exactly Windows Azure Portal. It is also one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, explain about the hybrid cloud. And the answer to the same question is, a hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. A mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information in your vicinity, which is a private cloud, and consume alternative services from the public cloud. I hope so you got an idea what exactly is hybrid cloud. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a storage key? And the answer is, storage keys or access keys are utilized as a validation mode for accessing the storage services account to control data based on our prerequisites. In Windows Azure, we have an alternative to give a primary access key and a secondary access key, despite the fact that we will utilize a solitary access to confirm our application to the storage. The primary reason to give the secondary access key to avoid downtime to the application. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Windows Azure Traffic Manager? And the answer to the same question is, Windows Azure Traffic Manager enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure Cloud Services. There are three distinctive load balancing strategies provided by the Azure. The manager who works on the traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name service and the questions on your domain names and maps the DNS courses to apt instances of your application. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is SQL Azure Database? And the answer is, SQL Azure Database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services, where you can store your database into the cloud. Microsoft Azure is the most ideal approach to utilize PaaS, where you can have different databases on similar account. I hope so you got an idea of this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is the concept of the table in Windows Azure? And the answer is, a table is a kind of Azure storage where you can store your information. Binary large objects are put in a compartment and entity on a table. Following are the key concepts in table. Table allows structured data storage. There can be 0 to n number of tables in a storage account. Tables store information as accumulation of elements. Then we have an element has an essential key and properties as a key value pair. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is conditional access in Azure? And the answer to the same question is, conditional access is used by Azure Active Directory as a tool to make decisions, bring signals together, and impose organizational policies. Through conditional access policies, one can implement the right access controls whenever required to keep the organization secure and stay out of the user's way when it is not needed. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss some of the advanced level questions. And the question is, when should you use a static IP address in Azure? And the answer to the same question is, in Azure, static IP addresses is used when the address connected to the device is not to be changed. I hope so you got the answer to this question. It's very important question and I hope so you would take a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how does Azure Site Recovery work? And the answer to the same question is, site recovery orchestrates and automates the replication of Azure virtual machines in different locations, on-premises machines to a secondary data center, and on-premises virtual machines and physical servers to Azure. It contributes to business continuity and disaster recovery by enabling access to apps from secondary location in case of an outage at a primary site. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, why should you use Azure CDN? And the answer to the same question is, Azure CDN reduces the bandwidth and load time. It also helps speed up the responsiveness. That's why we should use the Azure CDN. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, explain the benefits of Traffic Manager. This is also one of the most important questions, so please take your mark on this one. The answer to the same question is, Azure Traffic Manager has the following benefits. The first one is, it has optimized performance. Then, there is no downtime during the update or maintenance process. And finally, we have easy configurable on Windows Azure portal. I hope so you got your answer of this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is Azure App Service? And the answer to the same question is, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration scenarios. Mobile apps in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to the mobile engineers. I hope so you got the answer to this question. This is also one of the most important questions, so please take your mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, which of the following is not a benefit of using Azure? Cost savings, scalability, security, or on-premise hosting? Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
And the next question is, what is profiling in Azure? And the answer to the same question is, profiling is only a procedure for measuring the performance analysis of the application. It is normally done to guarantee that the application is sufficiently steady and can maintain the overwhelming traffic. Visual Studio gives us different tools to do it by gathering the performance information for application that likewise helps in troubleshooting issues. Once the profiling wizard is run, it sets up the execution sessions and collects the data of the sample. The profiling reports help in deciding the longest running strategies inside the application, measuring the execution time of every strategy in the call stack, and finally, assessing the memory allocation. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is CMD-led in Azure? This is also one of the most important questions. So guys, please make a mark on this one. The answer to the same question is, a CMD-led is a lightweight command that is utilized as a part of Microsoft PowerShell environment. The CMD-leds are summoned by Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in command line. Windows PowerShell runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. I hope so you got your answer for this one. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. What is Windows Azure Scheduler? The answer to the same question is, Windows Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Windows Azure and execute those jobs on demand, on a routinely repeating schedule, or assign them for a future date. I hope so you got your answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Machine? And the answer to the same question is, Content Analytics API is a part of Content Examination Web Administration, which worked with the Azure Machine Learning. The API can be utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis, key phase extraction. The API restores a numeric score between 0 and 1. Scores near 1 show positive sentiment, while scores near 0 demonstrate the negative sentiment. I hope so you got your answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss our final question. And our final question is, what is the Migration Assistant tool in Azure websites? This is one of the most important questions, guys, so please have your mark on this one. Migration Assistant tool will examine our IIS installation and recognize the sites that can be migrated to the cloud, featuring any components which can't be migrated or unsupported on the platform. Once broken down, this tool will likewise create sites and database provided under the given Azure membership. I hope so. This forms the perfect answer to this question.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.